I would like to call to order this meeting of the Anchorage Assembly. This is the regular meeting of September 28, 2021 that has been continued to today, September 29, 2021. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Here.
Here. Peterson?
Present.
Mr. Rivera? Mr. Rivera?
Present.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy?
Here.
Ms. LaFrance?
Here.
Mr. Constant?
Here.
Ms. Zolotel?
Here.
Mr. Dunbar?
Here.
Mr. Presverdia?
Here.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Here.
You have a quorum, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Chief McCoy, would you lead us in the pledge, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Constant, would you read the land acknowledgement?
A land acknowledgement is a formal statement recognizing the indigenous people of a place. It's a public gesture of appreciation for the past and present indigenous stewardship of the land that we now occupy. It's an actionable statement that marks our collective movement towards decolonization and equity. The Anchorage Assembly would like to acknowledge that we gather today on the traditional lands of the Dena'ina Athabascans. For thousands of years, the Dena'ina have been and continue to be the stewards of this land. It's with gratitude and respect that we recognize the contributions, innovations, and contemporary perspectives of the Upper Cook Inlet Dena'ina.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Welcome, everyone. As I mentioned when we gavelled in, this meeting is a continuation from yesterday, and I want to note that yesterday the Assembly voted to change the order of the day to take up item 14L before 14A, as well as other items before 14A, 14J, and 15A, and that occurred yesterday. So today we're going to go ahead and proceed with the public hearing for 14L. Before we do that, I want to go over a few things. First of all, I want to note that this is a public hearing item, and again, this is different than initial or final audience participation. Those are only available time permitting. However, as has been the case in the past for items that have a lot of public interest, the Assembly will continue to extend the time for public hearing as needed. Okay? I want to go over the rules. So you'll have 3 minutes to speak. And I'll go over some more specifics here about that in a minute. But to maintain order and ensure that we can get through and hear from as many folks as possible, please refrain from personal attacks. Those will not be allowed, either during your testimony or otherwise. We are here to deliberate and listen. Large banners and flyers are not allowed. Rather, individuals are encouraged to bring small 8.5 by 11 signs to express their opinions. Signs shall not be used to intimidate or bully others. And I'll call for order if individuals are using signs for the purpose of garnering attention or disrupting. Disturbances are not allowed, and there are a variety of avenues to express your views during the meeting. And testifying in person is the best way, or over the phone or via email to do that. Some folks have asked, why no big signs? Why no clapping? I want to note that the ban on large signs has been a long-standing rule enforced in the chamber for perhaps decades, years for sure. Large signs, they can be distracting. They can be used to get attention and distract, from what we're here to do, which is to listen and debate ideas and policies. Large signs are more appropriate for outside the chambers. When it comes to clapping and other noises, the chamber should be a space for a variety of views to be expressed in a safe way. Over the years, Assembly leadership has tried to create a welcoming atmosphere in these chambers. That means keeping the space as objective as possible and not letting it turn into a rally. Aside from that, clapping, booing, whooping, it's distracting, it eats away at the clock and makes everything take longer. It also interferes with the audio and it makes it harder for people to hear what others are saying. So again, your ability to speak is your strongest tool in the chambers, and we ask that you do so in a respectful way and follow the rules. It's my job as chair to maintain order during the meetings. If rules are not followed, I may interrupt speakers to call for compliance. If compliance with the rules doesn't occur, then I may pause the meeting. If there's an actual disruption, I will give a warning. I may give a warning. If the disruption persists or happens again, the person will be asked to leave. We want to hear from as many people as possible this evening. Please help us to do that by being quiet while others are talking, waiting for your turn at the podium to speak, respecting the personal space of other people, speaking in an inside voice, and refraining from shouting, clapping, pacing, and personal attacks. Thank you for being here tonight. Thank you for participating in your local government. And when you come forward to testify, I ask that you state your name, the community council or area of the municipality in which you live. You'll have 3 minutes. And we don't typically answer questions during this portion. It's not an open forum. That comes later, the question part where we debate and address issues that are brought up during testimony. And so before we go to public testimony, Mr. Dunbar has requested a moment of personal privilege.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so I look forward to hearing from folks tonight, and that will be the overwhelming time we use tonight. Oh, is it not working? I think it's working. Oh, it's okay. So I received a number of messages this morning from people that watched our proceedings last night, and one in particular from my rabbi sort of stood out. And so with your permission, Madam Chair, I'd like to read a brief statement from him regarding images he saw in the chamber. Last week, I was blessed to bring a daughter into the world. Again, this is my rabbi, not me. For both of my children, I want them to live in a world where they can practice their Judaism without fear of anti-Semitism. I want them learning about the symbols of hate from history books and not newspapers. All children deserve this future. So it was heart-wrenching for me when I noticed individuals wearing yellow stars of David, mimicking my Jewish ancestors who perished during the Holocaust. For myself and most Jews, seeing the yellow star of David on someone's chest elicits the same feeling as seeing a swastika on a flag or the SS insignia on a uniform. It is a symbol of hate that reminds us Jews of the terror and horror we suffered. I believe it is a constitutional right to protest for your values. But I request that you do not use symbols that diminish the 6 million Jews who were murdered during the Holocaust and the survivors who would like their children to never know the nightmare they endured. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar.
Point of order. Point of order. Why can't we have the rabbi actually say that?
Sir, speaking out like that creates an actual disturbance. This is a warning. Okay, we're going to move now to continue the public hearing for AO 2021-91. We have a number of people who are signed up for phone testimony. I'm going to start with 3 folks on the phone, and then we're going to go to 3 people in line, and then we'll proceed. Mr. Turner, would you be able to get Mr. Hennessy on the line, please?
Hello?
Hi, Mr. Hennessy.
Yes.
This is Suzanne LaFrance with the Anchorage Assembly, and you're on for audience participation, or public hearing, public testimony for AO 2021-91. You'll have 3 minutes. Please go ahead and state your name for the record, and you can begin.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. My name is Dr. Tom Hennessy. I'm a medical doctor and a specialist in public health and preventive medicine with the University of Alaska Anchorage. I served in uniform as a commissioned medical officer and an infectious disease epidemiologist with U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention for 25 years. I have authored 140 scientific publications on infectious diseases and public health. I support the proposed mask ordinance, and here's why. There is clear and convincing evidence that the use of facial masks and mask mandates for public settings reduces transmission and deaths from COVID-19. We know this from laboratory studies and real-world evaluation of mask policies. The largest of those compared COVID rates before and after mask mandates in 2,313 U.S. counties. That study showed that mask mandates were followed by declines in cases and deaths from COVID within 20 days. Besides national data and CDC recommendations supporting mask use, we have good local evidence of mask mandate effectiveness. I am a co-author of a study published in January that showed that the Anchorage mask order of June 2020 was followed by increased mask usage and a 19% decline in COVID transmission. Our own Anchorage experience tells us that enacting this ordinance will increase use of masks in public and likely reduce transmission, leading to fewer severe illnesses and deaths. It is a proven and sensible response to our current COVID-19 crisis. The ordinance has sufficient provisions to exempt those persons who cannot tolerate wearing a mask for medical or other legitimate reasons. I urge each of you to vote for the ordinance. To the mayor, you have called the proposed mask ordinance heavy-handed. It is no more heavy-handed than the existing laws banning smoking indoors or those requiring seatbelts, speed limits, and stop signs. Those laws, like a mask ordinance, are there to protect all of us at the cost of a small personal inconvenience. It's clear from the rising toll of human suffering that your policy of providing information and hoping the public will do the right thing isn't working to stop the COVID surge. It takes courage and humility to admit when you've been mistaken and when your policies aren't working. Last night, and in your ADN opinion piece, you referenced the list of outdated and poorly designed studies as evidence that facial masks are ineffective. This shows me that you've been misguided into opposing a temporary, harmless ordinance that will prevent the spread of a deadly infectious disease at a time when our hospitals are in crisis. I hope, Mr. Mayor, you can rise to the occasion, support the mask ordinance, and implement it in good faith. Thank you to the Assembly members who proposed this ordinance.
Thank you, Dr. Hennessy. I'm going to say this again. Clapping, booing, cheering is not permitted. And if you all persist, we're going to have to take a break. I'm asking for you to help us create an environment of respect. Mr. Turner, would you go ahead and call Ms. Holmes, please?
Hello?
Hi, Ms. Holmes.
Yes.
This is Suzanne LaFrance with the Anchorage Assembly, and you are on for public testimony for AO 2021-91. And if you
Yes,
go ahead and
thank
state
you.
your name for the record,
Yeah.
you'll have 3 minutes. Thanks.
Thank you. I'm Diane Holmes. I'd like to say that freedoms that some proclaim as their right during this pandemic have been denied to my family because others refuse to accept accompanying responsibility. Breakthrough COVID hit one immune-compromised member because another member, not eligible for vaccine, acquired it at a facility where responsible safety measures were not taken. As a result, another family member was slated to lose 24 days of leave caring for the sick person and then having to quarantine afterwards. This dashed all plans for any family event at the end of the year. and the dominoes kept falling. All of this happened because people in facilities felt there was no need to take responsibility for helping us end this pandemic by the simple and effective measure of wearing a mask. Some of you, I know, say masks don't work. Well, I ran into my cardiologist at Costco yesterday and asked that question. The answer was emphatically, yes, they do work to slow and reduce the spread of COVID. There are many studies that prove this to be true. It's been science for at least 100 years. If you continue to believe otherwise, I would suggest you tell that to your surgeon as you are about to be cut open. Those of us who feel it's their right not to help get us back to normal should be asked, is it such an imposition to wear a mask, to wear a seatbelt, auto insurance, or put a bike helmet on kids? Or are you really tired of the bare shelves at the stores, long waits for appointments at doctors' offices and businesses because they're short-staffed and overworked? And what about the Amazon products that are not available and may never be? For those who really care about getting the economy back on track, it's no big deal to do the simplest thing to help out, wear a mask. It shows you not only care for yourself, but you have the decency to care for the rest of us. If you remember but one thing from me tonight, realize that the longer this pandemic goes on, the more chance another worse variant will put us back a year or more. Pass this ordinance, but please remove the section about private enforcement action. We are not Texas. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Holmes, for your testimony. Mr. Turner, would you call Mr. James, please? Sir, which one? Okay, sir, this is a warning. We're creating actual disruption. Okay, security, please escort the gentleman out. Mr. James, would you just hold a moment, please? I'm sorry, this is Suzanne LaFrance with the Anchorage Assembly. Just hold one moment, please, sir.
Madam Chair.
Sir, you are creating an actual disturbance, and you have not stopped.
Madam Chair.
You need, Ms. Allard?
In all fairness, the gentleman that you're escorting out, I agree, but there was someone else yelling also at him, and he was being disruptive, and he needs to be escorted out too if we're going to do that.
I agree, Ms. Allard. I did not see who that person is.
Okay, thank you.
But members are always welcome to raise a point of order. Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute pause here. Mr. James, we're going to call you back.
APD.
Okay, let's go ahead and get started again. Mr. Turner, would you call Mr. James, please, again? Hi, Mr. James.
Yes.
This is Suzanne LaFrance with the Anchorage Assembly, and you are on for public testimony for AO 2021-91. If you would go ahead and state your name for the record, you'll have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, the Assembly. This is Leon Hymas, and thank you for allowing me to call in and testify today. I wanted to voice my support for the Anchorage Ordinance mask mandate 2021-91, and I think it's really important that we provide some assistance to our healthcare providers and as well as our educators in the public school system who I think have most of the burden on protecting our community right now. And we really need leadership from the administration of the municipality and supporting those efforts to reduce the risk from COVID and try and reduce our rates of spread right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. We'll now move to the next 3 folks in person. Okay. Ma'am, you do need to get in line, please. Sir, come forward and state your name for the record. You'll have 3 minutes. Security. Could I have security, please? Ma'am, I need you to take your place in line. We're going to pause for 5 minutes. Okay, let's go ahead and get started. Sir, if you would come forward, you'll have 3 minutes. Please state your name for the record. Could I get folks in the audience to please quiet down? Please.
Here we go. Andrew Satterfield. I look to the scriptures for this time. Understand this, my dear brothers, every person must be quick to hear, slow to speak, slow to anger, for human anger does not accomplish the righteousness of God. Listen as wisdom calls out. Hear as understanding raises her voice. Wisdom has a name, and that's Yeshua Jesus. Not doctor, and definitely not assembly. Amen. On the hilltop along the road, she takes her stand at the crossroads. I call to all of you. I raise my voice to all people. You simple people, use good judgment. You foolish people, show some understanding. I'm honored to be here. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Ma'am, I believe you already testified last night on this item.
Is there another item that is familiar to this one? No?
This is the one. So I'm going to ask you to please go ahead and have a seat and step away from the podium, as
Yeah.
you've already testified. Thank you.
Madam Chair, a point of information.
Yes, Ms. Kennedy?
I believe we had several people who testified early on the non-consent, or the non-agenda items, just as part of the open public hearing. And I believe she may have been one of those people. So I think we probably need to, I don't know a good way to try to distinguish between those who were up here speaking before we even started, or if people were actually testifying to this particular ordinance. So I'm not sure how we'll clarify that, but.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. So, ma'am, are you Janelle Jones? Yes. Okay, I do have you on the list as having testified on 14L already, specifically on that item. Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Okay, welcome, sir. Please come forward, state your name for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Madam Chair, Councilman, why we need a mask mandate?
Sir, would you state your name, please, for the record?
Pardon?
Would you state your name for the record,
Butch
please?
Sims. All records right now show that we have the most new cases in the United States and also the world per capita of people. In the state, if you remember back, twice before, our numbers got high, but not near what they are today. Our mayor at that time did a mask mandate, hunker down, stay at home if possible, put the restaurants and on curbside delivery, close the bars for a while, for a period of time, which that brought our numbers down to single numbers, and some days down to 0. You remember that? I do. Which that in turn saved lives. If we did it then, we can do it again. The only people that can do it is the public, which is me and you. For example, here's what you, for example, here's are the numbers of deaths in the Civil War compared to the numbers of deaths in the virus. The numbers in the Civil War in 5 years was 620,000. The virus, less than 2 years, 710,752, not counting today. So it's even higher than that. Now, we do need a mask mandate, and that's the bottom line. It's a must. Please, pass this ordinance. I mean, the general at the base didn't put a mask Band-Aid on the basis just because he wanted to. He had a reason to save lives and help people. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Madam Chair,
Welcome.
I'm in queue.
Oh,
I don't know if
apologies.
it's, I apologize, I don't know if it's showing up.
It is showing up.
Okay,
Sorry,
I'm
Ms.
sorry.
Allard. Go ahead.
I just wanted to ask the gentleman who his district representatives are, please?
Who's your representative?
I can't hear you.
Who's your district representative?
Pete Peterson.
Okay, and then also, can you tell me what it says on his hat? I think
It says Wellman Charters.
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Welcome. And if folks, when you say your name, if you would also state your community council or the district you live in, please.
My name's
Welcome.
Deborah Sims. I live in Muldoon. Pete Peterson is our district representative. We need a mask mandate because the people out there think that they have received the vaccine, that they are bulletproof. In other words, they believe that they will not get the virus. They can just as bad as people who didn't get the virus. We need the mask mandate signs in every business in Anchorage and people at the door who will help make sure that these people wear their masks. This will protect our children and loved ones who have not been vaccinated or who will not be vaccinated. These people think that there is no pandemic. There is a pandemic, and the mask mandate will help save lives. The city needs to give all businesses the right to refuse people who are not wearing masks before entering their place of business. That could be strictly up to the business. This are the people. If they can't wear the mask because of health reasons or some other thing, that's fine. But everybody that needs to wear a mask needs to wear it. This mask mandate can work for us. In 2020, when everyone was required to wear a mask, our numbers went way down. We need to do this again. I thank you for your time. Hope you pass this. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Allard, are you in the queue?
I am.
Okay.
Ma'am, Ms. Sims? I have a question for you.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm a little bit confused. I'm over here. I'm a little bit confused about your testimony because it sounded like you were saying that businesses can opt in, maybe, and that others couldn't. So this mandate is actually saying that everybody has to wear a mask to include businesses. Can you kind of elaborate just a little bit?
Some businesses, on the people that can't wear masks because of health reasons, then they need to let that business know that they can't wear a mask, and then that would be okay. So, but they also need a
Folks in the
doctor's
public, members of the public, sorry,
written note
ma'am.
saying that they have a health reason that will not let them wear a mask because of asthma or emphysema or something on that order.
So, thank you. Can I do a follow-up question? Is that okay?
Go ahead, Ms. Allard.
I hear you, and I understand that. Would you recommend that if they have to get a doctor's note, that the assembly funds or the municipality pay for that doctor visit?
Well, if they have a medical reason that prevents them to get a mask or wear a mask, then their doctor already knows it. And they have basically paid for that themselves through asthma or something like that. So when they go to their doctor, they need to say, okay, doctor, I can't wear this mask because it enters my feelings. They are going to want to know why I can't do this. I need to get a note from you to say that I cannot wear this mask.
Can I do another follow-up, please?
Well, we're kind of cutting into a bit of time here, Ms.
Can I
Allard,
do
so if you
another
could
follow-up,
just
please?
make it really
I mean,
quick.
we have, yeah. So I guess then my question would be, I don't think everybody's gone to their doctors about wearing a mask. So I'm just saying, if they haven't, would you be on board if the city paid for each and every person who felt that they needed to go see a doctor?
No, because that would create just havoc, because
Okay.
everybody in Anchorage would go, oh, I can't wear a mask, I need to go to doctor, oh, and the city's going to pay for it.
Oh, so
No,
you're
that's
saying the
not-
majority-
That's
oh,
not,
okay.
that's not right.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Members of the public, please, I need you to stop shouting, stop clapping, and create a climate of respect. We're going to take another break if we can't do that. Ms. Allard, are you done? Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. We're going to go back to three
Thank you.
people on the phones. Mr. Turner, would you call Mr. Spathealth, please?
Hello, this is Miles.
Hi, Mr. Spathealth. This is Suzanne LaFrance with the Anchorage Assembly, and you are on for public testimony for AO 2021-91. If you'll go ahead and state your name and your district or community council, you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Assembly members, Mayor Bronson, and the staff. I am Miles Spathealth. I'm over in East Anchorage, so let's see, Pete Peterson and Forrest Dunbar are my representatives. I recently read in May, I'm calling in support of the mask mandate. I recently read Mayor Bronson's opinion piece in ADN, and I fear that he cited outdated studies, mostly from 2020. There's a new review article, a rather good one, in the Proceedings of the Academy of Sciences, How Did All 2021, that I recommend he and the staff visit for actual research on COVID-19 and mask wearing. And the study the study that was cited as showing mask mandates don't work has, well, it's not a peer-reviewed study. It's a preprint. Usually that's used for topical or novel results. Topical studies or novel results. It's still undergoing peer review at this time, and I believe from my coursework in statistics that there are a few fatal flaws in the study that would actually show mask mandates do work for both winter and summer growth. I would point to figures 4 on that study. F, the mayor and the staff, hopefully there's some pretty scientifically literate folks that advise him. If you look at the higher levels of mask mandates, they did nothing to deal with outliers. There are some pretty extreme outliers in the 78 to 82% that wear masks and the 74 to 77% that wear masks. I'd also refer to staff to, again, look at figure 3, figures C and F. F, when you're looking at full growth at max levels, the 77 to 82 also has a really significant outlier. It's 4 times the confidence interval, which honestly, anyone taking a basic undergrad stats course would realize you have to remove that from analysis, redo the analysis, and then attempt to explain why this outlier exists and why it should still be included in the study. I fear that this led the authors to spurious results, and I really hope there are no policies made on this flawed study. There was another committee member who gave testimony yesterday who unfortunately referenced outdated CDC guidance. I believe that posting was from the early 2020s. If that person could refer to the May 7th, 2021 summaries, it mentions multiple studies, dozens, that support the use of masks in reducing COVID transmission. You know, this community is, I believe we try to help each other, but I don't know what's going on now, and that's all I have to say. I really hope you enact this mask mandate to protect the weak. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Turner, would you call Ms. Talbot Clark, please? Okay, the woman in the back in orange who just shouted, this is a warning. If you do that again, that will be considered a disruption. You'll be asked to leave.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Hi, Ms. Talbot Clark. I can barely hear you. This is Suzanne LaFrance with the Anchorage Assembly.
Hello, is this anybody?
Hi, Ms. Talbot Clark.
Yes, ma'am. Hang on.
Yes, you're on with the Anchorage Assembly for public testimony for AO 2021-91. And if you'll go ahead and state your name for the record, your community council or district, you'll have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Christina Talbot Clark. I live in the Chugach Foothills Community Council area. And I want to testify on the masking mandate. I've lived in the municipality of Anchorage for 40 years. I grew up here. I'm raising my kids here. And growing up in Alaska, I was taught that you have to be prepared for a crisis. You have to be prepared to take care of yourself, and you have to be prepared to take care of your neighbors. If somebody's stuck in a snowbank, you help dig them out. If the power goes out, like it did last week, you go and you check on your neighbors. That's the way Alaskans do it. And as the saying goes, we don't care how they do it outside. When the pandemic got worse this summer, I hoped that Alaskan spirit of pulling together and helping each other out would show itself by my neighbors here in Anchorage wearing masks. That didn't happen. When our hospitals began to run out of ventilators, out of rooms, to run out of body bags for all the people fighting and dying of COVID, I hoped that would be enough to show my neighbors that they needed to mask up to keep everybody safe. It wasn't. I've heard a lot of very angry people shouting about how mask mandates deprive them of their freedom. I'm not going to shout, but I'm angry too. I'm furious that my neighbors are turning their backs on us, risking their health and their lives and ours for their selfishly misguided idea of what it means to be free. The mayor said yesterday that a mask mandate is unconstitutional. The mayor is wrong. In 1905, the Supreme Court found a vaccination mandate to be constitutional, which is far more intrusive than a mask mandate. Justice Harlan wrote, there are manifold restraints to which every person is necessarily subject for the common good. The mayor's understanding of mask effectiveness is also fatally flawed. Masks work, and the mayor's statements to the contrary are willful endangerment of his constituents. We may not care how people do things outside, but willfully endangering our neighbors is not the Alaskan way. If it takes a mandate to get Alaskans to act like Alaskans, then I guess that's what we need. I thought better of us. I guess I was wrong too. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Turner, would you call Ms. Noria Clark, please? So I want to state that Ms. Clark had requested an accommodation, and while we don't go between phone testimony, or where if you sign up for phone testimony, you generally don't do that in person, we do allow for accommodation. So Ms. Clark, if you'll state your name for the record and the part of town, community council you reside in, you'll have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Yes. My name is Noria Clark. I currently reside in West Anchorage. If I choose to stay in Anchorage, as the tyranny has become quite crazy in this city, I have been fighting with many of you who have been on the assembly. Yes, I'm looking very directly at you. Because there were many, many moons ago, I've been doing this for 7 years since I lived here, that you guys decided it was more important to put forth money towards covering curbs and all these other things instead of taking care of rape kits. So you guys clearly do not care about the people. The point that I'm trying to make is for 7 years, I have been beating my head against this wall, keep looking around like I'm crazy. I know. Anyway, you clearly do not have the greater good in mind. In this, you're pitting neighbor against neighbor, and you're asking us to complain on each other. We are already currently divided. We do not need any more division. This is absolutely ridiculous, and I can tell you that we are currently people standing in a cage with the door open. So I highly encourage you to walk free, because unfortunately, security, you give up freedom. Yes, we want some securities, but the biggest problem is in that we relinquish control of our freedoms. Now remember that this is not just about a mask mandate, folks, because this most likely will pass. We know how this works. Keep a very, very close eye on the other things that they're going to be bringing up that you may not want to stick around to see. They're going to be working to take mayoral powers, so they are in complete control of all these buildings. Then it won't matter who you are, you will be a sub-citizen if you do not comply. So here is my thing. I am not entering into a medical relationship with any of you. You are not my physician. You clearly did not care yesterday when I asked. I expect you to start that from 1 minute and 1 second. This is not my problem. This is yours. So I will continue to speak even if I have to yell for another few seconds. Here is what the problem is. You do not care apparently about my disability, and the biggest problem is that, oh, now you're going to push me in front of other people? I called yesterday morning to ask very specifically for reasonable accommodations. Guess what? 4:30, you guys called me back today. We still don't have an answer. I appreciate the people who actually tried to make it happen, but you clearly do not care. Again, you are not my doctor. You don't care about my care. You have no idea what you have done to me having to stand there yesterday for hours, because I do get to participate as a citizen whether I have a disability or you don't agree with me. So the biggest problem that you're going to find is I am walking out of that door. You don't control me. You're not my doctor. I do not consent.
Thank you for your testimony.
Madam Chair, I have a question.
Go ahead, Ms. Allard.
Thank you. I'm probably going to have a lot of questions tonight, so you might just want to stay at the podium just for a few seconds before I'm called on.
And Ms. Allard, I
You had
just
spoken
want to,
in
Ms.
regards
Allard, before you begin, I just want to let you know too that we are not going to be engaging in any debate, that this is informational, just as a reminder. Thanks.
I don't expect anybody to
Sounds
answer
great.
questions.
Thank
I know
you.
you guys can't do that, so.
So I'm just going to ask questions,
Sure.
and then you can take the time to answer. Can you
Sure.
elaborate a little bit more on when you were testifying, you had mentioned accommodations. I have actually 3 questions. Can you repeat again who your reps are?
My representative currently is Perez Verdia.
Okay. And then...
He's a nice enough guy.
Why can't or don't you want to wear a mask? And I think that was in something, and why don't or can't you wear a mask? And I think you said something about accommodations that you requested. Can you elaborate a little bit on that?
Sure. No, I'm sorry. My request was for accommodations for my ankle in regards to being able to testify today and not having to cut a bunch of people in line. I was trying to see how I could actually possibly accommodate you guys accommodating me, yet this has still become a problem. And I know that they don't want me to speak first, and I don't necessarily even care much to say to these people because they don't listen. Like I said, 7 years of this and still beating the same head against the same wall.
And then the question I already asked was, why can't or don't you want to wear a mask? Or want?
Actually, one of the big reasons that I can't or don't want to wear a mask is, first of all, nobody's business. Nobody is, no offense, Assembly Member Allard, but it is nobody's business what is going on with my ankle. I have documentation to prove it. It is nobody's business why I decided to or not to get a vaccine. Nobody seems to, it's nobody's business about that either. So when it comes down to the confidentiality between my doctor and I, it has been decided that currently it is not the best form of action for me breathing because of limited breathing due to, unfortunately, getting COVID. Yes, all you people who say, oh, why don't you get the vaccine and wear the mask? Because you know what? It made me more sick every time I had to wear the mask.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Folks, please refrain from clapping. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and identify the part of town you live in or your
Greg
community
Downing,
council.
Forrest Dunbar, and Peterson. Mayor Dave Bronson and staff, thank you for your continued support on individual rights over the rights of the collective and ethics over fear. 3 minutes is not enough time to discuss mask mandates and important issues facing this community. Hitler had doctors and scientists at his side when he murdered millions. What they are doing to this nation and the world will make Dr. Joseph Mengele blush. Over 10,000 deaths directly related to taking the vaccine, and Big Pharma still gets a pass. And not a word from the biased media, who at these meetings only show the white coats. If it doesn't come from the paid mouthpieces, it's labeled as disinformation. This is an assault on our God-given rights, civil rights, and constitutional rights. It is unethical to inject a foreign substance into a person's body without their consent, period. The people of this community and nation have lost trust in the medical field, scientists, and most of all, government. The vaccine comes with unavoidable risk, even when administered by a trained physician. Taking a COVID vaccine or any other vaccine or wearing a mask is a decision that must be left with the individual, not the federal government, state government, city assembly. We are not lab rats or your subjects to experiment on. No one should be blackmailed, coerced, or forced to choose between their livelihood and a vaccine, or forced to wear a mask by the federal government, their employer, university, restaurant, bars, etc. All citizens, no matter the color of their skin, religion, or age, have the right to the freedoms that I served this once great nation and its citizens for. I took an oath against all enemies, foreign and domestic, and I am seeing a domestic attack on its citizens. I am asking, no, I'm demanding you Assembly members to stop the tyranny and attacks on the citizens of this community. 24 states are filing lawsuits against the Biden administration for mass vaccine mandates that and thank God Alaska is one. The UK lifts all mandates on students. Sweden never had mask mandates, and they fared no worse than any other country. You must vote no on mask mandates. You scream you want to protect the children, but you allow them to be murdered in the womb, even when there's a heartbeat. It saddens me to see them muzzled with masks, depriving them of oxygen, even while their lungs and brains are not fully developed. The biggest form of mental and physical child abuse there is. Most all of you politicians and scientists are nothing but filthy, sneaky liars. Thank you.
I have 2 members in the queue for you, sir. There are 2 members in the queue for you with questions, sir. Ms. Allard and then Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Can you tell me how long you've actually lived in your district, please? I have a...
About 15 years.
Thank you. And then the other question is, you served your country.
Yes.
So can you tell me some of the reasons why you believe wholeheartedly, due to the fact that you've served your country and the oaths you've taken, why you don't want to wear
for us
masks?
to have our freedoms and the right to choose what goes in our body, what we put on our face. It's our choice, nobody else's. That's why I thought I was serving this country. But I'm being shown otherwise nowadays.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. And before we move on to Ms. Kennedy, if I could ask folks on the line to please mute. I understand there's some background noise that's being picked up. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Excuse me. Sir, thank you for testifying. Thank you for your service. You are wearing the gold star that was referenced earlier. In regard to that, when I saw that last night, that immediately made me catch my breath. It just...
I'm hard of hearing. I'm having a hard time hearing you, ma'am.
I'm sorry. I'll try to speak louder. When I saw the star yesterday and several people wearing it, it immediately reminded me of what the Jewish people went through during the Holocaust, or survived, or perished, one or the other. And I have Jewish heritage, my grandparents. So it did send a message to me that there were people who were seriously concerned to make sure that what we know, a horrible time in history, what happened, would never happen again.
That's right.
And I'm worried about the very same things, that I think you are. But when I saw that, I didn't take offense to it. I looked at it as people saying, remember. And of the Jewish people I know that did survive the Holocaust, that is the one thing they want to make sure happened, is that people remember. And even though we think a lot of times of that era as being so long ago, it really wasn't. It was really recent history. So I say all that just to ask you if you could explain to me I didn't even really see it up close. It looked to me like it's written in Hebrew. But anyway, can you explain to me exactly what is intended behind the star, what the thought is behind it, and what it actually says, please?
Communism, being forced to do things you don't want to, being murdered straight out. That's what it's about. It's about not going back to that and remembering what they went through, the suffering that they went through. We don't want it to happen. And we're seeing the lines taking away our freedom. Slowly, you guys are grabbing it. Slowly, under this pretense of this virus. Okay, we're not afraid of a virus. I'm not afraid to die. We're all going to die eventually. Come on, get over it, you guys. We need to live our lives not in fear.
Ms. Kennedy, do you have any other questions?
Just a follow-up question, and that is, was there any intent to insult the Jewish people? Was there anything meant to try to demean what happened in history in that?
How am I insulting them? I want us to remember this so it doesn't happen again. The same as slavery. We don't want it to happen again. Thank you.
Hold on.
So, Madam Chair, I was in the queue for
Go
asking
ahead,
a question.
Mr. Dunbar.
So I'm sorry, sir. I have a question on the person who just spoke. So I wasn't going to raise this again, but because Ms. Kennedy sort of went down this road, and I know you don't mean any offense, but have you heard of Yad Vashem? Are you familiar with Yad Vashem?
No, I'm not.
Yad Vashem is the largest Holocaust museum in the world. It's in Israel. And if you ever get a chance to visit, I would really recommend it. It's an incredible place. Now, Yad Vashem, they stated, so something very similar happened recently in Portland, where a politician compared mask mandates and health measures to the Holocaust. And Yad Vashem wrote, Yad Vashem strongly encourages individuals and public organizations to refrain from using the Holocaust and images associated with it to further their agendas and causes that are totally unrelated to the Holocaust. Manipulating the Holocaust in this way trivializes the horrific atrocities that were perpetrated and denigrates the memory of victims and survivors.
I'm not manipulating anything, sir.
I know.
That's your opinion.
So my question is, you know, when there are rabbis and Jewish leaders and the World Holocaust Remembrance Center asking you to please not do this thing because it does cause them tremendous feelings of pain.
We have to remember, I'm sorry it causes them pain. I'm sorry, but we need to remember what happened.
Does it change your mind at all?
You guys are taking us down that same road by grabbing our rights.
Okay.
Point blank.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Madam Chair, excuse me.
Yes, Ms. Allard?
I'm getting complaints about some feedbacks on, through the audio, and I don't know if we could address it.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. If folks on the phone could please mute. I understand, as Ms. Allard mentioned, there's some background noise. If there's a TV or radio on as well. Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and your area of town you live in.
Timothy Allen Sanchez Beers, just like the alcoholic beverage. We can roll the dice on where I live because I'm homeless. So I never stay in one spot the same every night to protect myself from criminals and the predators. Good evening, Mayor. I support you 100%. It has become quite clear and obvious that these mandates are causing division with the community and the public at large. The language used in your amendment would provide for enforcement, including fines for violations of the code. It allows businesses to deny entry to people who are not in compliance. Assembly members who continue to oppose their unwanted medical mandates, which are not laws, and advice on the citizens of Anchorage exhibits what tyrannical, oppressive dictators you really are. It is not your job or responsibility to protect my health. That is the position and responsibility of my doctor.
Sir, please don't yell.
I told you I was gifted with a loud voice. Fear is what you are injecting into the life force of the Anchorage residents and the public at large. And I will not allow you to do this to me, my friends, my family, or loved ones. The mask does not prevent the spread of aerosol-borne viruses. This is about control, division of a population of people. This ordinance would pit store owners and customers who do not comply. It would be abused by individuals with grudges. It would set people against people, children against parents, and most likely result in unwarranted and unwanted violence. This is nothing more than a totalitarian agenda. According to reporter Suzanne Downing from Must Read, Alaska, this rogue leftist majority assembly straight out of the Kremlin is turning straight towards Stalinism, going full communist on Anchorage. See, back in the beginning of the Soviet Union, Stalin's regime used the method of mutual surveillance to get the people in control each other. The Stalinists coerced and cajoled families to report on the members of others living in their communes, urging families to report disloyalty to the Communist Party. Families began to suspect each other. Russians did what they did to survive, turning in family members in exchange for the rarest of commodities, food. These three ordinances, I'm touching on two that you did last night, but it's combined in this. Universal masking, control over building space, and fast executive confirmation shows the vicious and dark side of your character and what bullies you are. Your teeth are sharper than sharks and piranha, and it has me wondering if you eat babies for breakfast.
Ms. Allard.
Thank you. Sir, I have a question for you. Can you come back up for me, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you're kind of new to the community because I hadn't seen you before and you've been testifying lately.
Yes,
Can
ma'am.
you tell me, so you're here in the community, you said you're homeless. One, I want to know how the mandates will impact you or if they have in other places, and what brings you here necessarily in Anchorage, and where are you staying? I want to know a little bit more about you and why you feel the mandates would impact you.
Okay, first, I don't disclose where I'm staying because, like I said, I have to protect myself from criminals and predators. I'm safer with the bears and the moose. I came from the state of Maine, but I've been away from Alaska for 12 years. Some of you may remember me in this group if you're like mid-30s to the early 40s, because in 1999, I was on the Speakers Bureau for the Alaska AIDS Assistance Association. Yes, I'm also HIV positive, have been for 38 years. And I was on the Speakers Bureau, and I went to West Anchorage High School, Service High School, several junior high schools and elementary schools doing HIV prevention. A couple weeks ago, I was ice skating at Diamond Mall. A woman came up to me, and she was like white as a ghost, and she says, "I can't believe it, it's you." I said, "What does this mean?" She goes, "You came to our school and talked about HIV, and because of you, I am not HIV positive, but my boyfriend that I was going out with in high school is." A lot of people listened to what you had to say, sir, and she gave me a big hug. But what was the other part of the question?
I think you answered it. Thank you very much.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Okay, welcome.
For the record, my name is Louis Imbriani, and I speak today in opposition of AO 2021-91 and its S version. I did not come here to debate the effectiveness of masks, to compare scientific studies, or say anything contrary to the fact that our hospitals are straining. I know that this public hearing is just a formality, so I'm speaking today through the chair to the attorneys who are present. It is my sincerest hope that you've spoken to the Assembly about the legal implications that this so-called ordinance brings, and that this ordinance is overreaching and violates numerous laws and legal precedents. The FDA defines masks and face coverings that are used related to helping prevent the spread of COVID-19 as a medical device. This ordinance violates Alaska and federal laws which allow for any competent individual to review medical treatment and to have the final say in their medical treatment that they are receiving. This right is also protected under the 14th Amendment, and there are Supreme Court precedents to back it up. Please see Curran v. Cruzan v. Director of Missouri Health Department, where the Supreme Court ruled that an individual has the right to refuse medical treatment even if it is immediately necessary for saving their lives. Furthermore, it is a violation of the First Amendment right, as Justice Gorsuch recently stated in his opinion in the Roman Catholic Diocese of Brooklyn, New York v. Cuomo of 2022. He stated, "Government is not free to disregard the First Amendment in times of crisis." And, as cited in the Corpus Juris Secundum, the right of free and peaceable assembly for lawful purpose in a manner without governmental interference or hindrance is a fundamental right of the very essence of democracy and is granted under the First Amendment. There are also numerous Fifth Amendment implications, as you've heard other people say, saying that people who are not wearing masks could be considered, or it could be construed that they are saying that we are unclean when we're not wearing a mask. This ordinance puts restrictions on how the people can assemble and by requiring a certain attire as required by the government. The assembly members that vote yes on this today, or tomorrow, as it's looking, are explicitly saying, we do not care about our oath of office to protect and defend the Constitution, and if you don't like it, sue us. If this passes, we just might. We do not consent, we do not comply, and we ask that you stop this illegal action. Thank you.
Ms. Allard?
Thank you. Can you please state what district you're from?
I am from Eagle River.
Thank you. My follow-up question would be, so you implied that we could be sued on legal grounds if, as a body, if this is voted on as a yes. Can you elaborate on that just a little bit more, or?
So if everybody's not aware, myself along with a group of individuals did file a lawsuit against the municipality of Anchorage for the cessation of the emergency declaration. Luckily, we were able to settle out of court because it was ended, and then Mayor Bronson was elected, and it was deemed that it was not necessary to proceed further. Now that seems like it was an error in judgment on our part, and we should have gone full steam ahead, and we won't make that mistake again.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Thank you for your testimony. We're going to go to 3 folks on the phone, and I'm going to again remind members of the public who are here to refrain from clapping and shouting. It's interfering with the audio. Sir, please sit down. Mr. Turner, would you call Reverend Schultz, please?
Please use the area code
Hello, this is Matt.
Hi, Reverend Schultz.
Yes.
This is Suzanne LaFrance with the Anchorage Assembly, and you're on for public hearing for AO 2021-91. If you'd go ahead and state your name for the record and the part of town in which you live, you'll have 3 minutes.
Sure. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Reverend Matthew Schultz. I live in District 6 in South Anchorage. Like many people, I am not there in person tonight because we know that to do so would mean spending hours in a room with a crowd of unmasked and unvaccinated people, and we recognize the threat that this poses to our family. And so I hope that the Assembly recognizes that due to this unsafe structure, the crowd that shows up in person be quite different than the general makeup of our community. I'm the pastor at First Presbyterian Church, and I sit on the steering committee for Christians for Equality. And as a Christian, I recognize that humans are created by God to live in community. From the book of Genesis to Revelation, humans are called to live together, to care for each other, and to always, always live in community with one another and take care of each other. Today in this pandemic, we have the duty and the responsibility to remember that regardless of our belief system, community health problems require community solutions. Our hospitals are in crisis and our healthcare workers are crying out for help. Our children are missing years of their childhood. Viewing this just as an individual choice misses the point. And as our friends and neighbors and our church members die, it is weak and cowardly to simply shrug and say, I don't know what more we can do. Because we do know. The overwhelming majority of experts in the pertinent scientific fields have told us wearing masks is the great, great tool we're looking for. The only people rejecting this advice are doing so not because of science, but because of cherry-picked data and ideological tunnel vision that elevates personal comfort over the lives of our neighbors. This is the defining moral issue of our generation. Churches and families and businesses and schools and the vast majority of community-minded citizens are crying out for you to follow the scientists' advice, to show compassion to your neighbor, and to mandate masks in Anchorage. So please, please, love thy neighbor, protect the members of my church and everyone in Anchorage by enacting a mask mandate immediately. Thank you for your time, and I'd be happy to take follow-up questions from Ms. Allard.
Thank you, Reverend Schultz. To the gentleman in the back with the red sweatshirt and hat, sir, please do not shout again. If you do, that is creating an actual disruption of the meeting and you'll be asked to leave. Also, the gentleman over here in the maroon sweatshirt, please do not shout again. You'll also be asked to leave if it continues. Mr. Turner, would you go ahead and call Ms. Goforth, please?
Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice. Your call has been forwarded.
Let's go ahead and try Ms. Lower, please.
This is Joan. Please leave me a message. Thanks.
Let's try Ms. Park.
This is Janice.
Hi, Ms. Park.
Yes.
This is Suzanne LaFrance with the Anchorage Assembly, and you're on for public testimony for AO 2021-91. If you go ahead and state your name for the record and the area of town in which you live, you'll have 3 minutes. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Janice Park. I live in Abbott Loop. My representatives are Felix Rivera and Megan Zalatel. Or maybe you. I think it's Meg, though. I'm calling regarding the, you're calling me because I have inquired about the mask mandate. And I stand in favor of the mask mandate. And I will tell you some of the reasons. Number one, I know that the school, hello? Hello?
You're still on, Ms. Park. We can hear you.
Hi. Oh, okay. The school district has mandated masks for the schools, and I'm very much in favor of that. The day before yesterday, there was a study that the CDC was reported in CBS News that K through 12 schools that do not have a mask mandate in the school year were 3.5 times more likely to have COVID outbreaks in school. And the point that I would like to make is that many of the parents who do not have vaccinations or use appropriate masking will send their students to school possibly as carriers of COVID.
And there are many children, like my grandson, who is beginning to attend preschool, who is 3 years old. He has asthma, and he cannot be vaccinated. So I am not willing to surrender my grandchild's life to someone's whim that they are offended at wearing a mask when lives are in danger and lives of children are in danger. And I cannot understand the degree of selfishness that puts the slight inconvenience of a mask over the life of a child. So I fully support your measure, and I hope that it passes for the sake of all the kids and the people who are immune suppressed or for whatever other reason cannot be vaccinated at this time.
Thank you for your testimony. We're going to go back to in-person testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and the area in which you live. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, Assembly, and hello, everybody's here. I'm Dr. Christine West, and I am a business psychologist in private practice. And you, Madam Chair, are my representative, and you, John, sir, are part of my representatives. So anyways, what do I specialize in? I specialize in things such as mindset, emotional intelligence, psychology, behavioral modification, leadership development. I help my clients become more aware of their behavior, their impact, and their patterns. And there's a lot of patterns going on here. There's a lot of fear. There's a fear virus going on. Did everybody know that? So with that said, I'm a highly trained observer. And I'm going to point out some facts. I don't agree with this, and I don't agree with the two other things of taking away power for the mayor and locking the keys. Because here's the fact. Anchorage voted for a new direction for Mayor Dave Bronson right there. That's who we voted for. The second fact is that we know that with Providence, they've had their issues. I have great compassion and empathy for the things that are going on with people and their health, but we cannot use their systemic leadership dysfunction as the problem why we're justifying the mask mandates, these other things, as their shortages. The pattern with the collective assembly is something that you're all stuck, and we have to stop it. Stop being stuck. He's the new direction. You're part of the old. So part of what I want to suggest to you all is I know you all want to do good, and I want to give you a very powerful suggestion. Step into your authentic power. Get out of the force. Force is a lower vibration. And I'm going to explain it this way. It says, Madam Chair, you're in telecom. You know how when a telecom provider has real estate on the top of the tower, they have a high vibration. They have a high frequency. Fear is a low vibration. Real estate's at the lower tower. We don't get a good cell coverage. And you all are operating in the lower vibration. We all want to be at the higher vibration. How immune health works, very simple. It starts in your gut. It starts with the psychology, how you think. Releasing repressed emotions, starting to have positive patterns, having a new way of thinking. That's what we voted for. I invite you to raise your vibration, to start collaborating, stop the us against them. I know that you can do better. I text you all the time, and I do pray for you. I really do. I enjoyed working with you a long time ago and supporting you and giving you a lot of tools, but you regressed, Suzanne. You regressed, and it's a shame.
Thank you for your testimony. I've got a couple members in the queue. First, Ms. Allard, and then Mr. Dunbar. Ms. Allard?
Hi, Ms. West. I have a question for you because I'm sure the follow-up is going to be what kind of doctor are you?
I'm a doctor of business psychology.
Okay. And so when you're dealing with people, you're dealing with a lot of individuals that have been affected by the pandemic. They're trying to run their businesses and they're being told that they need to put masks on their clients or they can't come in. Can you tell me some of the testimonies or some of the information and feedback you've gotten to help them deal through this?
Yes, there's a lot of stress, and it's helping people to have greater empathy to see both sides and to work better in a calmer way to accommodate. And I don't have a problem with recommendations, and I tell people that all the time. It's about freedom. It really is. If somebody feels safer having a mask on, I'm all for it. if they feel safer. But the recommendations to keep businesses open, working with individuals, small businesses, is really having a vibration of love, welcomeness, not having this hostility that we've been seeing the last 2 nights here. It's an embarrassment. We can do better. And that's what I continuous with my clients, is help them to see where they're contributing to the problem. Because we all have patterns. Anything else?
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming, Dr. West. So I noticed the yellow star on your chest as well. You know, my grandmother is a Holocaust survivor. Her father died in a Nazi camp. And, you know, to her dying day, she felt this sort of deep psychological pain from that trauma. And you've talked about fear and trauma. You've talked about love and welcomeness. Does it surprise you to find out that many Jews don't interpret that symbol as one of love, but instead are hurt by it? Does that cause you any kind of trouble?
I respect learning about that, and I really do from an empathetic perspective, and I thank you for sharing that perspective, because we all need to learn how to live in a world with multiple perspectives. And I'm not here to offend anybody. It's a pretty star. It's yellow. We're shining.
But it's not, right? I mean, it's a very specific shape star, very specific color, and it means a very specific thing to Jewish people. So I'm asking you.
And I hear you, okay? I hear your perception.
Yeah.
But my perception is different. And can't we live in a world where we share perceptions and learn from each other?
Well, I thank you for acknowledging that a lot of folks in the Jewish community are hurt by that symbol. And I know that there have been some other politicians in other parts of the country that have made similar statements and then have talked to their local Jewish center or Holocaust museum and have come away with a changed perspective. And I guess my question would be, are you willing to speak with those kind of Jewish leaders?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much.
I'd be happy to. Just like I encourage everybody here to learn how to be in their true power, to cooperate with each other, have a better Anchorage, not fight with each other.
I wholeheartedly agree, and I hope that folks wearing the yellow star appreciate that that doesn't bring us forward in that way, that it's an extremely divisive symbol for members of the Jewish faith. But thank you for engaging in dialogue.
And I hear you. It's just the same way I'm offended about how you're disrespecting the mayor that I voted for.
Okay.
Anything else?
Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break.
Thank you.
We're taking a 5-minute break. Okay, folks, we're going to go ahead and get started again. If members would please take their seats. Okay, we're going to go ahead and continue with in-person testimony. If folks could please quiet down. We'll do 2 more people in person and then we'll switch back to phones. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and part of town. You'll have 3 minutes.
Yes, my name is Michelle Zerby. I am the sole proprietor of Liberation Massage. You can find me on liberationmassage.net. I am a patriot. I am in District 5, so Dunbar and Peterson are my representatives. The vaccine, when I work, though, because I've had COVID before, I can tell you it's not just the flu, it's a bioweapon. And it does real damage to your body, long-term damage sometimes, and so I really don't want to get it again. It's my choice to sometimes mask. If I have a cough or a sneeze, I will be sure to mask, but you see, that's my choice. But when I don't want to mask, I'm not going to, and that also is my choice. When I work, my face is 12 inches from the person I'm working on, and we're both exhaling through our mouths, so I wear a mask then as well. But that's my choice. The choice is the issue here. And I think that if you would just step it back a notch and respect our constitutional rights, you could say strongly encouraged. And that would cover you from both directions of lawsuits. And I think that would be the wisest, most cautious approach for you all, and the most respectful choice for our rights as American citizens. This is America, and I really find it disturbing to think that police might be called to force a non-compliant customer to leave the store. That is really an obscene gesture of tyranny. You all need to remember that we elected you there. This is how our government works. You represent us. You are our servants, and we are your masters. And you need to remember that. If someone wants to wear a mask, that's their choice. It should also go the other way. If I don't feel like wearing a mask, I'm not going to. And I'm responsible. I'm not going to go out there and cough in the store and, I understand what COVID is, So anyway, I just think that if there's people left in this world that don't understand that there is a globalist cabal that is culling their consumer herd with vaccines and a bioweapon and that owns the mainstream media, if you don't get that, you need to catch up. Thank
Ma'am,
you.
I've got someone in the queue with a question for you. Ma'am, we have a question for you. Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Hi, thank you so much for your testimony. I just have 2 quick questions for you. I was particularly interested in your recommendation to move to strongly encourage.
Yes.
And do you feel like that an administration or an assembly or both saying strongly encourage can exist also with respecting your rights and liberty and choice? Can both of those exist for us to strongly encourage and for us to respect your right to choose? Can both of those exist?
Yes, I believe that they do exist in the same equation.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
And then the second question, thanks. When you said you serve us, you're referring to we, right? You serve
us.
So can you just tell me who us is?
You serve the public.
Right.
You serve we the people.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
You serve we the people. You're elected officials.
All of the people of Anchorage.
And yes.
Okay, that's all I want to make sure that you understood.
Yes.
So we serve all of the people of Anchorage.
You serve all the people of Anchorage, and you need to hear us.
Yep. I agree. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verde. I've got another question from Ms. Allard.
Yes, thank you.
Hi, Jamie.
So, hi. So you had mentioned about, and we serve everybody. So in just, I don't know how to put this without, the whole body.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter what political side. We do have
That's
to
right.
serve everybody. And I
You
think
have
that's
to
what
listen.
Mr. Perez-Verde was, so we
Right.
have to respect that. And some districts are more, different side, right? Okay. So my question to you is that you had mentioned strongly encourage, and I heard Mr. Perez-Verde say that, and we put a resolution forward that we wanted to strongly encourage the community. Did you see that, AR? It was a couple weeks ago. We put it together to strongly encourage the community if you wanted to get vaccinated, if you wanted to wear a mask, and that we encourage the administration to push or help or encourage to get there. So my question is, we've already done that. So you think that the AO is crossing the line? I don't want to put words into your mouth.
I think it's a crossing of the line to force people, to put wording in there that makes it coercive. I think it should be a choice.
The word compel?
Compel is tyrannical.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
It's not right.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and the area of town you live in. You have 3 minutes.
Jordan Harari, District 4, on behalf of SELF. What the hell happened? What the hell happened? Where is reasoning?
Excuse me, I need to pause your testimony. Ma'am, second row. It's an actual disruption. That's a warning. Please continue.
There are two sides, and I don't think this can be better said than this little quote here. So there was a television show in the early 2000s called Studio 60 on the Sunset Strip. It was written by, as some describe him, the Shakespeare of television, Aaron Sorkin, who wrote The West Wing and other big hits. In the show, the head writer character, Matt, is desperately in love with one of his colleagues named Harriet. Matt is a self-proclaimed atheist and liberal Democrat, while Harriet is a self-proclaimed Christian woman and conservative Republican. Please don't. At one point in the show, Harriet voices a concern to Matt, saying, quote, "I don't even know what the sides are in the culture war." Matt astutely replies, quote, "Well, your side hates my side because we think you're stupid. And my side hates your side because we think you're stupid," end quote. That's what's happening here. A lot of these people hate you because they think you think they're stupid. And you hate them because you think they're stupid. And that's why we have an ordinance. That's why we have the compelling motion to force people to do something they don't want to do. What's happening is fear. And the primal brain, your medulla oblongata, is overriding your neocortex, the reasoning center, the free will part of your brain. Mr. Dunbar, I had a bar mitzvah. I was 13. I had it. I see these golden stars. It doesn't offend me. You know what it does? It reminds me to never have that happen again. There are so many things that you can take offense to, but I'm sorry, was this country founded on making sure that you weren't offended? Did our founding fathers pledge their lives, fortunes, and sacred honor for something that they were afraid to do? You bet your butt they did. And guess what? They overcame their fear and founded a nation for freedom, where you have the choice to be afraid or not. Right now, you're all afraid, and that's okay. It's okay to be afraid. You know what? We're here for each other. I'm so upset that we're not working together to be there for each other. We need to be. The left and the right, it doesn't matter. We're all one people, okay? We're all one people. And we have to take a responsibility for our lives. It's my responsibility to look out for your health. But it's not my responsibility for you to live your life. If you want to wear a mask, you do so. I'm going to live my life the way I want to live it. It's not my responsibility to look after your every need. We're all here for one reason, love and support.
Thank you for
this
your
is not the way to do
testimony.
it.
Sir, I've got a question for you. Would you also state your last name, please, just for the record?
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought I didn't. Jordan Harari?
Harari?
Yeah.
Thank you. Ms. Allard?
I don't know if you said it, 2 questions, but can you tell me again what district you're in?
District 4, Rivera and Zalatu, who
Okay.
I noticed are both not here.
Can you tell me a little, because I'm curious, because you're actually very entertaining, and that was probably one of the best testimonies. I enjoyed it. But I wanted to know, and it wouldn't matter where you stood, and I really don't know. Your testimony was good. My question is, what is a little bit of your background that would bring you here today, that this mask mandate might impact you?
I came originally from California. I moved up to Alaska in 2008. I grew up in Los Angeles. I had a very, without getting into politics, I don't want to, but I had a very left-leaning family, and I just didn't fit in. I came to a place where I felt I could be open and free, Alaska. This is wide open country here. And you can step 1,000 feet in any direction and probably stand in a place where nobody's ever been. How cool is that? I came here to find freedom, and I did, and I found freedom, I found love, I found support, I found all of you. You guys are family, and we're all bickering, and it's just nuts. But the mask mandate is crossing a line. You're forcing everyone to wear a medical device? When did that happen? When is that okay? That's just, you guys talk about a slippery slope. This is it. First it's a mask mandate, then it's a vaccine mandate, then it's you need this to have a job, and so on and so forth.
Any other questions?
However, the mask mandate is, I don't want to have to be restricted to breathe. In order to comply and to make sure you guys feel safe sometimes, I wear a mask. But it affects my health. It does.
Thank you. Can I just say something? You know what? I'm gonna be honest too. Not that I wouldn't, but I went over to a friend's house that works with the Chamber of Commerce, and we walked up to the door, and she immediately said, "Are you two vaccinated?" I was like, And we answered her, and I said no. And then she said, "Would you guys please put on a mask and sit at the end of the table while we serve you?" And I said yes. I took off my shoes, I went into her house, respected her request, and I sat down. And everybody was comfortable. By the end of the evening, she told us we could take our mask off. But my point is, sometimes we compromise to make others feel comfortable. So thank you very much for your testimony.
We can compromise. I just would like to say one last thing. I appreciate that. The woman who was escorted out earlier, she was sitting in the front before the doors even opened. She's wearing a medical coat, right? She's a doctor. The words out of her mouth to a woman were, "I hope your family and friends die a slow and painful death."
Okay, thank you for your testimony.
Yes, she came up to me
There
and
is
told me I was
compromise.
responsible for killing
Yes,
children.
we need to compromise. We need to
Thank
find
you,
a path
sir.
to work together.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. We're going to move back to the phones for 3.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
I'm in the queue, but I
All
don't need him to necessarily come up, but I did want to make a small comment related to his testimony, if that's okay.
Sure, go ahead.
I just want a clarification. He said that you guys are proposing this, and I just want to make sure it's clear that 2 members of the Assembly have proposed this for discussion. We are in discussion. So this is our deliberation, and we're listening to all of you. And so that's the process, that this isn't the Assembly bringing this forward. This is 2 members of the Assembly who've proposed it for discussion, and later we'll make a decision after we've heard all of you and have deliberated this extensively. So I just want to make sure that that's clear in terms of process. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Mr. Turner, could we go ahead and give Ms. Baranek a call, please?
Hello?
Hi, Ms. Baranek.
Yes.
This is Suzanne LaFrance with the Anchorage Assembly, and you are on for public testimony on AO 2021-91. If you go ahead and state your name for the record and the area of town in which you live. 3 minutes.
Yes. My name is Shelley Baranek, and I live in District 3, which is West Anchorage. So I want to thank the Assembly and a resounding thank you to Mayor Bronson for having this ability to testify. I want to say that as many others have eloquently stated, I'm against the mask mandates. For those who are still living in fear, I would say you wear an N95 mask, have it properly fitted, and then it will protect you. But in particular, I want to express strong objection to a provision of this ordinance added by Peterson and Zalatel to incorporate the private enforcement of mask mandates as a workaround to non-enforcement by the executive branch. Private enforcement, also known as citizen enforcement. Citizen enforcement, like those used by the East German Stasi, used by Stalin's Soviet Union, and Mao's Red Guard. The mask mandates are an exercise in excessive authoritarianism, but citizen informants rise to the level of tyranny. Once we start down the path of using citizen informants, it never stops. It only metastasizes like a cancer on democracy. Once we start down the road to citizen enforcement tyranny, I fear there is no peaceful exit. Surely even those of you who are for the mandates can see what a horrible idea it is to create a class of government snitches. Therefore, I say this repugnant idea of using citizen informants is so dangerous to a functioning democracy. It alone is reason to vote no on mask mandates. For the love of God, vote no on this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We're going to go ahead and move to I'm sorry, Mr. Constant. I'm not sure we still have Ms. Moranek on. Do you want to give her a call back?
No need to do that. Thank you.
You sure? Okay. Well, sorry about that. My apologies. We'll go ahead and move on to Ms. Richards.
Hello?
Hi, Ms. Richards.
Yes.
This is Suzanne LaFrance with the Anchorage Assembly, and you are on for a public testimony for AO 2021-91. If you go ahead and state your name for the record and the area of town in which you live, you'll have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay, perfect. For the record, my name is Mary Louise Richards. I've been a resident in the Eagle River, Chuyak area in the Anchorage municipality since 1993. Excuse me. In addition, my direct ancestors came to America on the Mayflower. I am a certified daughter of the American Revolution as well. Even though this is hard tonight, these challenging conversations are what we need in our community for healing and integration of collective trauma. I want everybody to please root in compassion and kindness. First, I want to thank the Assembly for your service and dedication to keeping our community safe. I am really concerned for your safety. COVID is raging in our city, and too many Assembly attendees are not wearing masks. This is irresponsible and selfish. As one of my high school students reminded us this morning, people have the right to do whatever they want, but they also have to consider the consequences. The consequences of citizens both not getting vaccinated and not wearing masks in our municipality are dire. The fact that we are living in a time where leaders find it acceptable to hide truth and spin lies for political power is dire. As a mother and teacher in our community, I appreciate that the Assembly is coming forth to do what they are morally responsible for doing, protecting citizens in our community. I've heard the following phrases thrown around in our Assembly chambers: freedom, liberty, rights, responsibilities. Democracy in action can be a beautiful thing. Unfortunately, I'm not seeing that beautiful process in action right now. I am seeing adults in our community bullying, harassing, and creating an atmosphere of intimidation. This is unacceptable. We are individuals and have individual rights only as much as our beloved community around us is safe and sound. Because of the Delta variant and citizens refusing to be vaccinated or wear masks, our community is now far, far away from being safe and sound. Dear Assembly, by mandating masks in our municipality, you are taking right and just action. This is what Americans do. This is patriotism at its finest moment. Never has it been an American value that I was raised with, that I in turn teach to my son, that I model for children in my classroom, that we do whatever we want and not consider the consequences. Do not let the chaos and disruption of misguided citizens who make up facts and spin lies to line their pockets distort your right action. This is our collective reckoning. Dear Assembly, in performing this right action, you put in place the checks and balances that our American founders were adamant about advocating for and ensuring. This is why my people broke off from England.
Thank you, ma'am, for your testimony. Who over here just shouted? Would you please identify yourself? Who was that? You, sir? This is a warning. Please do not do that again or you'll be asked to leave. We're going to go ahead and move on, Mr. Turner, to Dr. Paula Williams, if you would call her, please.
At the tone, leave your name,
Let's go ahead and try Ms. Kemp.
Hello.
Hi, is this Daniel Kemp?
This is he.
Hi, this is Suzanne LaFrance with the Anchorage Assembly, and you are...
Oh, yeah, hey.
Yeah, you're on for, good evening, public testimony for AO 2021-91, and if you go ahead and state your name for the record in the area of part of town in which you reside, you'll have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Oh, right now I'm on?
Yes, sir, right now.
Oh, okay. My name is Danielle Kemp, and I reside in Eagle River, Alaska. So I just start now?
Go ahead.
Okay. All right. So my name is Danielle Kemp. Like I said, I'm a resident of Eagle River, Alaska, and I'm the president and co-founder of the Alaska Coalition of BIPOC Educators. And I'm here to voice my support for AO 2021-91, the mask mandate, because it's the right thing to do. Like so many testimonies before mine who articulated, it's the patriotic thing to do. It's the morally correct and right thing to do. You know, the ASD, the Anchorage School District, they already have a mask mandate in place. Yet our numbers keep rising. Our COVID cases keep rising because we're not getting enough help from the rest of the community. And so that's where this mask mandate is going to help. I mean, just the other day, the J-Bear commander just said the service members need to stop visiting places that don't have a mask mandate because they're trying to protect the forest. So, every time that I hear someone who just poo-poos that idea of a mask mandate, right now, you're saying that our service members' lives don't really matter. You're saying that force readiness really doesn't matter. What? You call yourself a patriot? Come on. All right? For real. Look, mask works. Masks work. Vaccines work. Racism is real. And Santa Claus is not. All right? So please do the right thing and follow the advice of the vast majority of experts in the field of science, medicine, and education, not the fields of grifting and community and conspiracy theories. All right? Please do the right thing. Pass this mask mandate now or yesterday. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you for your testimony. We'll now go back to in-person testimony. If you come forward, please. For the record, the area of town in which you live, you'll have 3 minutes.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand you.
Welcome. If you go ahead and state your name for the record, and then the part of town or community council that's yours, you'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Mariana Nelson. I am in Alaska for about 9 years. As a registered nurse, I was serving Alaska in a remote village. I also have a massage therapy license. And I know that masks are designed for specific use, and that's why we call them surgical masks, because they're designed for not to be reused. When about 17 months ago, we hit a pandemic, you couldn't buy a mask no matter what you try. But as a medical professional, I was lucky to get a first generation surgical mask. I'm keeping them for evidence still in a package, because it's shocking that what they are actually saying here. It's just disturbing. And I brought them here, so if anybody want to enter this as evidence, I have a very little time to talk about it. Here we are, fabric. I have seen you for the last 3 times. Pretty much all of you are touching masks because they're uncomfortable. So you have to adjust them, but they are not created to be touched. That's called contamination. And you are already forcing little children in school who cannot understand why they cannot adjust masks. We are depriving our children from fresh air, and breaks my heart. I come from a country that no longer exists, that was doing those draconian measures, and no wonder it doesn't exist. I hope this is never going to happen to America. There is no way I can finish what is troubling about vaccines. I'm keeping all generation of masks. All of them have a warning. They are not to be used for any medical purposes. They don't stop viruses. First generation of masks actually say the truth, that people who have a heart problem and lung problem need to be warned that this could be dangerous for their life. So please, this is unconstitutional and unlawful. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. There's a question for you from Assemblywoman Allard has a question for you.
Ma'am, I have a question for you. Thank you again for last night. I appreciate that.
Last name?
Yeah. Weren't you? You don't have to...
Nelson.
Yeah, thank you. So my question is, you said that your country, excuse me, your country no longer exists. I'm assuming, I might be wrong, were you part of the former Soviet Union? Where are you originally from, if I can ask, if you don't mind?
It used to be Yugoslavia. We
Okay.
actually coined expression balkanization.
Mm-hmm.
What breaks my heart, I see in America. Over this, there should be just choice. We are all intelligent. Trust Alaskans can make a decision for themselves. Whoever
Thank you, ma'am.
would like
Ms.
to
Eller, do you
wear
have any
masks,
other questions?
They can do it.
I'm just, thank you. When they're answering, I just want her to finish. So did you finish? Thank you. Okay, thank you.
You're done.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, would the folks who were clapping please raise their hands, please, so I can see who's doing that? Okay, please keep your hands up. The next time there's clapping, we're going to start removing folks. I'm serious about this. Okay, who's booing? Raise your hands. I'm serious about this. This is a warning. You are creating a disturbance and disrupting the meeting. We're going to continue with 2 other folks in person. And if the clapping and the cheering and booing continues, then we're going to take a pause and we're going to escort folks out. Welcome. You'll have 3 minutes. Please state your name for the record and the area of town in which you live.
Hello, my name is Francesca Elagrezza. I'm in Spanad, and I had Austin Quinn Davis and Perez Verdia, and last year I wasn't represented because she was acting mayor and you guys didn't fill the position. So last time I read to you the Alaska State Constitution and all the ways that you were infringing upon us. And this time I would like to read to you a code of ordinance, and it is 1.35. It is oaths of office. So 1.35.010, principal executive personnel, boards, and commissions. A, oath of office. The principal executive personnel and members of boards and commissions set forth in Section B of this section shall take and subscribe to the following oath of office upon undertaking the duties of office. I solemnly swear or affirm that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States, the Constitution of the State of Alaska, and the Charters of Anchorage, and that I will faithfully perform the duties, assembly, to the best of my ability. For B, it says the principal executive personnel and members of boards and commission who take the oath of office, the following officials and municipal executives shall take and subscribe to the oath of office. 1, elected officials including A, the mayor, B, assembly members, C, the school district members, D, elected and appointed members of the board and supervisors of service areas and limited road service areas. It then goes on to say the municipal attorney, municipal manager, municipal clerk, the ombudsman, director, and so on the chief of police. So do you not respect your oath of office, especially Zelatel and Peterson putting forth an unconstitutional mandate? And if you have fines for us breaking an ordinance, what is the fine for you not upholding your oath, section 1.35? Do we then have to compel you to do your job? And then for the rest of my time, I will stand here in silence for all the children who aren't able to speak, saying that they don't feel comfortable in a mask because they're 2 years old. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
I do not consent. Again, thank you.
Okay, who just yelled out over here? Would you please raise your hand? Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break. Okay, everybody, let's go ahead and get started. We're going to go ahead and continue with in-person testimony. If folks could please quiet down. And I also want to comment. Let's have a restart here. Okay, shall we? I really appreciated when all of you were quiet during that last speaker. It improved the audio. For some folks online, they could hear better as well. Some of you were clapping, waving your signs, or clapping with your hands in the air, waving your signs. That's fine. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. And if we could just go ahead and proceed in that manner, and then we'll hear from as many folks as we can. So we're going to do a few extra in person this time around until Mr. Turner returns. And so welcome, sir. Please state your name for the record and the area of town in which you live, and you'll have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Great. My name is Brian Brett. I am a member of, I live in the Abbott Loop Community Council District. And first I'd like to say that I agree with the letter Mr. Dunbar read from his rabbi. I too am deeply offended at people wearing Stars of David. Equivocating mask wearing with mass murder is deeply offensive. Now they say it's not intended that way, but it is. And I encourage those individuals to please remove the stars. So we are first in the nation in COVID. National and international news stories are highlighting this. We are getting a black eye. People are making jokes about us. Is that what we want? COVID is an acute health crisis that affects our entire community. Alaska is in crisis. Anchorage is in crisis. The hospitals are in crisis. You guys on the Assembly are leaders. Lead. This is why you are here. We elected you to make tough decisions. This is an easy decision. A mask mandate is an inconvenience. Wearing a seatbelt is an inconvenience. Having to go outside to smoke a cigarette is an inconvenience. Requirement to wear a mask in Fred Meyer is an inconvenience. No shirt, no shoes, no service. Like those other examples, it's an inconvenience, but this one will save lives. The audience here tonight is a loud and vocal minority. Don't assume this is a representative slice of all of Anchorage. They say freedom and tyranny, but the mandate's not a violation of your freedom and it's not tyranny. Letting COVID run rampant in Anchorage is affecting my freedom. And it's not unconstitutional, according to the Supreme Court. Very clearly, is not unconstitutional. So I can't get back to my life until COVID gets under control. This city can't get back to a regular life until COVID's under control. The personal responsibility route has not worked. A mask mandate is the absolute least you can do. It is the lowest of low-hanging fruit. You guys deal with public safety all the time. This is no different. This is your chance to be a hero. Do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Allard has a question for you.
Thank you. I just thank you for your testimony, and I appreciate it. And we do have things going on in the city, and we do need to come together as a community. But I want to make a statement to you, and then you can follow it up if you want. This is not easy. You said that it's an easy decision for us to make. No, it's not. It is not my duty as a public official to force people to mask.
One moment, please, Ms. Allard. One moment.
I just want to point out that we need to be careful not to move into debate with members of the public.
I'm pretty sure that was already done by Dunbar, but I will make sure I don't do that. Yes, ma'am. I will only ask a question.
Ms.
Yes,
Allard,
Chair. Yes.
Please ask your question.
So I just wanted to ask you, why do you think it's an easy decision up here for us to make, to tell people to cover their faces?
Well, I think in the entire basket of options that you have, it would be the least intrusive, it would cause the least inconvenience to the public versus closing businesses or requiring, vaccine passports or something like that. It really is the easiest of all the options, in my opinion.
Just a quick follow-up. Thank you for that. And I would just say, and then you can respond if you would like to. No, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Thank you for your testimony. We're going to go ahead and do a few more folks, like I mentioned, in person before we return back to phones. Welcome. You may have to pull the microphone down, ma'am.
I think you're right. How's that?
That's good, thanks.
Okay, it says press to turn, do I have to? I'm on.
You're good. And just go ahead and state your name for the record.
Okay, cool. All right. Thank you, everyone. My name is Rochelle Rocky Plotnick, and I have been an Alaska resident since 1952, so you can do the math. I came here tonight as a concerned grandmother. I could name many other roles, and I forgot to say that I live now in the Rabbit Creek area of Anchorage. So anyway, okay, I came as a concerned grandmother in support of a mask mandate. And this morning I wrote for 3 short months. Nobody's mentioned that tonight. I'm even wondering if we would have to do it for 3 months. I believe in compromise. I'm just suggesting that I believe in something. I would like to say that in the past 13 months, I have lost 2 people very precious to me, my daughter and my spouse, and these were not COVID-related deaths. However, I would not wish these kinds of losses on anyone, any of you, regardless of personal beliefs. While I took the option to vaccinate, my 2 grandchildren here in Anchorage do not have that option. They're 5 and 6. It is for them that I chose to leave my cozy, safe home tonight to appear here. And I thought that that would be an important statement to make. Believe me, this is a stretch. I urge you to pass this ordinance or something that will get us to a safe place. And I also urge you that if the mayor vetoes it, that you seriously consider overriding a veto. I'm confident that there are many Anchorage residents who share my concern, many of my, not just family, but friends, even if they're not here in person right now. And as an earlier person mentioned, there are people who are afraid to come to places like this to get COVID. There are many, many people who voice my concerns. So I know this is not easy, and I want so much for us to come together. I want this to be over. Wearing masks are not fun. So I just say I support it wholeheartedly. Let's do it for as short as possible and get past it. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Allard has a question for you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I agree, a compromise, right? So the compromise, to me, I see some people wearing a mask and some people not. My question to you would be, what if the municipality or the assembly passed an ordinance saying you're not allowed to wear a mask?
I'm sorry. I'm not laughing at you. I don't think that would happen.
But what if we did, and we told you you're not allowed to wear a mask? How would you feel about that? I mean, you're forcing...
Well, I just laughed. I think I would go, what? What is that about? I don't understand.
It's okay. So
I'm sorry.
No, I'm asking it because that's what we're doing. We're forcing half the people, maybe less, to wear a mask. And so I really want to know, how would you feel if we passed a law saying you can't wear one?
That's very interesting. That's very interesting.
Ms. Allard, I think you've made your point. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you all.
Madam Chair, there was a speaker in the front row who demanded that the speaker answer a question on behalf of the member, so I just wanted to be warned that this is not appropriate.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Sir, this is a warning. Please do not do that again. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Joan Wilson. I'm a constituent, I'm going to move this up, of Assemblypersons LaFrance and Weddleton. I want people to know I'm a friend of Rocky's, and I'm going to say something completely different than her, and that's okay. I have lived in Anchorage for 25 years, a city I love, in great part because I thought this was a place where people with divergent views could come together and live together and treat each other respectfully. COVID and the myriad of both guided and misguided responses to it have pitted neighbor against neighbor. In great part, this assembly has been the source of this discord. Today, I am asking you to stop. Please stop mandating what are personal health care decisions, including the decision whether and when to mask for the people of Anchorage. Let me also say I'm an attorney in town. I've practiced 25 years. I know what the clear and convincing standard is. It's the standard by which you take children from their parents. There is no proof that this is a clear and convincing end to COVID. My own personal history is small here, but I do want to say that I'm on an email and text streams of the majority of the more liberal members of this body. They asked me for my vote, my money, and my volunteer time. That said, I made a choice this past April when I saw the will of this body, and I voted for Mayor Bronson, particularly because of his measured, non-fearful, and reasonable response to COVID. Many other people I know, just like me, did the very same thing. I respectfully submit it is not the place of the Assembly to supplant the will of the majority of Anchorage citizens who elected him. I know some of you believe it's your duty to put mitigations and measures in place, but let's try this one instead. How about this to keep the hospitals less full? Dear citizens of Anchorage, we live in one of the most beautiful cities in the world. Get outside, walk, enjoy. Take vitamin D, eat healthy food. You want to know what I did? I lost 55 pounds during COVID because I was concerned about the personal decisions I was making for my body and my family. And thankfully, I'm doing pretty well. I'm vaccinated. I got a breakthrough case, but I'm still here. I work out 5 days a week. If you do anything, keep these out of the gyms. I run 6-minute miles. I don't want this. You're hurting me when you do this. I'm not going to mandate people lose 55 pounds, by the way, but it was my choice to take my own health in my hands. And no matter what, even in a public health crisis, this is a free society, and we should be very proud of that. If you bought my name from the Democratic Party, take my name off your volunteer roster. Mayor Bronson, you can put my name on yours. Thank you.
Ms. Allard has a question for you.
Thank you. It was very passionate, and I know it's coming from the heart, and I can feel it from you saying you want the community to come together. So my question to you is, and I'm going to pose this to almost everybody now, but how would you feel if we imposed a no mask mandate? Would you believe that that violated people who wanted to wear a mask? Can you tell me?
Can I say, I am an attorney. I represent the state of Alaska.
Give me your legal opinion then.
This is just my
Just your personal opinion? Thank you.
We don't mandate what people do in a free society. You have a sign there, mask requested. I have this because you kindly requested of this of me. If I go to Snow City, one of my favorite places to eat, I put a mask on. We are respectful people. Let's respect each other.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is a bit in the same line in terms of your legal expertise, and that is, how do you see this as being enforceable? What is going to happen with a business that has to tell someone they must leave, and what does that look like for the 125-pound petite female business owner? And anyway, what do you see in
Personal
terms
opinion,
of
not state of
enforcement?
Alaska. I'm also a former prosecutor. I've prosecuted juvenile justice because I actually tried to prevent kids from growing up to be criminals. So the question is, how would this be enforced? With divisiveness and anger. And I'm not happy when we are here and we're yelling at each other. Imagine this in a restaurant. Imagine calling in the busy police officers that need to be addressing crime on the streets because someone is does not want to put a mask on. Please, we have better priorities. We are better people. I love Anchorage. I know you all love Anchorage. Remember that One Anchorage campaign? Let's be One Anchorage. But don't do it through mandates. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Okay, we're going to go back to in-phone testimony, and again, please no clapping, folks. Mr. Turner, would you go ahead and get Dr. Paula Williams on the line? We had tried her, and she's standing by.
Hello?
Hi, Dr. Williams.
This is she.
This is Suzanne LaFrance with the Anchorage Assembly, and you're on for public testimony for AO 2021-91. If you go ahead and state your name for the record and the area of town in which you reside, you'll have 3 minutes.
I'll be more than happy to. Good evening. Thank you. I am Dr. Paula Williams. I'm a proud member of the Alaska Black Caucus, chair of Alaska Black Caucus Education Committee. And I reside in Anchorage, Alaska. And I am in favor of the mandated masking in public buildings and public spaces. I extend a sincere thank you and gratitude to our healthcare providers. We are grateful for you and want you to know that you are appreciated. We have suffered a great loss in the resignation of Anchorage Public Health Division Manager Christy Lawson. And as a result of not taking death and the safety measures of COVID-19 Delta virus seriously. Now, the Anchorage Health Department issued COVID-19 risk assessments and consistently recommend that the public get vaccinated, wear masks in public building settings, practice social distancing, wash our hands for at least 10 seconds, or sanitize hands frequently. We should get tested if we experience COVID-19 symptoms or if we know that we're exposed to someone with COVID-19, regardless of whether we've been vaccinated or not. And on this evening, I want to thank you, Assembly members, and I'm asking you to do everything within your means to pass this ordinance for mandated masking. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Williams. I do have a member in the queue for you with a question.
Thank you,
Ms.
Dr.
Allard?
Williams. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Williams. This is Jamie Allard. My question would be, how would you feel if the Anchorage Assembly banned masks like we did paper bags or plastic bags? If we pass an ordinance for that. Can you give me your opinion?
Thank you, Mr. Turner. Actually, she's not on the line, Ms. Allard. Okay, thank you. Let's go ahead and give Ms. Bolak a call. And before we proceed, I'm hearing some music in the back. Would you please turn that off? Thank you.
Hello?
Hi, Ms. Bolak.
Yes, hi.
Hi, this is Suzanne LaFrance with the Anchorage Assembly, and you're on for public testimony for AO 2021-91. If you go ahead and state your name for the record and the area of town in which you reside, you'll have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. My name is Catherine Bolak. I reside out in Peters Creek. I've lived out here for, oh my gosh, over 20 years. So basically, I'm going to follow along with, I strongly support a mask mandate. I'm going to make this brief because I know there's a lot of people yet to testify. We are averaging over 1,000 cases per day with multiple deaths. It's horrendous. Our hospitals are overwhelmed and rationing care, which not only affects medical care for those in the Muni, but throughout the state. Our healthcare providers have consistently encouraged the public to get vaccinated, to wear masks. Hold on, I'm listening to an echo of myself on the TV. To wash hands and socially distance. This has clearly not worked. You know, over the past, I'm medically vulnerable, and over the past several weeks, as cases have risen, I've gone only where I need to go. But in those places that I have went, whether it's a farmer's market outside, going to Fred Meyer, to Three Bears. The majority of people are walking around like nothing is going on. The majority of them are not masked. And so clearly what we're doing is not working. In spite of all the guidance, per capita we are one of the highest rates in the nation. So for myself, I do not consider a mask mandate to be an infringement of my personal liberties whatsoever, especially considering the duration is only going to be for a few months until December 31st or even earlier. It is a simple and proven preventative measure to protect our loved ones, neighbors, community, and especially those who are vulnerable. It's just the old phrase, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. It's prescient here. What can, we have to do something, and while we are doing some things right with testing, with monoclonal antibodies, though they're in short supply, with a number of healthcare workers coming up to assist our hospitals and clinics. That's all good. But, a simple mask mandate is simple, and it's turning into something much more complex than it really is. And so I strongly support it, and that's all I have to say. Other than I'm very, very offended by the wearing the Star of David. I'm highly offended by that. I have ancestors from Poland, and it's just unnecessary and a false equivalency.
Thank you for your
In
testimony.
fact, I'm going to read something. It's from NBC News. When anti-maskers and anti-vaxxers try to assert their own oppression,
Ma'am?
they're minimizing or worse,
Excuse me, ma'am. Your 3 minutes are up now. Thank you for your testimony. Okay, let's go ahead and give Mr. Marsh a call.
Hello?
Hi, Mr. Marsh.
Yes, it is.
Hi, this is Suzanne LaFrance with the Anchorage Assembly, and you're on for public testimony for AO 2021-91. And if you go ahead and state your name for the record and the area of town in which you reside, you'll have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I'm from South Anchorage, and my rep is LaFrance and John Whittleton. And let me pull up what I've got here. So to put it out in front, I support AO 2021-91. I support a mask mandate. I'm not advocating for any lockdowns or closures, but even pushing for reduced capacity in buildings. But a simple act as wearing a mask in public indoor buildings and large crowds, or a face shield if one can't wear a mask due to legitimate health reasons, is the least we all can do. We've all had enough of COVID, all of it. We've all had enough of masks. I'll be the first to say it. But most importantly right now, our hospitals have had enough of it. As many health workers have already testified, things are bad in our hospitals. If wearing a mask is the one thing I can do to help reduce the stress they're dealing with, well, I'm going to do it, and many others will too. We're going to comply. There's been lots of talk from this administration about letting people make their own choices, and I understand that and why many people feel strongly about that. But we've seen the results of the make your own choices of this new direction, and here we are. And due to many who fall victim to loads of health misinformation, much of it pushed by Must Read Alaska and others, and those who would rather pay this crisis little mind since they haven't been affected, many in Anchorage have been left with no choice in getting COVID and a trip to the hospital, or even getting their own other procedures pushed back. Regardless of how anyone feels about COVID, The fact that avoiding preventable hospital visits at this time is more critical than ever and cannot be debated. We need to do better. And since the letting people make their own choices solution has led to where we currently stand, I strongly think the right thing to do is to vote for and enforce AO 2021-91. I can only imagine things getting all the more worse when winter hits. Please be proactive with the leadership in critical situations you are currently tasked with. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Let's go ahead and give Ms. Kessler a call.
You did 3 already.
We did 5 in person before. We're doing 5 now on the phone.
Hello?
Hi, Ms. Kessler.
Yes.
This is Suzanne LaFrance with the Anchorage Assembly, and you're on for public testimony on AO 2021-91. And if you
All right.
go ahead and state your name for the record and the area of town in which you reside, you'll have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Ann Kessler. I live in South Anchorage. I am in your district, and I believe John Whittleton's district as well. I am on the phone because I want to commend the members of the Assembly for taking this step that addresses the dire situation we're now facing. You know, highest numbers of cases, hospitalizations, and deaths due to COVID-19 and the Delta variant. I just don't feel we can look the other way when our friends and family and members are dying in spite of preventable interventions that now exist. I believe that leadership and, just as important, compassion are needed now. And according to the CDC, vaccines are the most effective forms of preventing COVID infections, but masks and social distancing are highly effective in preventing the spread of the virus. So I thank you for taking this position that supports the citizens as well as the medical professionals that are now overwhelmed with crowded hospitals and having to implement that crisis standards of care. I believe this ordinance is needed because the mayor has refused to initiate needed mitigations. And if this ordinance is passed, I hope that and not only hope, but expect that the mayor will maintain his oath and support this ordinance. I think it's wishful thinking that anything short of the mandates will curb the spike of the virus, because this ordinance is about prevention. Too many, including the mayor, avoid the available vaccines. They make irresponsible decisions that harm themselves and others in the community. And I believe that although I respect people's freedoms, their freedom ends when their actions bring harm to others. And others have said it, that Mayor Bronson is very fond of words like rights, decisions, choices. I think he's using those words to pass the responsibility onto individuals while assuming little as mayor. And I think that what he's doing is in violation of the American with Disabilities Act, or ADA, which nobody's brought up. He said earlier in last week, I believe, that if residents want to socially distance, limit their interactions, and avoid public gatherings, that's within their rights. But who is he kidding? Now, I am a person who does suffer from lung disease, and I qualify for the status of handicap, which is why I brought up the ADA. And as such, I don't see that having to avoid public places is any kind of right. Quite the opposite. Having to avoid public places is a denial of my rights.
Ma'am, thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Your time is up.
Okay, thank you very much. I hope you pass the ordinance. I support it wholeheartedly. Thank you.
Okay, we'll do one more by phone. That will be 5 since we did 5 in person, and then we'll get back to 3 and 3. If you would call Bill Falsey, please.
Hello, this is Bill.
Hi, Mr. Falsey.
Yes.
This is Suzanne LaFrance with the Anchorage Assembly, and you are on for public testimony for AO 2021-91, and if you go ahead and state your name and the area of town in which you reside, you'll have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. My name is Bill Falsey, and I'm a resident of West Anchorage. At this point, over a year and a half into the pandemic, the real-world best evidence has answered the early theoretical concerns and is now clear. Masks reduce transmission and do not pose credible risks to the wearer. But now you're asked, what about the right not to wear a mask? Our government could take a meaningful, low-cost step to address a clear and present danger that is literally plaguing us, but should we nevertheless, in this circumstance, want it to stand on the sideline? And so let's take that question seriously. What is the right not to wear a mask? And what are its limits? We can look to our social compacts. We know because our first national government was too weak, we the people ordained and established a stronger government to effectively provide for our common defense, promote our general welfare, and ensure our domestic tranquility. To secure the blessings of liberty, we established an American government strong enough to respond to collective threats. And our Alaska Constitution expressly requires the government to protect public health. As to individual rights, as you've heard said tonight, we've long recognized that your right to swing your fist ends at my nose. As our state constitution puts it, all persons have inherent rights and corresponding obligations to the people and to the state. With rights come responsibilities. As John Donne said in another context over 400 years ago, no man is an island entire of itself. Every man is a piece of the continent, a part of the main. So we recognize that it's my choice, you can't make me, is no objection when we the people, speaking through the government, say you can't smoke in an indoor public place. I choose what I put on, you can't make me, is no objection when our government requires you to wear a seatbelt, mostly for your own safety. It's inconvenient, you can't make me, is no objection when the government requires you to put your entire daily life on hold, march to the courthouse, and serve on a jury. I don't want to, you can't make me is even no mature objection when the government drafts you into service to fight a war against the common enemy. How much simpler is wearing a mask? Our rule of law provides the ordered liberty that secures our freedoms. We all drive on the right-hand side of the road so we don't hit each other. And so when the cardiac patient, the chest pains waiting for hours in the lobby of the emergency room asks, what worry about tyranny prevented you from protecting us? Or when the child waiting in the parking lot who broke her leg in a car accident asks, what consequential liberty did your inaction protect? Or when the elderly couple, now again restricting their freedom of movement, canceling their theater tickets, and doing their grocery shopping online, ask, why didn't we act to maximally protect life, liberties, and happiness? I hope we demand of those who say we were powerless to do more, that they likewise take those questions.
Mr. Falsey, I've got... Hey, come on, folks in the audience. I've got 2 members in the queue here for questions for Mr. Falsey. Please be respectful. First, Mr. Constant.
Thank you. Mr. Falsey, a red herring has been tossed out across the dais a number of times tonight, asking the question is, how would you feel if the municipality banned the wearing of masks? Would you address this question, please?
I would be happy to. Through the chair to Mr. Constant, I would respond to that scenario in the way that the law normally requires us to respond to it and ask the government to articulate the rational basis for the rule. In this meeting, you have instituted a number of government mandates. You've told an alcohol licensee whether and how he can operate an alcohol store. You've told a landowner whether and how he can build buildings. You've suggested that a construction company use a particular road and not another's. For each of those, you had a rational basis. I was very surprised to hear a rational basis be articulated for a rule that would support banning masks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Falsey. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Mr. Falsey. My question to you would be that you compared wearing a mask to seatbelts. Would you agree that wearing a seatbelt has been proven to be effective and absolutely save lives?
Through the chair to Assemblymember Allard, yes, I absolutely would.
Okay. So would you find it unusual that even the medical community and the public is split on whether masks effectively, scientifically are effective?
Through the chair to Assemblymember Allard, I would say that there are often times where facts are in dispute, and the legislature is required to make findings using the best available evidence. And here, the best available evidence is pretty clear. If you were to look at the CDC's May 2021 scientific review, the evidence for masking is unequivocal. And the studies of something like 65 different studies are cited there.
Okay, so we would agree then that half of society disagrees with you. So then I have one last question. You brought up smoking. Would you agree that I have never met anybody that has ever said smoking is good for them. Would you agree that that's scientifically proven that smoking could cause cancer? And
through the chair to Assemblymember Allard, of course I do not agree that 50% of the population has questions about the efficacy of masks. On your question about smoking, I think there is a general consensus that smoking is bad for you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Falsey.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. So Mayor Bronson has put himself in the queue, and then Mr. Darden. Mr. Darden, you...
That's the standard.
Look how many are going against one. Oh, that's bad.
Ms. Elagreza, this is a warning. You are out of order. You're creating an actual disruption by shouting. If you do that again, you will be asked to leave. Mayor Bronson has asked to be in the queue, and after that, I have Mr. Rivera. Mayor Bronson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a question for Mr. Falls, if he's still on the line.
Through the chair to Mayor Bronson, I am.
That was planned.
What's that? Thank you, Mr. Falsey, and through the chair, I just had a question. I'm on the Muni website, and I'm looking at the case onset by date graph, and I see that the 7-day moving average for both the state and the municipality have been decreasing significantly since September 13th. I'm just curious, in your mind, which mandate caused those decreases?
Through the chair to Mayor Bronson, there are certainly a multitude of factors that are going to result in the average incidence of cases in the municipality over any length of time. In this moment, where we have set a record for being, if we were a country, the second highest COVID forum in the world, I would say that the scenario that I talked about before is certainly taking hold. People are voluntarily restricting their freedoms, staying home, doing their grocery shopping online, canceling their performing arts center tickets, canceling their play dates with children, and that is helping to reduce the incidence. Certainly, if we did more, like a masking effort, we could get back to our normal lives in a greater degree, while hopefully also pushing the case numbers down.
Madam Chair, a point of personal privilege.
Briefly, Mr. Mayor, and are
Yes.
are you through with questions for Mr. Falsey then?
Yes, no, I am not done with questions with Mr. Falsey. I'd rather not debate him, but I just wanted a clear answer to my first question, which was, so no mandate created this significant decrease in the 7 and 14-day moving averages of COVID cases in both the state and the municipality? Yes or no?
Through the chair to Mayor Bronson, that is right. There is a total inaction from our governments right now. One could question whether it is a dereliction of duty, but there is no mandate in place right now which is causing those case numbers to move.
Madam Chair,
Thank you,
might I
Mr.
respond?
Falsey.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, do you have another question for Mr. Falsey?
Yes, I do. I would ask, what inaction is he speaking of?
Through the chair to Mayor Bronson, I would say when you are seeing a person who is flailing in the water and at risk of drowning and you are holding a life preserver, there's a human duty to throw the life preserver to the individual. Right now, the community is on fire with COVID. The evidence is not ambiguous that masks contribute to reducing transmission. It is within the power of the government to maximize our life, liberty, and happiness by instituting an ordered liberty rule which will get us closer to normal. And so that is my response to you.
Thank you, Mr. Falsey.
Madam Chair?
Mr. Mayor, we're actually now getting into debate, and this portion of the meeting is designed just for clarification questions. So we will
I would
have...
like to question the inaccuracy of Mr. Falsey's statements.
Mr. Mayor, we typically save that for the debate portion. We have veered during this time into debate. We need to return back to asking clarification questions. It's not just to you, it's to everybody. So if you would please hold your
I just want to
points.
understand, so he gets both the first word on this and the last.
He answered the question.
Okay, I understand. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I believe that's all, Mr. Falsey. Thank you for your testimony. And Mr. Rivera, you were in the queue for a point of order.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair.
And could you speak up, Mr. Rivera?
I think already-
It's hard to hear you.
Can you hear me better now?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think you already addressed the issue that I was going to raise regarding my point of order. I think, and I apologize for not raising this sooner, but there have been several instances by now several members and the mayor now where we have delved into debate. And the purpose of a public hearing is not to debate with members of the public who are here to speak their mind. We are here to listen to them, and if we have any type of clarifying questions for us to do so. So I would really like to see if you can, Madam Chair, please make sure that we are sticking to that basic rule of decorum within the chambers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. I agree with the point you raise and ask members if we could focus on clarifying questions. Okay, who was that who just yelled in back? Would you identify yourself? The person who just yelled? Okay, as soon as everybody quiets down, we're going to go ahead and return back to in-person testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and the area of town in which you reside. You'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Chris Tyree. Live in Wasilla, but we own 2 properties off of Muldoon. I don't know who the representative is. I would like to tell you that you guys are violating 18 U.S.C. Section 241 and 242. And it states, it makes it a crime for a person acting under color of any law to willfully deprive a person of a right or laws of the United States and the Constitution and Bill of Rights. You also are violating 42 U.S.C. Section 1983, and this is on the paperwork I gave you from the law book, and it states that actions taken by private individuals may be under color of state law for purposes of 42 U.S.C. Section 1983. And I will read to you what color of office is what you guys all are. Pretense of official right to do act made by one who has no such right. That's Kiker versus Pinson, 120 Georgia. I don't know what the rest of all that is. An act under color of office is an act of an officer who claims authority to do the act by reason of his office when the office does not confer on him any such authority. So if you will look under municipal functions in your paperwork, Municipal functions are those which specifically and peculiarly promote the comfort, convenience, safety, and happiness of the citizens of the municipality rather than the welfare of the citizens, of the general public. That means you don't need to pay for homeless people. Under this class of functions are included proper care of streets, alleys, parks, and other public places, erection and maintenance of public utilities, and improvements generally. Where does that say that you can do masks? I would like to read something from John Swinton, former chief of staff of New York Times, stated in 1953 the following at a press club party. There is no such thing in America as an independent press. You know it and I know it. The business of the journalist is to destroy truth, to lie outright, to pervert, to vilify, to fawn at the feet of mammon, and to sell his country and his race for his daily bread. You know it and I know it. What folly this toasting an independent press. We are the tools and vassals for rich men behind the scenes. We are the jumping jacks, they pull the strings and we dance. Our talents, our possibilities, and our lives are all the property of other men. We are intellectual prostitutes. How many of you are intellectual prostitutes? Because you guys are very intelligent and I know what you're doing. And in my opinion, you're prostituting yourself to COVID money. That's all I have to say.
Thank you for your testimony. Again, if folks in the audience would please refrain from clapping.
So,
welcome. Please state your name.
Sure. My name is Paul D. Kendall. I give that under duress, and I think that's enough information. You know, if I might, I'm just a simple man. I'm just a simple man. I'm not degreed, published, or really much accomplished. I just have an overwhelming curiosity in the wonders of it all. And I think sometimes the universe seeks a sense of harmony, justice, love, and things of that nature. So when I hear that people talk like this, I wish I could see their faces. I've been here many times. They ask you to move the podium over there so we could be one community. And I was told tonight by somebody that they could put our faces up here, but you won't do it. You continue to isolate us. And you know, I'm just not feeling the love. I'm just not feeling the love. So I think to myself, well, how can I contribute? And a well-known, long-time resident of Anchorage gave me a book to give to the mayor about side effects and deaths from shots. I hope he got that. But the other thing is, in the simple man's language, I'm innocent until proven guilty. Walk me around that. I'm innocent until proven guilty. I don't, you can be a lawyer, you can lawyer me up, threaten me up, gun me up. Take your shot. I'm innocent until proven guilty. Beyond a reasonable doubt, I might add. And the other thing, which is going to be a little harsh, ladies and gentlemen, and I don't mean it to be harsh, but sometimes you have to be parental in nature. If you're fearful, if you're scared, if you're concerned, if you're pussied up, if you're a coward, go home. Go home. Be safe. We love you. Be safe. You still get paid anyway. We don't. We have to live that indifference. But you know something? If I take away the word cowardly or emasculated or the other terms, it's just be safe. I love you, okay? But don't you ever dare mask up my grandchildren or my children. That's an assault. That's a life-threatening assault. And when I watch what's happening here, these people could be gathering us. We have a chance to build a new society overnight. 100 people rule this state. $80 billion in the bank. And instead of these people taking those 61 cowards, those thieves in Juneau, to task, they've joined the lot. They have joined the lot. What a shameful moment. You don't learn us up. You threaten my people. Every time I turn around, you threaten my people. You threaten them, tell them they can't talk like they want to, they can't make the accusations they want to, they can't gesture like they want to. How long do you think we're going to take this bullshit? How long do you think this is going to stand? All across the nation, men are gathering. All across the nation, us old men are gathering. We're talking about what has to go sideways. Will the police be with us? What will the cost of freedom be? And you people up there, shameful. Mr. Constance, I got something to say to you. I bear you no ill will. I thought you were just a cocksucker, but you're a coward to use this woman. Is that mean?
Mr. Kendall.
I'm done. And I am here for questions.
Mr. Kendall.
I am a man that can be
Mr.
interrogated.
Kendall.
Do you like to interrogate somebody?
Let me be clear. That kind of name calling that we just witnessed and the use of profanity in that way is not permitted here. Welcome. You'll have 3 minutes. Please state your name for the record and the area of town in which you live.
The microphone is off. Please hit the yellow button.
Hi, I'm Molly Clinging-Smith from Eagle River. Well, congratulations. You have just awakened all the mama bears. Let me start by saying I'm not going to go down the road of debating why masks don't work. It is clear that we would not be in this position a year and a half later if they truly did their job. Your lack of inventiveness in combating this virus is honestly insulting and mind-numbing. Another mask mandate is the best you can do, but what is clear is that this is not at all about mitigating the virus. It is about undermining our elected mayor, and in doing so, you undermine myself and the Alaskans you supposedly represent. You think we don't realize that you freely gave our unelected mayor emergency power time and time and time again, and now you claim we are in such dire straits, but all of a sudden you give the power to yourselves instead of our elected mayor. I am a fitness instructor, a small business owner for Kids Fitness, and a homeschooling mom of 3. I did not choose to start my own business so you could tell me how to run it. I did not choose to homeschool my children so you could tell me how to do it. I have lost business because parents, rightfully so, don't want their children engaging in physical activity while wearing masks that constrict their breathing. Ironically, experts agree one of the best things all of us should do to evade the virus is exercise, and yet you are wanting to impose a mask mandate that incentivizes eating and drinking, because that's when you can take your mask off, and discourages physical activity because nobody wants to work out in a mask. Here's the truth. Because of what you, the Assembly, have put Anchorage's businesses through this past year and a half, businesses are simply too tired and weak to enforce this mandate. They don't want division. They just want customers. And we, the people, demand the right to choose what we put on our face. If you want to wear a mask, go right ahead. But my face is my space. I need to tell you something that happened yesterday, and this is very important. A doctor outside this library approached my 9-year-old son who has special needs, looked him in the eye, and said, "No, your face is not your space." Let me ask you, who does my son's face belong to? In fact, what about the rest of his body? It is also blatantly obvious that you cherry-pick union representatives, doctors, and people in the medical community who will say exactly what you want them to say while ignoring the dozens of medical experts who would put this ridiculous policy to shame. For example, doctors who would let you know that after publication of numerous journals, the CDC and the WHO in April quietly changed their claim on how the virus spreads from only respiratory to aerosol. Aerosols easily penetrate masks because they're about 1/80th the size of pores in masks. Meanwhile, you despise rather than encourage welcome public testimony like this tonight. You reek of political agenda, and we've had it. Your purpose is to protect our rights, not infringe on them. We the people spoke when we elected Dave Bronson, our freedom-fighting mayor. Thank you for...
We're going to take a 5-minute break. Okay, folks, we're going to go ahead and get started again. If assembly members would please take their seats. We're going to go ahead and get started again with testimony. Please take your seats. And Ms. Allard, you're in the queue.
Thank you. So the first thing I'll say is My Face is My Space is absolutely awesome. And it sounds like Eagle River is in the house tonight, so thank you for coming. The other thing is I wanted to ask you how this mask mandate potential has impacted your business, and it's not even enforced yet.
It's not even enforced yet, and I couldn't get enough people because they were concerned that it was going to happen. So I had to cancel my this semester class for 5 to 12-year-olds in PE, essentially at the Mac Center in Eagle River, because there was too much uncertainty. I mean, it wasn't because they were afraid. They were afraid that their kid would have to engage in physical activity and be masked.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much.
Yep. Thank you, Ms. Allard. So we're going to go back to 3 people on the phone, and we'll try Ms. Joan Lower. Travis, or Mr. Turner, if you would.
Hello?
Hi, Ms. Lower.
Yes.
This is Suzanne LaFrance with the Anchorage Assembly, and you are
Hi,
on.
Suzanne.
Hi, you're on for public testimony on AO 2021-91, and if you go ahead and state your name for the record and the area of town in which you reside, you'll have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Joan Lauer, and I live in Girdwood. A face mask worn over our mouth and nose provides a warm, moist environment for pathogens to grow. This past June, a group of parents in Gainesville, Florida, concerned about potential harmful consequences from mask wearing, sent 6 masks to the University of Florida for analysis. The masks were either brand new or else freshly laundered. Then they were worn for 5 to 8 hours. The analysis detected 11 alarmingly dangerous pathogens, including bacteria, parasites, and fungi on the masks. Half of the masks were contaminated with 1 or more strains of pneumonia-causing bacteria. 1/3 were contaminated with 1 or more strains of meningitis-causing bacteria. 1/3 were contaminated with dangerous antibiotic-resistant bacterial pathogens. Additionally, less dangerous pathogens were identified, including some that can cause fever, ulcers, acne, yeast infections, strep throat, periodontal disease, Rocky Mountain spotted fever, and more. I am very concerned about the potential of contaminants on the masks that we are forced to wear. People repeatedly put them on and take them off. They set them on various surfaces, wear them in the bathroom, touch them and adjust them with their hands, and of course, cough and sneeze into them. Some people wearing fabric masks hardly ever wash them, and many people wearing the disposable ones hardly ever put a fresh one on or throw away the used one. The efficacy of mask wearing is questionable at best. Our Constitution and the Bill of Rights guarantee us many freedoms. Our Declaration of Independence states that we are endowed by our Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. According to Webster's Dictionary, tyranny is oppressive power exerted by government. Tyranny is the opposite of liberty. I'm speaking here tonight to oppose the tyranny, the oppressive power that 2 members of the Anchorage Assembly are attempting to exert over the citizens of Anchorage by attempting to pass an ordinance that would require everyone over 5 or even 2 to wear a mask over their mouth and nose. In addition to the many potential harmful physical effects of mask wearing, the long-term negative psychological effects, especially in children, are potentially enormous. Covering half our face reduces the quality of our communication substantially. It is likely that masking
also exacerbates chances that a child will experience anxiety and depression, which are already at pandemic levels themselves. I implore you, please, let the citizens of Anchorage choose for themselves. Please do not mandate this questionable practice. Please be on the side of liberty, not tyranny. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Okay, next, Mr. Turner, let's give Polly Carr, Ms. Carr, a call, please.
Hello?
Hi, Ms. Carr.
Hi, yes, this is Ms. Carr.
This is Suzanne LaFrance with the Anchorage Assembly, and you are on for public testimony for AO 2021-91. If you go ahead and state your name for the record and the area of town in which you reside, you'll have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I live in District 6 and I support the mask ordinance. I planned to testify in the chamber last night, but when I arrived, a crowd was at the doors yelling at security. This mob behavior and the leaders that have incited it have no place in a public forum for civic engagement. Our city is in chaos because we do not have basic mitigation measures in place for COVID-19. The two best strategies are to wear masks and get vaccinated. We are number one in the nation for case rates and our hospitals are overrun. We're now importing healthcare workers who will be paid more than the already burned out local healthcare workers who are risking their lives to take care of Alaskans who won't get vaccinated, all because the Bronson administration has refused to mandate mitigation measures. Residents are now attacking those healthcare workers. Because of the refusal to mask and vaccinate by adults, our kids, including my own young daughter, are now getting COVID, missing school, and passing it around and around the student population. And Alaskans are dying. For those who cite personal choice when it comes to masking and vaccines, it's not personal choice when you go unmasked into a grocery store where others have to buy food and unknowingly pass the virus to them. It's not personal choice when your decision not to mask nor vaccinate means my child gets sick and I have to miss work to care for her. It's not personal choice when you refuse to wear a mask entering a business, a worker contracts the virus, then it's out of a job. For those saying we shouldn't be required to mask, guess what? We could have avoided this situation a while ago if we had done the inconvenient and the uncomfortable by wearing masks and working together to reduce the spread of COVID. But many people wouldn't do that. When an elected leader with the responsibility of caring for the entire Anchorage population cites that all of this is in the name of personal liberties, it is no longer a case of inaction. It is negligence, and I believe it is morally criminal. I support anyone who will step up to do something to ensure our community's safety. I want us to help each other and take care of one another. Our leaders need to act now with empathy, compassion, and a great sense of responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Okay, Mr. Turner, let's go ahead and give Ms. Sarah Dykstra a call, please. Hi, Ms. Dykstra.
Yes.
This is Suzanne LaFrance with the Anchorage Assembly, and you are on for public testimony for
Yes.
AO 2021-91. Great. If you state your name for the record and the area of town in which you reside, you'll have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Sarah Dykstra, and I live in Rogers Park, and my assembly members are Meg Zalatel and Felix Rivera. We are all well aware of the explosion of COVID spread in our community. We've had real focus on testing and antibody treatment, and we thank the efforts, but that's not enough. We have to reduce the spread. The science is clear that masks reduce the spread. I know that people are quoting studies that said that it was inconclusive, but that was back in May 2020. The science is clear now. We know that it's working. We're seeing it in schools. Quite honestly, schools right now are some of the safest places for our children because children are okay wearing masks. We're seeing them wearing them. They're accepting it. It's okay. If children can do it, we all can too. I'm not there tonight in person. I didn't go last night because I don't feel safe. It's not acceptable for us to have unsafe conditions for public process. My children are 2 and 5, and they wear masks all day without complaint because they know it helps keep everyone safe. They don't have a problem with it. We need our adults to start acting like our children. Let's do the right thing, put a simple, proven, proactive measure in place so we can all be safe and healthy. I urge you to vote in favor of the mask mandate, and I thank those of you who are coming out in favor of it. That's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I've got a question for you from Ms. Allard. Are you still on, Ms. Dykstra?
I am on. I'm not going to be answering questions from Assembly members this evening. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We're going to return back to in-person testimony. Sir, in the third row over here with the red, white, and blue jacket, this is a, yes, you, sir, this is a warning. Please do not be disruptive. Welcome. Please state your name for the record. You'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Amanda Forrester. I live in Midtown. Look around this room. How many people are wearing masks? That should give you a very good idea of what your constituents want. And you work for us. Remember that. Back in 2020 and for the first half of this year, the Anchorage Assembly was so drunk with power, but your party was cut short July 1st, 2021. I bet the 3-month hangover has been a real doozy, because now you're desperate for the hair of the dog, foaming at the mouth as you plot just how you're going to sink your claws back into the good people of Anchorage. But it isn't your job to pretty please tell us what we can do, where we can go, who we can see, and what we must wear. Per the Muni website, the Assembly approves annual budgets, appropriates money, confirms all appointments to municipal boards and commissions, certifies municipal elections, evaluates the overall efficiency and effectiveness of municipal operations, and listens to concerns and suggestions from citizens of the municipality. Where does it say, and declares themselves king of the castle, and hereby renders the rights of the lowly peasants null and void? You know, in the beginning of this pandemic, I was really scared. I was scared for my family, for my children, and do you know what I did? I read every piece of information that I could get my hands on, from sources I agreed with and ones that I did not. I observed what went on around me, listened to the experiences of those around me, weighed the risks, and made the best choice for myself. That is the job of the individual, our right, our responsibility, not yours. Just because I make a different choice than you does not make me a second-class citizen. In the height of the previous mask nonsense, I've literally seen people snatch up their children, turn and run away from me for not wearing a mask. You should have seen the fear in their eyes, the fear you are trying to perpetuate. I'm sure it would have brought you great satisfaction. Did you know that if you don't pass this ordinance, people who want to wear masks can still wear masks? But if you do pass it, then people who can't or won't wear masks will be cut off from goods and services, buying food, clothing, cut off from their jobs, maybe even their friends and family. You are creating an us versus them environment with this ordinance, on par with the way the Jews were demonized, ostracized, branded. How far down this road are you willing to go? The scary thing is the people in Germany in the 1930s and 40s honestly thought they were doing the right thing by turning in their Jewish neighbors, much like you are asking the people to do with those of us who will not bow to tyranny. You should be ashamed of yourselves. We will keep fighting. The joy of the Lord is our strength. I do not consent. I will not comply.
There's a question for you from Ms. Kennedy. Ms. Kennedy, you have a question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I have a question. So you referenced some of the information. Well, first of all, let me say I'm with you in terms of when this first came out that COVID was a thing and we were watching what was happening in China. My husband is a pilot and he flies to China regularly, and he knew exactly immediately what was going to happen, and it was going to come to the United States. And so we did exactly the same thing, in terms of trying to find as much information as we possibly could. And you were talking about some of the information that you were looking into to better understand what was happening and what this was all about. Can you talk a little bit about some of those sources or some of the studies, or kind of where did you go, what did you do to try to educate yourself?
How much time do I have to answer that question?
You can hit the highlights, the things that were really meaningful to you, what really helped convince you and helped you really understand what we were really dealing with.
Yes, I would look at information from the CDC. I would look at the Anchorage Health Department, the DHSS website to see numbers. I would pull out my calculator and find out just what exact percentage of the population was being affected, and is the risk of getting COVID worth being able to take my 3 children with me to the grocery store versus having to shop online or find a babysitter. So there you go. Anchorage Municipal website and the CDC.
Well, fair enough. Thank you. I guess all of us have, to a certain extent, we all have the same data. So we're all looking at the same numbers, but to a certain extent, you talked about kind of crunching the numbers a little bit and looking at percentages and that. Do you think that was really helpful in helping you kind of interpret that information in terms of how it relates to you and the decisions that you're going to have to make in order to deal with the virus?
Yes, if you look at the numbers of your chances of catching COVID and dying from it by going to the grocery store versus your chances of dying in a car crash on the way there, I mean, that's life. You have to weigh the risks and make your choices.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Thank you for your testimony.
Madam Chair, I have a question.
Go ahead, Ms.
Thank you. Interesting that you brought up a car crash on the way to the grocery store versus wearing a mask in the grocery store. Did I hear you correctly?
I said your chances of catching COVID and dying, picking it up in the grocery store.
So I guess my question then, would you believe that a seatbelt is scientifically proven to save your life, and then you don't agree that a mask is scientifically proven?
I can't cite a source, but I believe I've read that the chance that people in horrific car crashes, about in the 20s% are actually harmed by having worn a seatbelt. I believe that people should be given the data, they should assess it, weigh the risk, and make their own choice. I don't think it's the government's place to say you have to wear a seatbelt.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and the area in which you reside. You'll have 3 minutes.
Donna Celia, South Anchorage. You may remember that the last time I spoke to you, I had my laptop and I showed you for the second time this year data that I crunched from our state case numbers. You guys remember that this time I put it on the official record, and we all know now that you have all seen when the mask mandate was implemented on June 26, 2020, it was several weeks before our epidemiological curve took off and it just skyrocketed. So if you are going to tell me that the mask mandate worked back then, I'm just going to refer back to the data and I'm going to show you that that's a lie because it didn't work. Also, when we got 50% of our vaccinations here in the city of Anchorage, guess what happened to our case rates? So if the vaccines are getting out there, but the case rates are going up, how can anyone make an argument that the vaccines work? I asked you about, 2 weeks ago? Not even 2 weeks ago? Why do you keep returning to the same things that haven't worked to try to fix the problem? When nobody has really looked at actually treating COVID cases. And I gave you a reference. I'm going to read from that reference right now. Pathophysiological basis and rationale for early outpatient treatment of SARS-CoV-2 infection. Dr. Peter McAuliffe, August 2020. It has never been taken down. Hydrochloroquine is an anti-malarial, anti-inflammatory drug that impairs endosomal transfer of virons within human cells. Hydrochloroquine is also a zinc ionophore that conveys zinc intracellularly to block SARS-CoV-2 RNA-dependent RNA polymerase, which is the core enzyme of virus replication. So he explains in that paper why it works. I went ahead and did an investigation. I called 5 pharmacies in Anchorage: Walgreens, Walmart, Carr's, Fred Meyer, and Costco. I spoke to pharmacists. I asked a simple question. I have a prescription for hydrochloroquine. Will you fill that prescription? First, they asked me, why did you get that prescription? And I said, for my COVID case. And they said, no, we will not fill it for that. 4 out of the 5 pharmacies said they would not. Costco said they would. Costco is the only one on the list that said they would. So we have a situation where our pharmacies won't even allow us to get the drugs that are medically indicated and supported in the peer-reviewed literature. This is a problem.
Thank you for your testimony.
And by the way, I recorded those phone calls.
Ma'am, your testimony's over. Thank you. One more in person. Ms. Allard.
Oh, thank you.
I thought she turned it off. Oh, but I can turn it back on? Newfound power, I love it!
Ms. Allard, you have a question?
All right, I'm ready.
Okay, so you said that you're tempted in turning those pharmacies in.
No. I'm talking about publishing the recorded phone calls with the names of the pharmacists redacted.
I would encourage you to do so.
I am hoping I can.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. We'll do one more in person and go back to the phones. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and the area of town in which you reside.
Hello, my name is Jordan Stevenson. I've been a resident of Anchorage for 18 years and a homeowner in East Anchorage for 10. I am here this evening to voice my opposition to Ordinance AO 2021-91. During the first mask mandate, I will admit I did comply for my job for a few weeks. After constantly feeling dehumanized as just another sheep in the herd, I quit that job. I have not worn a mask since. My children have never worn a mask, and they will not. 2 Timothy chapter 1, verse 7 says, "For God hath not given us a spirit of fear, but of power, and of love, and of a sound mind." Masks are a device of fear and control. I will not live in fear, and no one has power over me. I have been kicked out of stores, received dirty looks, and been the subject of whispers. I have been discriminated against for my beliefs, treated as a second-rate citizen, but I will not let that affect me. Matthew 5 says, "You are a light of the world, and to let your light shine before men. I will not be forced to dim my light by covering it." This assembly is trying to reinstate segregation. Soon we could be hearing, "Sorry, but unmasked and unvaccinated are not welcome here." It is not too far of a reach to assume religious segregation could be next. We, the people, wrote the Constitution of the United States in 1787. I'm not sure many of you have read it. It was written in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote for the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves. Our freedoms and liberty are not granted to us on some arbitrary conditions from an elite top percentage. We grant ourselves freedom and liberty, and you cannot take it away from us. This is clearly a power grab from we the people, and we will not stand for it any longer. Our rights cannot and will not be relinquished. No matter what rules or regulations you all try to enact, no matter how much pressure you apply, you will not win. You are the minority, and we will not comply. We are all sovereign free beings in this universe. You do not control us. We are not your mindless slaves, your endless supply of tax dollars. We the people are rising up. We the people are pissed off. You will not turn Anchorage into commie country. You will lose this fight.
Thank you for your testimony.
Madam Chair, I have a question.
Go ahead, Ms. Allard.
Thank you. Can she come back to the mic?
Sure. Ma'am, would you come on back? There's a question for you.
I apologize. I didn't hear what district you were in or who your representatives are.
East side, so I think
East
it's
side.
Peterson.
And by the way, I actually carry miniature constitutions, so if anybody ever wants those, but there you go. So can you tell me a little bit how this potential mandate wearing a mask, besides the what's the quote she said, my face, my space, could you tell me how it could impact you or where you work, your business? I'm not sure what you do.
Well, I am a homemaker and I stay home with my 4 children who I homeschool because I'm not letting them go to school here. I guess maybe I wouldn't be allowed to go to the store, or any place. But, I would push back. I would be at that store without a face diaper on.
Okay, thank you. She answered my question. You said you're keeping your kids home because they have to wear the mask.
No, I take them out and they don't wear a mask.
No, I meant for school.
Well, yeah, for school. They
Thank you.
do not go to ASD.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. We're going to go back to the phone for 3 more. Mr. Turner, if you would give Ms. Sarah Osborne a call, please.
Hello?
Hi, Ms. Osborne.
Hi.
Hi, this is Suzanne LaFrance with the Anchorage Assembly, and you are on for public testimony on AO 2021-91.
Yes.
Great. If you go ahead
Yes, thank you.
state your name for the
Hi.
record.
Yeah, my name is Sarah Osborne, and I'm a resident of West Anchorage, and I'm calling in today from Denina Land to express my enthusiastic support of the proposed mask ordinance. However, I also do want to share my extreme disappointment with the way the Assembly is running these meetings. Yesterday, in order to attempt to testify, I missed dinner with my young children, shifted all child care duties to my partner, and stayed up until midnight in the hopes of testifying. However, due to the lengthy agenda, I never was called. Especially in these times, the Assembly needs to be thoughtful about their agendas and should bifurcate lengthy agendas in advance. There was absolutely no reason for folks like me to sit on the phone for 7 hours, and absolutely no reason for hundreds of folks, mostly unmasked, to be gathering in the chambers for over 7 hours. Really, the meetings these past 2 nights have been very irresponsible meetings to hold. While our community is in crisis, our healthcare is rationed, and our frontline workers are screaming for help. Also, just an answer to the question being proposed by one of the Assembly members, an ordinance forbidding masks in public would be just as absurd as an ordinance forbidding seatbelts or brake pedals on the road.
We require seatbelts and we require brakes because they are sensible tools for mitigating death and damage while driving. Given the huge rate of COVID spread in Alaska, an ordinance requiring masks in public is sensible as well. If you don't like masks, that's fine. Stay home. Thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you for your testimony. I have two members in the queue for you with questions. First, Ms. Kennedy and then Ms. Allard. Are you still there?
I am.
Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you. Actually, after all that, I think I forgot my question. Go to Ms. Allard and come back if you would, please.
Sure. Ms. Allard?
Hi. So my question would be, do you believe that the children at the ASD, they're all wearing masks. Do you believe that the masks for our school-age children are working?
Yes, I'm a teacher with ASD, and for sure, the masks are working.
Can I do a follow-up?
Sure, go ahead, Ms. Allard.
I would like to let you know that the rates in the school district are climbing, even though the children have masks. And in the last 24 hours, I've had 3 alerts. Could you counter that?
That's great.
Okay, thank you.
I understand that. The rates in Anchorage are out of control. Out of control. The rates in the schools are high because kids don't live in schools 24/7. Kids live in the community, and they are not masked all the time. We are doing the best we can in the schools. We need support from our municipality and from the state. You need to take action now. Thank you.
Thank you for your response. It's much appreciated.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Mr. Constant, a point of order?
Yes, I just want to point out that the gentleman in blue, the glasses, yes, he is shouting. We need to give him a warning.
Sir, please no more shouting. This is a warning. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, back to my question, if the caller is still there. You had mentioned how difficult it was to wait so many hours and how much we had on our agenda otherwise, and actually how much we still have on our agenda for this particular meeting that started yesterday. But my question is...
Ms. Kennedy, I'm sorry to interrupt. I believe she's... Shall we try her back? Do you want us to try her back?
Yeah, if we could.
Mr. Turner, sorry about that. We just realized she wasn't on.
Okay, thank you.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Okay, let's go ahead and give Ms. Christiane Schild a call, please, Mr. Turner.
Your call cannot be completed as dialed.
Okay, let's go ahead and give I believe it's Mr. Kyle Stevenson. Okay, so we'll try Ms. Schild again.
Hello?
Hi, Ms. Schild.
Yes.
This is Suzanne LaFrance with the Anchorage Assembly, and you are on for public testimony on AO 2021-91. And if you go ahead and state your name for the record and the area of town in which you reside, you'll have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Okay. My name is Christiane Shield. My reps are Weddleton and LaFrance. And I want to answer a few questions or a few items that I heard in other testimonies. I signed up for phone testimony because I'm not afraid of unvaxxed or being around unmasked people. COVID is real, but it's a cold virus. I am not a fearful person, and I do love my fellow Alaskans. But when people use the scripture, love your neighbor, it also means love them even when they disagree with us. That scripture quote is so frequently used and it's inappropriately used to attempt to force the opposition to do what you want out of the sake of love. You're using it inappropriately. A recent study from CDC about K through 12 schools without mask mandates was brought up earlier. That study didn't even look at any of the other measures, mitigation measures that are being considered. It purely just took a whole bunch of schools and said, okay, these had mask mandates, these didn't, and they had more cases. It didn't look at anything else, and it didn't give any exceptions to those. I'm in the medical field. Medicine has always had opinions from both sides coming together to figure out what they want to do. I've been a registered nurse for more than 20 years, and I work in a private pediatric clinic serving kids and their parents. Please listen to all of us that come out and talk with you. We're here, we live here. Even when we disagree, we should be meeting somewhere in the middle, not forcing one person's ideas or one side's ideas onto everyone. Not doling out cash to snitches or fines to those who won't comply with what you want. I want to start with a requirement that I have for all of the assembly. You work for me, and I'm done asking. When I write to my state senators and representatives, they won't even answer or acknowledge a citizen's emails or phone calls without first verifying that they live in their district. I need you guys to reset the phone testimony field and add a section for adding in your address. The system should then send an email or written testimony automatically to your representative based on where you live. When testifying or calling in, I have to tell you who my representatives are. How do you even know if those writing emails into the assembly actually live here? I live here. I'll give you my address. There are checks and balances in government for a reason. The only person who responded to my written testimony a few weeks back was Miss Gwen Davidson. She's not even my representative because there's no verifying who's signing up for testimony and where you're coming from. You serve Anchorage, let's verify who's taking testimony from residents or who's actually sending in testimony. Members of this body have said 2-to-1 emails in support of masks. How do you know who's sending those in? I live here. Please tell Weddleton and LaFrance I want you to vote no on this mask mandate order, okay? If you can't verify every written testimony that's sent into the assembly is from a real Anchorage resident, they should have no weight in your decision tonight or tomorrow night or Friday night whenever it finishes.
Your time is up. Thank you for your testimony.
Okay. Thank you.
We'll go to one more person on the phone. Mr. Turner, if you could get Caleb Stevenson on the line, please.
Good evening, Mrs. Cal.
Hi, Mr. Stevenson. This is Suzanne LaFrance with the Anchorage Assembly, and you are on for public testimony on AO 2021-91. If you go ahead and state your name for the record and the area in which you reside, you'll have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Dr. Caleb Stevenson. I reside in South Anchorage. I'm a 17-year resident of Anchorage. Thanks for having me. I hold advanced degrees in biology and including a PhD in biology from University of Alaska in Fairbanks. I've taught 600-level physiology labs, 200-level lectures and labs at UAA. I'm a husband, father of 3. I'm a dance dad. I'm a youth sports coach in football, baseball, and basketball. And the reason for my desire to testify tonight is I have a real concern. We're on the brink here of 7 months of winter that are upon us. Many of us want to exercise indoors. I think the health benefits of indoor exercise activity are well known. Many of us can't go outside with the ice, the cold, the dark. We need heated gyms to run, jog, walk, lift, exercise. I look to the former measures that were mandated and how they affected gym attendance of our adults and our youth. Gym attendance plummeted primarily because people don't want to wear a mask while running or exercising. I can tell you as a youth basketball coach, last year when mask mandates were handed down, I was coaching 2 teams totaling 20 third and fourth grade boys, and when it was learned that masks were going to be required on the court while kids were sprinting and running, playing defense, 16 out of the 20 boys had their parents pull them from the teams, and that happened all across the youth basketball league, and the league was shut down. And kids got really good at Fortnite and Minecraft, playing video games and doing all they could do, which was kind of, biding their time in winter, but unfortunately turning into couch potatoes. I don't want to see that happen again this year. I'm really concerned that our youth sports are going to be affected. I think that kids need to be on the basketball court, the volleyball court, on the hockey rink, the wrestling mat. I think all sports need to be mask-free so kids can breathe. I know that many kids won't participate or won't be allowed to participate by their parents. I think they'll pull them just based on my experience. I think if masking was...
Thank you for your testimony. Your time is up, but there is a member in the queue with a question for you. Ms. Allard?
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. So my question would be, you've testified of seeing the morale of the children. So are you... How is
sorry, I didn't hear you.
No, I paused. I apologize. You're watching the mental health of our children. Have you seen such a drastic difference that in some of these kids you just don't recognize them? Is this truly impacting our children? Just a mess.
I think it really is. I wish you would have called last night. I was in the middle of coaching. I had my phone with me. If you'd called last night, I think the kids, all 10 of the kids on our team for this year would have just expressed how excited they are to play on the court and to be able to breathe and run. And I just know the disappointment they would feel if their parents would pull them because they don't want them to wear masks while they're running up and down the court. I had a meeting with the youth basketball guy who runs the division. He's 22 years PE teacher in Anchorage school system, now retired. And he told me that he's concerned. He said the kids this year, he sees just retired, but he said kids are more out of shape than ever he's seen before. And you guys know the benefits of exercise. I mean, not only for adults with what we're seeing with heart disease and how exercise helps release toxins and, but with kids, just the morale. I mean, in the low light of winter, with seasonal affective disorder and depression. Depression's a real thing, not just with adults, but with kids. And these kids just being able to run mask-free and play basketball last night was such a joy. And, this guy who runs the youth basketball program, he says in our meeting this weekend that 35% of the emails he gets right now are on masks. Are we going to have masks this year? Is the city going to have a mask policy? And I just really think parents, again, won't impose that on their children. So I just ask you please to consider this. I mean, I have other concerns. I know my time's up. I really just don't understand this, several things. But anyway, you have the
Ms. Allard has
my,
a follow-up question for you, sir.
Actually,
hold on, Ms. Allard, we're almost out of time, and Mr. Constant has a point of order.
I actually need to make a motion to continue the meeting to tomorrow from 6 to 10 p.m. because we're just about out of time. If we don't, it's in 2 weeks. So now is the time.
Yeah, I make a motion to extend the meeting till midnight.
Second.
We can do both, right? I'm sorry, I'll withdraw my motion until we resolve yours. Okay.
Actually, I think you're fine, Mr. Dunbar. So the motion is to extend to midnight.
Yep.
It's been seconded by Ms. Allard. Is there any opposition? Okay, seeing no opposition, we will extend this meeting until midnight.
One last
And-
thing. One last thing.
Mr. Constant?
Yep. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Roberts. So I, earlier in the evening, pointed to Mr. Roberts and suggested he was out of order, and it was hard to tell from here if he was or wasn't, but he did something novel. He sent a respectful email and asked for me to clarify, and so I'm sorry I pointed you out if I was wrong, and I just want you to know that your method of communicating was valid and effective. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Allard?
Is he still on the phone? Is he? Okay. So
Yeah, I'm on.
yeah. So I want to know if this would surprise you, because you're a coach and you're around kids day in and day out. Would it surprise you? I have received quite a few messages from parents concerned that kids that are not feeling well, they aren't saying, and their parents are finding out by different means, they're not admitting that they might be sick with a cold or any other type of sickness, because they're worried if they are reporting it, they're going to get their schools closed and they are stressed to be home. Would that surprise you that kids are banding together to not report that they're not feeling good?
It wouldn't surprise me, but I would say that, we do tell our kids, if you're not feeling well, stay home, because, you risk, getting other members of the team sick. So we just say, if you're not feeling well, stay home, please, until you're fully recovered. I think these kids the smiles on their face when they are exercising. It's not just the endorphins, it's the joy of participating with their friends and, competing. It's the physiological effects, it's the emotional effects. And yeah, I just, there's all forms of depression, right? My wife's a new mom, as many moms go through postpartum depression. There's seasonal affective disorder. All these things are so benefited by exercise. And I think even in our kids, just when they get out and play in a warm, heated environment and can participate in sports, especially in hard times as these, it's just so enjoyable for them. It brightens their spirits. It gives them hope. So that's my hope, you guys, is consider. I know I had heard that there was some consideration of, well, maybe wrestling or maybe this sport or that sport. But guys, I'm telling you, if there's a mask mandate, basketball, like girls basketball right now, I don't know if you know this, is on life support.
Sir,
there's so few people
Sir, if you
involved
could
in girls
please wrap
basketball.
up. We need to keep it to clarifying questions so we can get to some other folks. Ms. Allard?
Sure.
Does that answer your question?
The last thing I'll say is girls basketball is on life support. They are combining 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th graders to play together because they have so few. And if this mask mandate comes, I just don't think they can even sustain a program. It'll die.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Please stay on the line, sir. Mayor Bronson has a question for you. Mayor Bronson?
Sure.
Yeah, Doc, thanks for very much. I asked a question earlier of Mr. Falsey, and I guess I didn't get an answer. As a medical professional, I'd like to ask you the same question as we look to the 7 and 14-day moving average for cases by onset date on the Muni website. Since 9/13, September 13, the cases have been, these trends have trended down significantly. Can you explain why?
So I'm just to clarify, I'm my training as a research scientist. I have a background in physiology. I'm not a virologist. I do have a general understanding of virology. But I can tell you that...
Sir, I might add, though, that Mr. Falsey is an attorney, and he was quite willing to opine.
Well, what I can tell you is, I've watched the trends like everyone else, and I saw last year in 2020 when the trends went up with a mask mandate in place and the numbers kept going up. Now, maybe the masks had some positive effect of stopping water droplets in the air from spreading. But, you know, do we want to trade whatever minuscule positive impact of fewer water droplets in the air for, you know, a full citizenry of depressed, inactive youth and adults? In my opinion, no. My COVID story is I got COVID and my whole family got COVID fully masked on an airplane while everyone around us was masked. And I think even our former acting mayor was a prolific mask wearer, and all those around her also got COVID, and I'm really glad she recovered. But it just shows that masks are not the silver bullet. They're not the catch-all. And they may have there may be some positive effects of masks in terms of stopping water droplets in the air. But it's certainly not going to catch everything. And I just don't see what I would consider a minuscule or minor benefit of masks to outweigh the positive health effects of people that are willing and wanting to go to the gym, run on the treadmill, mask-free. If they have to wear masks, they just won't go. If they have to wear masks, they'll just pull their kids out of basketball. It just and be inactive, and I just don't want that. I'd like to see an active citizenry.
Thank you, Doctor. Appreciate it.
Thank
You're welcome.
you for your testimony.
All right. Bye.
We'll go ahead and move back to in-person testimony. So if you please state your name for the record and the area of town, and we have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Robin Bjork, Mat-Su Valley in District 3. I'd like to thank Mayor Bronson for his statements, and I completely agree with you and support your position on this ordinance. Page 2, line 30 talks about COVID-19 vaccination as the most important public health action to end this pandemic. But I'd like to beg to question that. What is 13 times more protective against the Delta variant than being fully vaccinated? It's natural immunity. And that is according to an Israeli study of 2.5 million people. And I quote, "This study demonstrates that natural immunity confers longer lasting and stronger protection against infection, symptomatic disease, and hospitalization caused by the Delta variant of SARS-CoV-2 compared to the 2-dose vaccine-induced immunity." Why won't anyone recognize natural immunity? This actually is the most effective pathway to end this pandemic, whether you're vaccinated or unvaccinated, because we know you can still get COVID if you're fully vaccinated. If we could have actually ended this pandemic last year, and 5 months into this pandemic, when Dr. McCullough published his risk-stratified algorithms of care, I was so excited, thinking that the pandemic had ended. We know the solution. Frontline doctors had already developed protocols, including COVID-19 prevention, early intervention, and home-based treatments. These protocols were published in 2020 in the Association of American Physicians and Surgeons Guide to Home-Based COVID Treatment, Reviews in Cardiovascular Medicine, the American Journal of Medicine, and Journal of Intensive Care Medicine. If every Alaskan had or have now free access to their own COVID-19 kit, including vitamin D3, vitamin C, quercetin, zinc, melatonin, and yes, ivermectin, and we focused on wellness instead of disease, we could beat this pandemic and drive down the hospitalizations. Though mocked by the media, ivermectin is actually an FDA-approved drug for humans that has been vital in COVID-19 treatment worldwide. Its effectiveness has been shown in 63 medical trials, including 31 randomized controlled trials by 613 scientists and over 26,000 patients. There was 86% improvement in prevention trials and 72% improvement in early treatment trials. If India, one of the most densely populated nations in the world, can achieve COVID-free areas by using this approach, we can too.
This entire ordinance is predicated on the fact that we think we have no other solutions. And I want to tell you now, I am very disappointed in the CDC. Dr. Fauci is a liar. Why do we keep doing the same thing and not listening to frontline doctors who have been successful at treating and eliminating COVID-19? Ma'am, there's a question for you from Ms. Allard.
Can you talk a little bit more about your professional background, please?
Sure. I am a physical therapist and a wound specialist and a lymphatic specialist, so my career has been clinical, industry, and education. And at the time of this pandemic, I was traveling all over the U.S., and actually I was on my way to the Middle East to do a presentation at an international wound healing Congress. So unfortunately, I just want to say that there's such medical tyranny that even for me to get up and speak freely, there's a lot of threats and a lot of fear in doing that for a lot of medical professionals, because now they're threatening that if you diverge from the narrative, they're going to discipline you, take your license, and of course you're going to be ostracized. So Dr. McCullough is an American hero. I appreciate the FLCCC.net group of doctors all over the world that have bound together to try to bring forth effective treatments, and they've been censored and silenced.
Just a quick follow-up, please.
Go ahead, Ms. Allard.
So you said used to. So there is a reason why you stopped doing what you were doing. Can you just explain that a little bit in more detail for me?
I can.
Thank you. And just to be clear, we've spoken. So I just want everybody else to hear what you've told me in previous conversations.
So, and the reason I'm wearing my scrubs and everything is because I just want the audience to know that some of us medical people are fully awake, and to realize that the CDC, FDA, and NIH are just as corrupt as the other branches of government is something that's really hard for a medical professional to get their head around, and there's a grieving process with that. But when I realized the enormity of that, I realized that the only way for me to really speak out is to distance and remove myself from all of my associations and board appointments and opportunities to publish and opportunities to speak, because I did not want my actions to compromise my colleagues. So it is my decision to temporarily retire and retract from all of my professional engagements that I worked 30 years to achieve.
Thank you, and I will send your presentation that you had sent to me to all my colleagues, to include the mayor's office. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Allard. Thank you for your testimony. My name is Jackie Goforth. Actually, sorry, ma'am, if you'd hold on just a moment here. Mayor Bronson had put himself in the queue, but there was a bit of noise in the back. I'm sorry. Mayor Bronson, you have a question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ma'am, I just wanted to ask, have you been threatened, board license, has your licensing been threatened or your practice been threatened?
No, it has not, but I feel the threat.
Okay.
And I'm thankful my license is not in Alaska right now.
Have you heard of instances where healthcare professionals' licenses and board certifications have been threatened?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Would it be helpful if we were to create a website which collected those anecdotes of people whose licenses and board certifications have been threatened? Would that encourage them to come out in public and make their voice heard? Because that's a question, by the way, but I'd like to follow on, because this threat is prevalent. In fact, it's been formalized that if anyone speaks against the common narrative. It's called providing false information on COVID response or COVID therapy. You will lose your board licensing, and which means you'll lose your job. Your board certification, excuse me, not board licensing. And my question is would that be helpful? If we were to create a forum which people could, where we could collect that information.
That may be helpful, but as a healthcare professional, I think it'd be more helpful to actually just have a roundtable with the frontline doctors in Alaska that are successfully treating COVID-19 and keeping their patients out of the hospital. Something that Dr. Fauci should have done a year and a half ago, and he has censored and blocked all treatments and all voices, which is why I'm wearing this star, because until I listen to Dr. Zelenko, who is Jewish, Jewish leaders and other Jews that actually had personal experience with the Holocaust and how they used a medical institution and the messaging and the marketing, exact phrasing almost, when I started looking into that, I was horrified that I was a part of that. And so I'm listening. That is why I'm wearing this, because we are walking down the same road, and it is a very serious thing.
I agree. I agree with you on that.
Madam Chair.
And I agree with you on that, ma'am. And I just
point of order. At this point, everybody is clapping all the time. If this continues, we're going to start to remove people for clapping, and it sucks because we want to hear from people, but we're not being able to hear from people. Madam Chair, if it continues, I'm going to have to start pointing people out.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. But yes, that would be helpful for clinicians in particular that are still in practice. I've already removed myself, so I'm not afraid, but that was self-induced. So I'm sure there's a lot of clinicians that would be up here that maybe are afraid of repercussions, which that tells you a lot about where we're at as well.
I see. And just as we've referenced the Star David quite a bit here tonight, but there was a formal message that came out within Jewish culture about that, and the message was never again.
Yes.
That's an ethos, and that's what that star really means, is we will not forget, this will never happen again, and I think us borrowing that from them is actually a credit to them.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
I agree. Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and the area in which you reside.
My name is Jackie Ivy Goforth, and I used to live in Weddleton and LaFrancis district, but I've moved and I'm still in Weddleton and LaFrancis district, unfortunately. Now, I'm putting on my glasses, but I can't see unless you put yours on too. Isn't that how a mask works? I can't see unless you put your glasses on too. That doesn't work. That's what you're doing. Your mask doesn't work unless someone else has one on too. Have you guys listened to yourself? Now, if you look at the ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Code, on page 3, line 24, it says, whereas the Pfizer COVID-19 vaccine to be marketed as Comirnaty received the Food and Drug Administration's first full approval and has met the high standards for safety, effectiveness, and manufacturing quality the FDA requires. Believe it or not, Comirnaty has not met any standards. It has been approved, however, it just hasn't been manufactured yet. The one that is manufactured is the COVID-19 one. Its emergency order was extended, and it doesn't have, the Comirnaty one doesn't have the legal protections that the COVID one does. In other words, they're legally distinct. And if you look at the package insert, it's got huge redactions. So let me tell you what's in there. We still do not have transparency about what the vaccine ingredients are. Scientists from all over the world have found and verified metallic particles, self-organizing nanotechnology, graphene oxide, and even parasites in these vials. There's poor quality control. The FDA has skipped vial vetting processes, and the CDC is even bullying its way forward despite warnings. Now, I want you to know that if you look at Singapore's stats right now, you will find out that they are the most highly vaccinated country in the world. You don't have your glasses on, so mine aren't working. It has 82% vaccination rate. It has the most stringent and longest lasting mask mandate in the entire world, and they have the highest COVID rate. Someone explain that. Please. You're not listening. You're not looking at the right stats. You're not looking at it at the CDC website where under comorbidities it actually says, and look this up, that only 6% of the COVID cases were pure COVID. All the rest had comorbidities. Okay? You might want to listen to Dr. Zawicki. She's the one who speaks in Illinois. She's their health director, and she said, if people are in hospice dying, write them down as COVID. If people are dying of any other reason, write them down as COVID. She's on record saying that. You can look it up on YouTube, okay? If you do your own research, you're going to start noticing that you're not going to trust the government. Now, Dr. Christina Parks in Michigan, PhD, she said the largest group of vaccine hesitants are the PhDs because they know the science. That's scary. The second group is the high school diploma ones and lower, and that's because they know that they don't know, and they don't trust their government. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Ma'am, there's a question for you. Ms. Allard has a question for you.
I apologize. I probably could have asked somebody prior to you, but you have a lot of stats, and I'm trying to find out. I guess I could look it up, but I'm trying to listen to everybody. Do you know what percentage were vaccinated in the state of Alaska by any chance?
Not in the state of Alaska.
Okay, if anybody comes forward, I just want to know that. Okay.
But 80% of the ones dying of COVID right now are vaccinated. You can look that one up.
On what website?
Thank you.
Does she have a source?
Number one, don't Google anything, okay? Google is owned by Alphabet, and so is YouTube. The CEO is actually Sergey Brin. Sergey Brin, his ex-wife is Susan Wojcicki. Ann Wojcicki, her sister, she's the CEO of 23andMe, so don't send your blood sample there, your DNA sample there. She is actually the CEO of YouTube. So if you know that the CEO of YouTube and the CEO of Google are ex-brother and sister-in-laws, okay, why would you trust either one of them? If they can kick Senator Dr. Rand Paul off of YouTube and Google, they can do anything. So go to DuckDuckGo, all right?
Thank you,
because
Ms.
they
Allard.
will actually show you the data you're looking for. Just put in Google. 80% of the cases are vaccinated of COVID, okay? And you will find out.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr.
Thank you.
Constant has a question for you.
Thank you. You mentioned that Singapore has the highest case rates. Do you actually know what the case rates are in Singapore right now?
They just had 1,564 cases yesterday. Please look it up. It's on the Telegram.
Do you know what the population of Singapore is?
Pardon?
Do you know what the population of Singapore is?
Of course not. Why would I?
It's
I just know that 80...
Hold on.
Okay.
It's 5.7 million.
Excellent.
Do you know what the Alaska average, 7-day average case rate is right now? It's 1,000.
They're still 82% vaccinated, sir. 82%
Thank
with
you,
the
Mr. Constant.
longest...
Thank you for your testimony.
The longest mask mandate ever.
Okay. Okay. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and state the area of town you live in. You'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Nathan Marshall. I live in LaFrance and Weddleton's district in South Anchorage, and I'll try to make short work of this. I'm going to start by debunking that pathetic comparing masks to seatbelts myth. The CDC says that seatbelts reduce the risk of death by 45% and cut the risk of serious injury by 50%. When it comes to masks, the CDC is a little less specific. Masks offer some protection to you and are also meant to protect those around you. Some protection? Okay, that's great to know. I'm a true patriot of this country. I didn't want to get involved in politics, especially not at my age. I'm barely 22 years old. I have not seen anybody else in my age group come up and do this, right? Step up against stupid. I'm not in the military. I probably won't serve in the military. I greatly support our service members, but I'm still willing to fight and die for this flag. Everybody's entitled to their own beliefs, their own opinions. That's why we are a free country. Do not ever tell us what we can and cannot do with our own lives. It's not even about the masks or our health anymore. Yes, it is about freedom, which most of you don't know the definition of. I'm going to finish with a quote, and if anybody knows it, please join in, because you might recognize this. Patrick Henry, 1775. It is in vain, sir, to extenuate the matter. Gentlemen may cry, peace, peace, but there is no peace. The war is actually begun. The next gale that sweeps from the north will bring to our ears the clash of resounding arms. Our brethren are already in the field. Why stand we here idle? What is it that gentlemen wish? What would they have? Is life so dear or peace so sweet as to be purchased at the price of chains and slavery? Forbid it, Almighty God. I know not what course others may take, but as for me, give me liberty or give me death!
Thank you for your testimony. We're going to return back to the phones for 3 folks, and we're going to start Mr. Turner with Ms. Carolyn Ramsey.
Please use the area code
Hi, Ms. Ramsey. Okay, let's go ahead and go to the next person. We'll return back to her. Ms. Sarah Gilk-Balmer.
Hello?
Hi, Ms. Gilk-Balmer.
Yes.
This is Suzanne LaFrance with the Anchorage Assembly, and you're on for public testimony for AO 2021-91. So if you go ahead and state your name for the record and the area of Anchorage in which you reside, you'll have 3 minutes. Thank you.
All right, thank you. My name is Sarah Gilk-Balmer, and I live in South Anchorage, Assembly District 6. I've lived in Anchorage for 18 years. I'm a full-time working professional and mother to 3 young children under the age of 12, and I'm calling to voice support for AO 2021-91. I'm not going to spend my testimony spouting off the science behind masks. We've heard a lot about that already. This issue is so divisive that revisiting those arguments isn't helpful anymore. I'd love to think that people will wear masks of their own volition, but the truth is that not everyone will without a mandate, and we need everyone to do their small part. With the news out today about crisis standards of care in the YK region, it is obvious that the entire state's healthcare system is in crisis. And as the largest population in the state, what happens here affects the entire state, and we clearly need to do something. But what I've been most struck with during this mask debate is the lack of compassion for our fellow humans. These are ugly times. I've mentioned before that I have 3 small children. They're ages 4, 6, and 9. And you know what? They have absolutely no problems wearing masks. All 3 of them wear them every day without complaint. That's because we remind them and they understand that they're wearing masks to protect others as much as to protect themselves. We remind them that this small inconvenience is one thing we can do for the betterment of our community, that one person's right to not wear a mask is not more important than the well-being of our community.
Many who are opposed to a mask mandate feel that it tramples personal liberty. But what about the liberty of your neighbor to be free from COVID, to be able to get health care needs met, to be able to continue to go to school? That's very important to my kids, I'll tell you that much. A community in danger has every right to protect itself, and Anchorage, unfortunately, is a community in danger. I shouldn't need to tell you how shocking it is to hear all these statistics that everybody's heard, that Alaska now has one of the highest rates of death in the country and one of the highest infection rates in the world. How bad does it have to get before we do something? Apparently really, really bad, to the point where our morgues are going to run out of room, like's happening in Idaho right now. Please do the right thing and enact mask mandate. And I say all of these things not expecting to change the hearts or minds of anyone in these chambers. This is the first time I've ever given public testimony because I do think it is important that you, the assembly, understand that there are many people in Anchorage, many more than you see in the chamber.
Thank you, ma'am, for your testimony.
Of this measure.
Ma'am, thank you for your
Thank
testimony. Folks in the audience, it's not your job to call when time is up. It is not your job to note the time, and I am doing it. And do.
That was the man in red who just shouted. He had already been.
Which one is that?
It's time.
Okay. Security, would you please escort the gentleman in red with the hat who's in line out? He has been warned, and he's continuing to disrupt the meeting.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Allard?
Thank you. When we're escorting individuals out for not following decorum, they can come back tomorrow to testify. Is that correct?
There are some other variables involved, and this is something, it depends on the manner, for example, in which a person leaves. This is a question for Mr. Gates, I believe.
Yeah, I'd like it to go to legal, please. Thank you. And if the Muni attorney can chime in after Mr. Gates, I would appreciate it.
Sure.
I apologize. I was actually reading something here. Could you repeat the question, please?
Yeah, I will. Can we wait before we remove the individual just so they can all hear Ms. LaFrance? Mr. Gates, is it?
Sir, you were warned earlier not to continue to disrupt, and you shouted again, and you're shouting now. So if you would please... You have been warned not to disrupt, and you have disrupted the meeting with your shouting, although you have been warned. Security, please escort the gentleman to the door.
Leave your name, and if there is a possibility you can come back tomorrow, my aide will reach out to you.
Thank you, Ms. Allard.
Since you asked me nicely and since you're fucking cool, I'll do it.
Mr. Gates, thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Gates, when we remove people from the chambers for decorum, is that a legal maneuver where they cannot come back in the chamber to testify? And then if the Muni attorney can follow up, come back.
Oh, you remove a person for an actual disruption of the meeting, and I think that's partly the chair's ruling. They cannot come back to testify tonight. I think that's actually usually the practice, but this is something the chair decides. They're removed for an actual disruption. Have you given a time limit? Usually it's for the remainder of the meeting.
Thank you.
That's not a solid rule in law or anything like that.
Thank you. So that doesn't, just because they're removed tonight, just for clarification, that doesn't mean that they can't come back, or is that up to the chair to say you can't come back and testify? Is there some legal thing that keeps them out of the chambers to come back the next day to testify is my question.
Tomorrow is a new day. I think.
Thank
you
you.
remove
Thank
someone
you.
from a meeting. Tonight we have a continued meeting. That's what the removal is from. A lot depends on the circumstances. And it's, again, some ruling of the chair. And that ruling can be appealed to the body for a vote. This person was disruptive tonight. I'm not even sure if they were here last night. Maybe they weren't disruptive. It's really a ruling of the chair here.
Thank you.
Mr. Gates. Would
Madam
you like
Chair,
to
can I
hear
go-
from Mr.
Yes.
Burke?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Burke?
Through the chair, Patrick Burke. I don't disagree with anything Mr. Gates said. I think that's probably the right legal analysis. Unless they've been trespassed or there's a court order, I don't know that, I mean, it's an interesting question for a continued debate tomorrow, but I think the general practice has been that it's just for the meeting. So just for tonight.
Thank you. Madam Chair, may I address you in regards to my concern?
Sure, go ahead, Ms. Allard.
This is a very heated AO, and I respect your chambers and that your decorum and your rules. I would just ask if people who are removed tonight could come back tomorrow based on the fact some of these people have never been to the chambers. I know you've asked repeatedly, but we are in a country where freedom of speech is allowed, and we don't want to violate the Open Meetings Act. We've already been kind of legally engaged. So I would just highly recommend that we can give people the opportunity to come back to the chambers the following day after perhaps they've cooled off.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. You want me to go to you, Mr. Constant? Go ahead.
Thank you. This is a limited public forum, which means there are rules. And I think the answer to Ms. Allard's question is really what the attorney said, is it depends on the circumstances of the individual. And if you're asked to leave and you don't comply, then it escalates, then it becomes more difficult to have you come back tomorrow. But I think our hope is to hear from everybody. And so I think Mr. Burke, Mr. Gates suggested that our practice is to let people come back in unless, of course, they escalate it on the way out the door to a point that makes it we can't have you back in this session.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Gates?
Yes, I just wanted to clarify one point that I heard some allegation that this was violating the Open Meetings Act, and I do not believe that's the case. It's not.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. And it's my understanding that the gentleman who left was not trespassed, that he went out peacefully and willingly. So yes, he may return to the continued meeting, which I assume will be tomorrow, depending how this goes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Thank you, Mr. Gates, for clarifying that the Open Meetings Act is not being and has not been violated today. Okay, let's move back to, we had done one person for in-phone testimony, and Mr. Turner, could we go ahead, now that we have the number for Ms. Ramsey, could we give her a call, please? Thank you.
This is Carolyn.
Hi, Ms. Ramsey.
Yes.
This is Suzanne LaFrance with the Anchorage Assembly, and you are on for public testimony on AO 2021-91. And if you go ahead and state your name for the record and the part of town in which you live, you'll have 3 minutes. Thank you.
I am testifying on behalf of the council. That would be 5, please, tonight.
Thank you. I will add the 2 minutes since, and what is your position with the community council?
I'm president.
President. Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, ma'am. My name is Carolyn Ramsey. I'm speaking tonight in my capacity as president of the Airport Heights Community Council. Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the Assembly. There is no silver bullet that will stop or cure COVID-19. There are, however, multiple mitigation measures that, when applied together, form a pretty formidable barrier. That barrier is not insurmountable by this sneaky virus, but every little bit helps. When we get into our vehicles, we put on a seatbelt not because we think that seatbelt's going to stop us from getting into an accident, but because if we do, that seatbelt will help protect us from injury. Does it guarantee we'll live through every accident? No. It is a layer of protection only. The same can be said for airbags. They don't prevent accidents either, but they do help protect us if we do get into one. When combining seatbelts with airbags, a person's chance of surviving and limiting their injury increases even more. Mitigation measures help prevent individuals from infection or, in the case of vaccines, from severe illness. None of the measures individually or even together guarantee someone won't get sick or that someone won't die, but they will greatly reduce the risk. A DHSS study done on Anchorage showed a 60% reduction in positive case rates when mitigation measures were implemented in late fall of 2020. Multiple studies from school districts across the nation have shown a decrease in transmission in districts with mask mandates versus ones without. Fairbanks North Star Borough just voted in a mask requirement to help reduce their transmission levels. With winter quickly approaching, our humidity levels are rapidly dropping. We know for a fact that less humidity in the air gives virus particles the ability to travel farther and hang in the air longer. Mitigation measures work. For those individuals who have eye issues with masks, there are hundreds upon hundreds of different styles of functional masks out there. Find a different mask. One size does not fit all. With the argument against mitigation measures, we hear a lot about personal choice, freedom, and privacy. An individual may run around their own home or their friend's home buck naked, but when entering the public realm, they must put on clothes. Many of these individuals most likely find clothes restrictive, but society requires them to wear them in order to participate. Individuals may smoke in their own homes or their friends' homes, but when they enter a public realm, there are restrictions on where they can smoke for the safety of the general public because their behavior is a health risk to individuals within close proximity. In 1905, Jacobson v. Massachusetts went to the Supreme Court because Jacobson had been fined $5 for not getting the smallpox vaccine, claiming a poor reaction to vaccination when he was a child. Jacobson insisted his liberty was at stake and that the vaccination requirement was hostile to the inherent right of every individual to care for their own body. In 1905, Supreme Court Justice Harlan wrote, "Liberty secured by the Constitution of the United States to every person within its jurisdiction does not import an absolute right in each person to be, at all times and in all circumstances, wholly free from restraint. There are manifold restraints to which every person is necessarily subject for the common good. Society based on the rule that each individual is a law unto himself would soon be confronted with disorder and anarchy. Real liberty for all could not exist under the operation of a principle which recognizes the right of each individual person to use his own liberty regardless of the injury that may be done to others." The Supreme Court further affirmed their 1905 ruling in the 1922 case of Zook versus King. I'm not before the Assembly today to ask for a mandate on vaccinations. I'm instead requesting the Assembly pass AO 2021-91. When the current administration took over in July 21, we were leading the nation with our low death rate and infection rate. Now, 3 months later, we've seen the highest infection rate per capita, not just in the nation, but the entire world. The current administration had the full opportunity to be Captain Sully of U.S. Airways 1549 and glide Anchorage safely through COVID. However, with current conditions, this administration is Captain Bob Loft of Eastern Airlines Flight 410. Thank you very much for your time this evening.
Thank you, Ms. Ramsey, for your testimony. Okay, let's go ahead and give Ms. Jenny Marie Stryker a call, please, Mr. Turner.
Hi, you've reached Jody Marie Stryker at 415-464.
Let's go ahead and call the next person on the list, Ms. Kaysen.
Hello?
Hi, Ms. Kaysen.
Yes.
This is Suzanne LaFrance with the Anchorage Assembly, and you are on for public testimony for AO 2021-91. Please state your name for the record and the area in which you live. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Jackie Kaysen, and I live in District 3. I wanted to say tonight that our community is suffering, with many sick and dying from a highly contagious virus that is replicating and evolving and spreading across our community. Our trusted medical professionals have done their best to prevent and to treat COVID-19 with compassionate care, but the number of infections and hospitalizations at this point call for action. Infections are not caused by a labor shortage or by masks. I want to thank our doctors for taking care of us and for taking the time to appeal to our city's leadership so that we might take greater advantage of the tools already available to contain this virus. We could if we would. I've had the same doctor for many years, and I trust her. We make decisions together. I trust her because she listens to me and because she's been through medical school, which I have not. I trust my doctor, and I was glad to see that she was one of the 300 medical professionals to sign a letter sent to the Assembly. We know that a strong immune system is better equipped to fight illness, but that doesn't stop us from taking other precautions. Our medical professionals tell us that the best way to keep community members out of the hospital is to increase the rate of vaccination. Short of that, masking, distancing, and hygiene are additional mitigation measures. Multiple measures are the way to go. But our community is sick in other ways. We are a body politic plagued by distrust. Many have become susceptible to viral misinformation designed to promote hostility. A body politic unwilling to endure minimal discomfort for the sake of others. Yeah, I don't like the masks either. A body politic short on compassion falls prey to internet trolls who don't take sides. Trolls set out to feed and replicate suspicion. We have evidence of that happening before we even knew about COVID-19. The same Russian Twitter bot account that created discord during the 2016 presidential election switched topics and began to amplify vaccine misinformation already brewing in our communities back in 2018. These social media trolls are not on one side or the other. Much like viruses, they seek to replicate. They replicate discord, they heighten anger by hurling insults in all directions, some for, some against vaccines. Our community is sick. A body politic weakened by distrust is not capable of fighting off this virus. There are things we can do. We already have the capacity to contain this virus, but we lack the will. I'm here to testify in favor of the ordinance to implement a mask mandate as long as the number of infections and deaths remain at crisis levels. I'm here to support the ordinance for all the reasons contained within the proposal, but with one caveat. Although I do recognize a leadership vacuum in the mayor's office and a climate conducive to misinformation, I do not support Section 10.2, the measure to have citizens report one another. That would likely feed the distrust that is ravaging our body politic. Let us trust the majority of private businesses to follow the ordinance.
Your time is up. However, Ms. Allard has a question for you.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate your testimony as well. I heard you say, and maybe if I'm misquoting or misunderstood, you said that you trust your doctor to give you the medical advice.
I do.
Okay. Would it surprise you for me to tell you that I trust my doctor to give me medical advice?
No, probably not. So your doctor is telling you don't get vaccinated, don't wear a mask. That's what your doctor's telling you?
I apologize. I spoke and can you please repeat that? I apologize.
Oh, I said, is your doctor telling you don't get vaccinated, don't wear a mask? Is that what your doctor's telling you?
So I've probably spoken to over 100 medical professionals, nurses, and doctors that have gone to the same law schools as probably your doctor. And I just want to say that not all doctors agree, but if I trust you to make your own medical decision, do you think you could trust me to make my own medical decision?
I am trusting the vast majority of ethical businesses to follow this ordinance. I do read a lot. I'm not a medical professional. I didn't go to medical school. I don't think you did either. My doctor didn't go to law school. But I do think that from what I understand, the vast majority of doctors do support the vaccination, and they do support mitigation measures, which are not perfect, but when combined, could build this spread. And I think what we're doing now, which is not enough, is leading to the case rates that we're seeing in hospitals. And I don't think they're the result of staffing issues. I think that we could contain this virus. We have the tools. We could get back on with our businesses. We could get our kids back in school. We have the capacity to do this. But the misinformation that's running rampant, I don't think these are ethical doctors who are advising people against these things.
Thank you, ma'am. Do you have any further
Yeah,
questions?
I was actually just talking about masks, not vaccines. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
We'll go back to in-person for 3 more folks. Please come forward. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Jean Strong, and I live somewhere in Alaska. Jamie and Crystal are my peeps. If I'm expected to wear a mask because I'm responsible for you, then I'm also going to be responsible for coming to your house and take away everything I think is bad for you. Seems fair. Let me quote a person we all know. A person wearing a mask is breathing in a wet, moist environment and collecting viruses and bacteria, and it is in general not useful for protection from other person's germs. Dr. Ann Zink. I have spoken to medical professionals in my life, private practice, not hospitals. I know them personally. I text with them. I trust them with my life. My doctor, my dentist, my eye doctor, a firefighter, paramedic, nurses, medical assistants, even my veterinarian, and they all say masks don't work like this. I have not found that anywhere. I've done a bunch of research too. I'm retired, I have a lot of time. On the contrary, I've only found conclusions by real people in the real world right here in Alaska. Not a government agency who I wouldn't trust anyway. Masks aren't good. Even dog bites have gone up because of masks. Dogs read body language and facial expressions, and their bites have risen 48% because of masks. They need that information to know how to react to situations. And when they're deprived of that, they revert to feral behavior, and so do people. I reckon any private citizen who wants to try and enforce something on me, good luck with that. COVID-19 is treatable. Ivermectin works. Hydroxychloroquine works. Medical professionals across the country are sacrificing lives for protocol and politics. So I don't want to hear about their knowledge when people are dead because they wouldn't treat them. Wannabe tyrants throw on terms like medical exemptions and religious exemptions. We do not need any exemptions. We are Americans and we run this country and we have the final word on the matter, and that word is no.
Thank you, ma'am. There's a question for you from Ms. Allard.
Thank you, Jean. Jean, you had recently said you kind of got off social media.
Yes.
And can you tell me a couple of the reasons why? And I'll lead into where I'm going.
Mostly because I posted my opinion and what my doctor told me about the treatment of COVID, about ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine, and Facebook blocked me.
So you're actually going to your doctor for advice.
Absolutely.
How would you feel if I just told you you can't go see your doctor anymore, you got to do what I tell you?
I'd laugh.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Thank you, ma'am. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and the area in which you live, and you'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Michelle, and I'm a blue-collar worker. I live in La France, and
Weddleton's district, so I'm actually represented by Allard and Bronson. On October 26th of 2020, I showed up here for the first time. You guys were wreaking havoc on the restaurant industry. You were wreaking havoc on people like me because of your mandates and your shutdowns. I tried to explain to you that you were literally committing murder financially, mentally, and emotionally. But you didn't care because just like now, Constant was on his phone. So here we go again. And here's the thing. Not everybody can do a mask. Personally, I am an asthmatic. I don't even like to get in the water because I've had near-death experiences from not being able to breathe. When I put a mask on, it feels like a panic attack. You don't care about that. These people don't care about that are trying to push these masks on us. I have a friend who has a daughter who's in her mid-30s who came here and testified and told you that when she tries to put a mask on her, her daughter actually tries to bite her. You don't care about that. These people forcing masks on us don't care about that. I don't support this mask mandate, and the big reason why is for a year and a half to almost 2 years, you guys have held us down, you have put diapers on our face, you have suffocated us, you've killed our city, and now these people are calling in droves to tell you to keep it happening. Well, you know what? It's our turn. Okay, you had your way for a year and a half. It's our turn to breathe fresh air, live our lives. If you are that afraid of COVID, your turn to stay home. It's your turn. It's our turn to live our life, and I will not live in fear. I choose to live my life and chance the COVID because I'm not going to live in fear. And newsflash, we're all going to die. It's going to happen. So live your life. Don't pin me down anymore. Don't pin these people down anymore. Don't do this. And Mayor Bronson, thank you so much for protecting us. I really, truly appreciate it. Thank you.
There are two members. There are two questions for you from Ms. Allard and Ms. Kennedy.
Ms. Kennedy kind of represents you too.
Yeah, I know, but when I need something, I know who the real deal is.
Michelle, I have a question for you because you're right. The mask can affect people differently. That's why unless you go to a doctor and he prescribes or says, go ahead and wear one, it's up to us. Mm-hmm. But, and you don't have to do it if you didn't want to. But my question would be, would you think that if this AO gets passed, and I brought it up to other people, that the municipality should be responsible for all the billing of any medical damage a mask may do in regards to depression? Maybe you get sick from it. Maybe you get, your skin breaks out or...
Actually, I've got a fungus on my face from wearing them. I have to rub off every day. I've never had before. Okay. I also think that maybe the municipality should be responsible for the emotional damage from when people flip out on hostesses at restaurants who are now trying to have to reinforce these mask mandates again.
So how do we approach that? I'm asking this question. How do we approach that with individuals that want you to wear a mask because they do believe and feel safer if you were to wear one with them? How do we approach this with, I just want to know your opinion. How do we approach this? Is it a compromise? They wear one, I don't. Like, how do we, right?
It just shouldn't happen. But I'm so tired right now.
So would you ever walk up to somebody
that through my head?
Would you ever walk up to somebody and say, you need to take that mask off now? Because we've heard it on both sides.
No, and it does make me very uncomfortable to see people wearing masks. And when they were requiring them, I just stopped going places because I felt like I was seeing a sea of zombies. It made me very nervous.
So you made a conscious choice. If a business wanted to put a sign up voluntarily, then you just wouldn't visit that business.
Correct.
So they could still do that. You know that, right?
Yes.
And you don't have to go.
Correct.
Okay. Thank
But
you.
don't make me.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Michelle, it's funny, you said yourself that you're tired. And this kind of goes off into a little bit of a tangent, but I just kind of wanted to get a sense, and if other people want to comment about this when they get a chance to come up here, you know, if you can do so within your 3 minutes, please do. But I'm just really interested in kind of the process. You know, we've had discussions with this body before in terms of how to have better public participation. And for me, I think it's terrible that we call somebody after 10 o'clock at night, you know, but at the same time, people stand in line, they come here, they're waiting on the phone at home, even if it means, I mean, I think at one time we got a woman literally out of bed and said, wait a minute, I need to turn the light on. So anyway, we know that it's really difficult. How can we make it better? What helps? What makes it better just in terms of helping, you know, encouraging people to come to, you know, participate in such a way that people want to come participate, or just timing-wise that actually works for people? Because like you said, you're tired. I mean, this has got to be exhausting.
I have to be up and be safe on the road in the morning here, so I usually am in bed by 8:30 at night. But I really appreciated the listening session that recently happened. I didn't even know about it. I got a text about it, but it was on a Saturday. More listening sessions, more town halls, but the reality is that there's only like you two and these guys who really want to hear what we have to say. And that's kind of the issue right there. So, I mean, if they don't really care what we say, what's the point? But when I came to that listening session that I literally heard about last minute, was here for like 40 minutes, I felt like the people were being heard and they were having the time that they needed and that their input was being appreciated. Whereas when I come here and I stand in line all night and I don't feel appreciated because I don't, other than, so yeah, I need to go though, I'm tired. All right.
I'll pick on someone else then, thank you.
Actually,
Thank you,
I have another question for you. I'm going to go to Mr. Perez-Verdilla. He's not been in the queue yet.
This will be really quick. I'm sorry to
It's
take
okay.
more of your time.
I'm a truck driver, so.
I couldn't let you go without saying that I am glad you're here, and I am listening to you, and I'm sorry that you don't feel listened to, but I do listen, and I do appreciate that you're here tonight, so thank you for coming.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdilla. Ms. Allard, I see you're in the queue a second time. Do you have a quick...
Michelle, just one last
very
one,
quick.
and then, look, I have to be fair. She texts me at all hours, and I respond to your text messages.
I do text you at all hours.
So I'm just going to be fair on that one.
But sometimes I just text you little smiley faces.
I know, and I'm here, and I'm here. I get it. So you said that when we had our listening session, that you didn't receive an invite.
Yeah, no, I didn't know about it at all.
So it would be fair, because we've been accused of only inviting people that side with us, and we basically, we just kind of sent it to a few people and said, if you know anybody who is being discriminated against because they don't want to get vaccinated or anything like this, or might be losing their jobs, and you lost your job at
Right,
one
I lost
point.
my job, and I found a job where I don't have to wear a mask, and I don't have to watch what I say.
Thank you. But my point of that is, and I want to clarify.
I was actually going to work that day, and somebody in the audience texted me and said, you got to see this.
Okay, so out of all
Ms. Allard,
fairness,
do you have a
nobody had
question?
discriminated.
Nobody, I didn't know at
Okay.
all. It was not,
Okay.
I had no clue at all, but it was very eye-opening.
Okay. Yes, thank
that.
you, Madam
Thank you,
Chair.
Ms. Allard.
Thank you, Michelle.
All right, thank you.
We'll do one more in person. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and the area of town in which you live.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Ruth Mariner. I live in District 6, so Weddleton and LaFrance are my representatives. I am here to voice my opposition to AO 2021-91. I want to be clear. I feel like I'm in the middle ground. I'm not a tick box. I don't agree with every point made by anyone here tonight, which is kind of the American way anyhow. My family and I have been vaccinated. We believe and trust that the vaccination is primarily effective. And I'm telling you this mainly because I think many in this chamber believe that if we're in opposition to the mask mandate, it's driven primarily by those who are anti-vaccine, and I don't believe that that's true. So I do want to go on the record that would be incorrect. I take COVID-19 very seriously. I got a shot, I got COVID, and I got another shot. I still cannot taste or smell. It's good diet, though. Okay. But all of that being said, I know people who have died young and people who have died old, so I take it seriously. It is not something to be treated with frivolity. So I'm not in any way denigrating those who believe that I'm not taking it seriously when I disagree with the mask mandate. But I have some points to make. My concern is primarily the economic impact it's going to have on the city. I did agree with Mr. Stevenson regarding the psychological impairment it will cause our children. Last year, the Assembly passed mask mandates that nearly killed the economic viability of this city. Scores of businesses closed forever, and the city has still not recovered. This mandate, I'm afraid, will again create yet another economic disaster that will take years and perhaps decades to recover from. Many who came and wore a mask last night, this is my second point, proved a logical point to me that those who are concerned for their health and welfare are wearing a mask because they believe that it is in their purview to do so. And I support that decision for them. It makes logical sense. And I see this everywhere. I think more than half the city is masking up. Most reprehensible in this ordinance, I find, it's outrageous and troubling, and many have commented, so I'll be brief. The private enforcement action is abhorrent to me. This is tattletale stuff we learned in kindergarten not to do. I taught all 4 of my boys that they wouldn't get anywhere by tattling. They certainly wouldn't get their way. Lastly, I want all those 4 boys to move back to this city because I love it and I want their grandchildren to come here. But if there is a dead city economically because of mask mandates that affects businesses, they're not going to move here, and they've got skills, mad skills. I love the city. I appreciate the Assembly. What you guys do is hard. I'm not going to disparage any of you. I prefer respectful conversation and meaningful dialogue and discourse. But I do urge you to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We're going to go back to the phones. I believe we just have 2 folks left. Let's go ahead and try Ms. Andvik first. Mr. Turner?
Hello, this is Jane.
Hi, Ms. Andvik. This is Suzanne LaFrance with the Anchorage Assembly, and you're on for public testimony for AO 2021-91.
Yes.
Yes, please go ahead and state your name for the record and the area of town in which you reside. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Jane Engvik. I live in District 1, have lived in Anchorage almost 50 years, and I've had the pleasure of serving in local government. I previously served on the Assembly for 6 years, but also importantly tonight is I had the pleasure of working on the Anchorage Charter Commission. Our charter is sort of the constitution for local government, and had the opportunity to work on creating the charter of the municipality of Anchorage. And I just wanted to say a few things about the structure of our government and where we are and where we're going. I'm very concerned about COVID, and as I believe everybody who has testified is concerned about COVID. I do think that it's important that the Assembly knows that they do have the legislative powers of Anchorage are vested in the Assembly. That's what Article 4 says. So they have the authority to adopt laws, and you have the responsibility to protect public safety, including public health of Anchorage residents. Tonight I encourage you to support the ordinance to require the use of masks indoors and in settings that protect public health of Anchorage residents and visitors. I believe that we have the opportunity to use all the tools that are available to us to combat this, as our hospitals are overflowing at this point with COVID treatment. I am not a doctor, but I do listen to them. And I do take advice from them because they turn to know more about these things than I do. I do believe that the many physicians who have communicated with the Assembly, who signed the letter, the 300 people who signed the letter, and the people who have come to testify on 2 occasions, are sincerely saying, help us try to deal with this problem. We believe that masks will help. I believe in science, and I believe that medical providers who have visited with you, they believe that this can diminish the spread of the virus. Therefore, I'm vaccinated, and I always wear a mask in public to protect myself from others and to protect them from me. I believe that it's possible to find some middle ground here in terms of this having to do with your rights and my rights, and that has to do with your rights and my rights have to be going in the same direction. As the others had mentioned earlier tonight, your right to infect me with COVID stops when you do that. And I don't think anybody does that on purpose. I misspoke here. I just want you to know that I believe that we have the authority to create this law, and we have the authority to eliminate the laws when they're no longer needed. This is a temporary situation until we can beat this virus. I believe the implementation is the function of the administrative branch.
Ms. Zandvik, your time is up. Thank you for your testimony, and thank you for your extensive public service to our community.
You're welcome.
Let's go ahead and call our final person on the phone list. Ms. Jenny Marie Stryker.
Hello, this is Jenny Marie.
Hi, Ms. Stryker.
Hi.
Hi, this is Suzanne LaFrance with the Anchorage Assembly, and you are on for public testimony for AO 2021-91. And if you go ahead and please state your name for the record and the area of town in which you reside, you'll have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Jenny Marie Stryker, and I'm a resident of District 4 in Midtown. I apologize that I can't be there in person tonight, but I'm very grateful for this opportunity to give testimony by phone. I would like to voice my strong support for this ordinance. We've seen from unequivocal science that masks help prevent the spread of COVID-19. There are scientific experiments that prove this, as well as real-world evidence. Importantly, including from the state of Alaska's own Department of Health, research into the effect of masking ordinance in Anchorage earlier this year. Personally, my experience wearing a mask is not fantastic. I don't love it. It's annoying. My glasses fog up. I smell my own breath sometimes, which isn't the most lovely, and my skin does not love it either. But all of those are really, really small sacrifices that are ultimately just my being a little bit bothered. That little bit of botherment is a common sense step that I'm willing to take in order to protect my community in Anchorage. My wearing a mask to the grocery store means that I'm less likely to transmit COVID-19, a deadly virus. And we need all of us to take that step, not just some. That's what this mask mandate does. It helps us slow the spread of this deadly virus. I'd be remiss if I didn't also mention or encourage that in addition to masking, vaccinations are the other best thing we can all do to fight back against this pandemic. I encourage our mayor and everyone in Anchorage to get a COVID-19 vaccination. Waffling on vaccinations and lack of encouragement is harming our progress forward as a city, and it displays a lack of leadership. I would also like to thank the Assembly for this public forum tonight and yesterday where Anchorage residents can voice our diverse opinions. This hearing right now stands in stark contrast to the recent sham of a public hearing on September 18th hosted by the administration and Assembly member Allard. I am referring to just the other week in this chamber, an invite-only session, which the administration and member Allard used public resources to only hear certain opinions that already agree with their own. I hope that those involved in that hearing on every side understand that their time hearing an invite-only, one-sided of the opinions was time that was spent in an echo chamber, which is not what a public hearing is. So I thank you very much for this public hearing tonight, and I hope that all those involved in the previous one-sided hearing will now hear the voices of folks you disagree with just as loudly as your own. Lastly, I hope that the Assembly can find the political will to enact this mask mandate. I know that masks aren't fun. Many people will be frustrated or annoyed. It's still the right thing to do to save lives.
Thank you, ma'am,
thank
for
you
your
very much.
testimony. And Ms. Allard has a question for you.
I do. Actually, it wasn't invite only, but I'm going to go ahead just for clarification, and she can listen in if she'd like, and maybe we can come back to ask her a question. But I would like to go ahead and ask.
Ms. Allard, this is a period of time for questions, for clarification questions of folks who are speaking. Do you have a question for Ms. Stryker?
Ms. Stryker, are you aware that it was not a public meeting and it was not invite only?
No, Ms. Allard, I am not. You use the Assembly chambers, which is a public space for public hearings. There was no public notice. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not going to pretend to cite things that I can't speak to properly, but I have never seen a public hearing that didn't have voices from all sides represented and a public notice. That's not standard practice.
Can I go ahead and follow up? Thank you, and you're correct. That's not standard process because we're interested in listening to the community. And thank you to the mayor for being able to support me in a larger venue to invite anybody who wanted to come, although it wasn't an invite.
Ms. Allard, do you have a question?
Yes. So it was, again, not an invite only.
Do you
and
have
I
a
just
question, Ms. Allard?
Well, you keep interrupting me. I can't get it out.
Yes, I do.
Can I get the question out, Madam Chair, or are you going to interrupt me?
Well, it depends. If you ask the question, I won't interrupt you.
Madam Chair, I'm trying to get the question out. If you can just give me a couple seconds to get it out.
Please.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Ms.
You know
Allard.
what? Actually, I just totally lost my train of thought. So thank you for testifying. Thanks.
Yeah, I'm listening, and if I may add, Ms. Allard, if you have...
I didn't ask a question.
Ma'am, thank you for your testimony. Okay, that concludes our phone list. We'll go back to in person.
Hi, my name is Kelly Ford. I'm in District 6. Really? It sounds really loud. Sorry. I did not anticipate on speaking tonight, and my phone is broke. So I'm just going to wing it. What I wanted to follow up with, Dr. Calb Stevenson had discussed masks and children. And one thing I found in the lots of research that I have done over the years, or over the last year and a half, was found that on the WHO website, that's the World Health Organization, they have a thing called Mythbusters, and it's a Q&A of things that are being sent around the world as, quote, disinformation or misinformation. And they address those on the website. And one of the questions that's on here is, fact, people should not wear masks while exercising. People should not wear masks when exercising, as masks may reduce the ability to breathe comfortably. Sweat can make the mask become wet more quickly, which makes it difficult to breathe and promotes the growth of microorganisms. The important prevention measures during exercise is to maintain physical distance or at least 1 meter from others. So this is directly on the WHO website. So I don't understand why the city of Anchorage can't read this basic information and follow through with that, and then turns around and tries to force masks on the rest of us. I also would like to say that I disagree with this ordinance, in case that wasn't clear. And I'd like to know why the Assembly doesn't think outside of the box. I feel like all your focus has been on is masks. Like there's no other options to combat this virus, and that is very frustrating because there are other things out there that can be utilized in the community to reduce COVID spread. And I also would like to say that we did have a backup hospital at the Alaska Airlines Center that was, as far as I know, never used last year. Why has the city not gone and found additional resources like that they could set up another facility for a backup hospital for patients that need to be hospitalized with COVID? And that's all I have to say.
Thank you for your testimony.
I can leave?
Welcome. Please state your name for the record and the area of town in which you reside.
My name is Don Hunley. Live on the south side. You and Ms. LaFrance are representatives. Questions for you. Metrics. We talked about this, you and I. Okay? Your ordinance requires action if 50 people per 100,000 people test positive in 7 days. The simple math is 50 divided by 100,000, 0.0005%. 5/10,000ths of a percent positive. Now, these are your numbers. I haven't heard anything to dispute that yet from anybody, and I asked and I emailed all of the assembly members, each one of you. Now, because of this, you want to implement lockdowns and pit neighbors against neighbors. That seems a very low bar, and you need to fix it. Mask mandates for kids. Show me the study that says kids are at significant risk from COVID. The University of Minnesota published 3 studies 3 days ago that highlight low COVID risk of in-person school. Look it up now on your phone. It's easy. I did it. One of many studies. And do masks work on kids? One member here tonight has touched the mask 64 times in an hour. An adult can't do it. How's a kid going to do it? Why masks? There should be multiple studies that state they actually work. You're all vaccinated, so we know you can't get sick from me. You're all wearing masks. You can't get sick from me. So what are you afraid of? Why mandate that I can't go out? Now, I know Ms. LaFrance is okay with it. She has her kids wearing them. We talked about that. Now, instead of mandating that, why don't you mandate no pizza and beer? At least then we know that causes weight gain, and we know obesity is a serious issue for COVID people. Why not mandate exercise for citizens? Okay? Make them work out. That'd help them. Speaking of protocols, I spoke to an ER doc in text. They do not have a pre-hospital protocol to follow. In fact, it's funny, the other night, there was a doc in here, Ms. Allard talked to her and asked her the question twice. She refused to answer. Twice again, refused to answer what protocol they use for COVID. You know what she said? Nothing. How embarrassing is that? They should know the answer to this. I know the answer to this. For being a group of leaders that follow the science, there's a remarkable lack of data coming from you guys. I haven't heard anything in answer to any of my questions. My question to you, what about the people that have COVID and recovered? Do they need a vax? Science says no. I survived COVID. I'm better covered than anybody. And yet you don't count me. What's up with that?
Thank you for your testimony.
And Ms. Allard?
Sir, your time...
70% was the number you were looking for.
Your time is up. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Welcome. Please state your name for the record and the area in which you reside.
Thank you. My name is Gail Hadley, and I live in District 4 with Mr. Rivera and Ms. Zalatel. And I have natural immunity to COVID, which seems to be omitted from most of the COVID narrative. According to the data on the this municipality's coronavirus response website, today, 70% of Anchorage citizens aged 12 and above have had their first dose of COVID vaccines. That was your goal, 70%. 66.7% are fully vaccinated.
Last year, during the lockdowns, when all schools were closed and there was a mask mandate, we had our highest COVID case ever on November 16th, 2020. There were 845 cases. This year, our highest case count was this past Sunday at 486. That's 57% of the highest case count last year. Yesterday, our case count was 247. Last week, the governor appropriated $87 million and hired over 300 nurses and other medical hospital workers to alleviate the strain on our hospitals. Yesterday, only 8.8% of all emergency room visits were COVID-related. Again, this is on the coronavirus response website. We now have life-saving treatments such as monoclonal antibodies. We are recovering from the lockdowns and the mandates and starting to enjoy life again and the freedom to choose what is best for ourselves and our families. In passing this ordinance, you are telling the people that you represent that even though we have met your goal for vaccinations, all of our efforts are for naught. You are telling us that you know what is best for us. Our Anchorage Charter gives the power to make emergency orders and mandates to the mayor. This ordinance comes across as petty and punitive to us, your constituents. It appears that this ordinance has nothing to do with the people of Anchorage or our current COVID situation, and everything to do with the power of this assembly and your ability to dismiss your constituents' efforts and intelligence, as well as our autonomy to choose for ourselves what is best for our own health and safety. Yes, COVID is here. We are living with it, and we will continue to live with it, and we will do what is best for our families and for our community. It's time to follow in the footsteps of Norway and end all COVID restrictions. Please vote no on this ordinance. I do not consent.
Thank you for your testimony. Again, folks, please refrain from applause. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and the part of town in which you reside.
I'm Kathy Erickson. I am in your district and Weddleton's district. Conditioning, or some call it gaslighting, is being told something so many times you accept it as fact. It is so completely accepted that when truth is presented to the contrary, we cannot see truth through the fact. Conditioning doesn't mean we're stupid. It means we have been diligently trained to accept a lie and have embraced this dystopian culture. Case in point, we see what we expect to see based on our conditioning. It isn't intentional, it's the way we were conditioned to see. In this case, I believe a lot of assembly members have been conditioned by the mainstream rhetoric. When we do not have all the information and we teach or mandate as though we do, it amounts to presumption. Scientific workers question, research, debate. There is more than enough sound research and scientific data supported by active practice, and so unless we line up with the successful practitioners, we are presuming. What we do speaks louder than what we say. What you, as assembly members who have written and support this public health and safety measure, what you have done is show us as citizens of Anchorage that you have done no personal or professional research. You have merely accepted the rhetoric of others who spew their narrative as truth, again, without research. Truthful information comes through evidence-based practice, peer-reviewed science, data interpreted by methodology, debates. Is this going on? No. It's all being censored. The lies being circulated are based on this skewed data. Results that do not match the narrative are thrown out. An example, disease of the unvaxxed data included results all the way back to January of 2021. Who was fully vaxxed then? Israeli data presently is showing 75 to 90% of hospitalized COVID cases are fully vaxxed. Now they're pushing for a third booster. When will this end? Have you personally asked the question, what are the consequences of these mandates? What is at stake? If anything we've done so far, the mask mandates, the lockdowns, and vaccines were effective, why then are we here right now? CDC has constantly changing mandates, proving they have no science to back their statements. You are encouraging Anchorage to trust in masks and vaccines that have not been shown to protect against variants or decrease transmission. And I'm going to just say, go to thehighwire.com and get vaccinated.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and the area in which you reside.
My name is Jordan Beckenbach, and I live in West Anchorage. For the past 18 months, our city has adapted to comply with lockdowns, mandates, and social distancing. More people are working from home than ever before. There's curbside pickup and grocery delivery. There's been outdoor dining, and masks and hand sanitizer are made available at just about every public establishment. Precautions have been taken to mitigate the spread of COVID, and accommodations have been made for those who are living in fear of it. And that's what this mandate is about, fear, not science. A mask is a wet, moist environment that's collecting viruses and bacteria. It's not useful to protect you from other people. And maybe that doesn't sound like much coming from me because I'm not a scientist, but those words are not my own. Those words came from Dr. Ann Zink, Alaska's chief medical officer. Masks are petri dishes where bacteria and filth collect, and you're mandating that we wear them on our faces. That's not science, and that's not health. And while it's disgusting and unhealthy, if Molly McDonald over here wants to wear one, that's great. That's her choice, and that's her right, and that's what this comes down to, our freedoms and our fundamental rights. Your role as Anchorage Assembly is not to pacify our fears. It's to protect our rights. It is not your job to make our decisions about our health, and thank God for that. You work for us. You have a duty to uphold the state and federal constitutions, and because as an assembly you are failing to do that, we are here to remind you tonight to get back in your lane. Stop the overreach, stop the fear-mongering, and stop the mandate. We don't need masks. You guys need Jesus.
And again, I'm going to remind you all to please refrain from clapping and shouting. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and the
Hello.
area in which you reside.
My name is Shanna Switzer.
Oh, I'm sorry. Would you hold on a moment? I missed that. I apologize. That Ms. Kennedy is in the queue.
For the previous speaker, please.
Sorry about that.
Sorry. So, thank you. Thank you. You brought up just this whole fear concept, and the speaker before you talked about kind of the psychology behind some of this. And, my question, I'll have to couch it a little bit, but the summer before last, my husband asked our two granddaughters who were 11 years old if they knew what optimism was, and they didn't. And so he said, well, if I have half a glass of water, is it half full or is it half empty? Well, one granddaughter said, oh, it's half full. And the other one said, no, it's half empty. And so I've really been thinking about that lately with this whole idea about how people kind of are approaching, whether it be the disease itself or the mitigations or whatever. Are we really a people that look at this optimistically, and then some look at it very pessimistically? I mean, are the optimists in this room and the pessimists are calling in on the phone? I mean, do you have any thoughts about, just, again, the psychology of the fear or the optimism versus the pessimism?
I believe that there's a combination of optimists and pessimists, and I believe the ones who are healthier are the optimists, because fear will put your immune system in the garbage. You take care of yourself, you have a positive mindset, you live in fear, that just breaks down your body. You live behind a mask, you're not getting oxygen, you're not taking care of yourself. I think people who have a pessimistic attitude are going to find that their health declines.
No, that sounds reasonable. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Thanks.
No problem.
Welcome.
Hi. My name is Shanna Switzer. I'm a relatively recent resident of Mr. Dunbar and Mr. Peterson's district. I was never planning to leave my mountainside home between Ms. Kennedy and Ms. Allard. Yes. We moved into Anchorage due to COVID. My family of 6 needed to move. Long story. Anyway, I own businesses and several properties in Anchorage, Eagle River, Chugiak, the Mat-Su Valley. I love this town. I love my neighbors. I consider myself a responsible, hardworking, contributing citizen and a member of this community. I don't agree with the proposed ordinance that would force business owners to impose mask restrictions on their employees and patrons and on the community at large to wear masks at all Anchorage businesses. I do not agree with the Assembly's attempt to usurp the mayor's authority on this issue. I do not feel that it is the role of this body to impose restrictions such as those proposed in this AO on private business owners. It is not only an issue of personal choice and freedom, but this proposal leaves me wondering where will it end, what precedent it sets, and what will this Assembly attempt to legislate next. 18 months into this, people are more than well informed and should be free to make their own decisions regarding vaccination, mask use, distancing measures, other protective measures for themselves and their families. Private businesses can and do impose mask mandates themselves. People who wish to distance and wear masks may certainly do so. Many restaurants and other establishments within the municipality require masks. Citizens can choose whether or not to patronize these businesses. Business owners should be able to determine for themselves, their employees, their clients, their customers, whether or not they wish to require masks. Citizens should be able to choose for themselves whether to shop, dine, or be a member at a business that requires masking. I implore you to consider the ramifications of this ordinance. Section 5 puts already struggling business owners in a position of being required to impose restrictions on their customers and clients, compelling and requiring them to wear masks, putting the burden of proof on the business owner or the employee to determine the eligibility for mask refusal, requiring them to remove people from their premises. The AO states that businesses and building owners shall deny admittance to any individual who fails to comply with this ordinance and shall require or compel removal of such individuals from the premises. I would really like to hear some examples from Ms. Zalatel and Mr. Peterson in particular. How do you anticipate that this kind of compelling removal will go down? Our mayor will not support this ordinance and will not comply, and therefore will APD even enforce it? You'll be pitting business owner against customer, citizen against citizen, and is this really something you wish to enact? Even with the potential for this to happen, how can you support it? Section 10 states that this order does not create grounds for residents to harass individuals who do not comply with it, but this is exactly what we can all expect to have happen. Look around you. Our community is already obviously divided and stressed, and this AO will only serve to create more division and tension. Leave personal medical decisions up to each business owner and citizen to determine what is right for themselves, their staff, their customers, their clients, their families. This is not an issue for the Assembly to attempt to legislate. The Assembly exists to serve the community and represent us. The position each of you hold is intended to represent a free people, to listen to our concerns, and to help maintain and improve our city. I emphatically disagree with this proposal.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Allard is in the queue for you with a question.
Thank you. I'm just going to do full disclosure. There's no conflict. I bought your lawnmower about 2-3 years ago.
I called you
and
had you come pick up your dog out of my yard. I know.
I moved to a riding lawnmower. Shanna, you did say, and my heart breaks, but you are another conservative in another district, so there you go. You said something, and you don't have to speak on it if you don't want to. But obviously COVID has affected you. You said you moved due to COVID. Do you want to tell us why?
Sure. My daughter is on track to become a professional dancer. She's very dedicated to and very talented. And her dance studio in Eagle River closed due to COVID. And we made the decision to move her into Anchorage for dance. We also wanted our children to be able to go to school without masks. And so we put them in private school in Anchorage. We wound up spending about 3 hours a day between business and personal life, taking kids to and from Anchorage, to and from activities, to and from the things that are important to them. Like all of you who are parents, our kids are the most important thing to us. We want them to have the things that make them happy and, are going to help them to be great, wonderful, functioning adults. We just couldn't continue to spend, dinner time on the highway. So we moved into East Anchorage, close to our kids' school, so that we could have family time and a life.
Thank you. I watched on Facebook as she does her dancing on your deck out in Eagle River. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and the area of town in which you reside.
Hello, I'm Nathan Switzer. I live on the east side. I'm not a person who enjoys conflict or public speaking. I do not want to be labeled or used as a political pawn. I dislike labels like anti-masker that connote things about me that aren't true. I like to view life in the affirmative, and there's enough negativity around us. This disease has caused people to forget human kindness. Instead of looking for solutions together, getting angry at the disease itself, we're looking for someone to blame. We want quick solutions. One size fits all cures. We want people to think the way we do and for them to behave and believe like us. Unfortunately, life isn't that simple. Everybody is unique, and we can't surround ourselves with just those folks who believe like we do. The fear of this disease is real. Fear leads us to some irrational decision making. Isolation has been hurting us. The vaccine was supposed to make things like fear and isolation go away, but for whatever reason it hasn't. Now, masks are the way we're told we'll beat this disease. They may help in some circumstances for some people. I suspect they mostly serve to make breathing more difficult for the wearer. My experience is that it restricts my breathing and recirculates the stale air I'm exhaling, and I can relate to that bad breath comment. The thing is, I believe we are alive because our Creator breathed life into us and gave us a spirit, made us a living being. I believe He made us unique, and that physicians will admit most times that the body is amazing and seeks to heal itself when it has the opportunity. I don't believe COVID is going away. We're each going to be exposed to it in small ways from now until eternity. It will be in the dust we breathe, on surfaces we touch. I trust my body to encounter this virus and overcome it. I don't choose to view myself as a dirty, selfish vessel that is probably spewing deadly diseases with every move I make. I'm tired of the messages that essentially proclaim I'm a walking petri dish full of disease that is complicit in the deaths of tens or hundreds of my fellow citizens. I'm responsible to do the right thing if I get sick. Get tested, isolate until I'm no longer infectious. I can be trusted to make my own health care decisions and to protect others. I don't need nor want a nanny state to tell me what to put on my face or what to believe or else. I have the freedom to choose medicine and health care for myself. No faceless entity has the right to dictate medical choices for me. You are free to wear a mask if you want. This proposed mandate takes the first steps in creating a nanny state, and no offense to nannies. Big Brother knows what's best for me because I'm too dense to take care of myself. I'm waving a loaded gun around by merely walking into a grocery store, by not wearing a mask. I probably hate you because I choose to breathe air unfettered by a face covering. This is a slippery slope to tyranny. Oh, sorry. I guess my time's up. That went fast. Anyways, I oppose this mandate. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Can't get in the... Oh.
Yeah, can he just finish that? I'm really curious on what his last sentence would be.
Sure. Sir, if you would go ahead and just wrap up your last sentence there.
Oh, okay.
And then there's a question from Ms. Kennedy for you.
All right. I just want to say 2 sentences at the end. Leadership is often going against the grain and reminding people that there are things they can do to minimize the risk of getting themselves and others sick. Use common sense, follow time-tested precautions, and know that 99.9% of people know how to take care of themselves and trust that they will. No mandates. Trust us, the people, to make our own educated decisions.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think what you were getting at, and you can correct me if I'm wrong or maybe state this a little bit more clearly, but are you getting the sense that people who would typically wear a mask are actually starting to be more afraid of people that don't have a mask on because they're just sure that they're infectious and they're going to spread? It has nothing to do with who we are as people or individuals. It's just if you're unmasked, you're carrying a virus, no doubt. Are you just sensing that, or have you had somebody tell you that, or in what way have you actually experienced that? I mean, I kind of think that that's the case, but I'm just trying to figure out if that's a rational thought about what other people are thinking, and if you've had any experience with that. Thanks.
Yeah, that's a great question. I can't read people's minds, but I do feel like when I go into a public place that there are possibly people with masks looking at me like I'm, being irresponsible or trying, not trying to endanger them, but just make them more anxious and afraid. It's a weird kind of reverse psychology thing. I mean, if in my business I will ask people that I'm not sure I know how they stand if they'd like me to wear a mask, and I'm happy to do that if they want me to, but I just think it's going to drive us crazy if we question ourselves every time we go out in public. Gosh, should I wear a mask to appease someone else? Or, it's crazy.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and the area in which you reside.
Good evening. My name is Bethel Belisle, and my assembly members are Ms. LaFrance and Mr. Weddleton. I am a healthcare provider. I own and operate Haven Midwifery and Birth Center, and I serve as the chair of the State of Alaska Board of Certified Direct Entry Midwives. I'm not uneducated in regards to COVID. I've been on the front lines, and I've been working diligently to improve state standards and regulations so Alaskans can stay safe and continue to receive medical care. And I'm here in opposition of this proposed mask mandate. And I am here in full support of medical autonomy. As a midwife, I know that 1 in 3 women who walk in my door have or will have experienced sexual abuse in their lifetime. 1 in 5 will have experienced rape or attempted rape, and 1 in 3 rape victims were raped between the ages of 11 and 17, and 1 in 8 rape victims were under the age of 10. And I know that forced mask wearing can trigger PTSD, trauma response, heighten anxiety and depression, increase the likelihood of perinatal mood and anxiety disorders. And those women walk in with their men, and their men have a 1 in 38 risk, or actually 1 in 38 have experienced attempted or completed rape in their lifetime. 1 in 4 male rape victims were assaulted between the ages of 11 and 17, and 1 in 4 male rape victims was assaulted before the age of 10. Being forced to wear a mask can be extremely triggering for these men as well as women. There are not enough mental health workers, particularly those who accept Medicaid, to meet the increased demand for mental health care. A mask mandate will exacerbate trauma and further strain our already taxed mental health system. How does this support health and wellness in our community? Your masks. You've set yourselves up as a medical authority over the people you promised to serve, and there has been no informed consent and only threats of violence. You tout a mask mandate that has a perceived sense of protection, but as we know, the Delta variant is now present, and the COVID virus will continue to mutate. Your masks have not protected anyone, yet you deem yourselves worthy to tell me how to run my business. I do not know the journey that everyone has been on, and I do not know their past, nor do I need to, in order to provide a safe place for healthcare. I already know many are the walking wounded, and I may not know the trauma they have endured, but I can do my best to not exacerbate that trauma with forced mandates over their personal medical decisions. Each person truly knows what is best for their own body. Wear a mask or don't wear one, but in my office, the choice belongs to the individual. My business and my family oppose this unconstitutional mask ordinance, and I will not comply with a mask mandate. I support medical freedom. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Point of order.
Mr.
Mayor,
Constant?
just a number of your staff are not even following the rules of the chamber. How can we expect the members if your staff won't?
Take your mask off. I didn't hear you.
Could you be more specific?
I should restate that. Mr. Mayor, would you please ask your staff to follow the rules? I don't want to point it to anyone specifically. We can talk afterwards, but...
We're big boys and girls here. Feel free to point.
Mr. Shanigan. Mr. Shanigan, please. Please.
Yeah, Mr. Shanigan, don't do whatever you did.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and the area of the city in which you reside.
I am Regina Bernier, and I come from District 4. And so I oppose the mask mandate for most of the part was my brother was murdered a long time ago here in Anchorage. And if you can't control a criminal who got let out of jail early by a judge for a week early than what he should have, and my brother was murdered during that week, I'm not understanding how you're going to control a whole bunch of people with masks, and especially ask other people to watch over them. My other concern is that if you change these mask mandates and you change the ordinances that are going on, what more are we going to give you? What more are you going to take? I vision of the roads out of Anchorage being blocked off by guards because that's how far you're going to take it. And Alaska is this perfect environment for this kind of stuff to take place because we're so isolated. And we can have total control here and total, the total just lockdown because we don't have any options. We have very few options to leave, and this is a great place. And then if Wallace gets into the government, he could possibly shut down the whole state. And so it's like, when is it going to stop? So I agree with everything else that everybody's been saying. But when is it going to stop? Because you guys want your power. You want to punish those people who aren't listening to you and falling in direct obedience. So you want to put a mask mandate on everybody. But yet I see people who are saying that we need mask mandates not even wearing them. And so I mean, you saw people testifying tonight saying that we need mask mandates and they had nothing on. And so my curiosity is just, when will it stop? And at what point do you guys box yourself in and fall within what you're supposed to be doing? And if you can't control a murderer who raped a woman that week, and the police looked up I appreciate you police officers, but looked up one address and didn't find the man, and he had a gun and he wasn't supposed to have one, I'm not quite understanding. You can't protect us. You cannot protect us. You can't protect us from murderers. You can't protect us from a virus. Masks may help. Vaccines may help. But stuff's going to happen. And like everyone else has said, guess what? We're all going to die.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Julie Blyer. I'm in the 4th District, and I have 2 representatives that do not represent District 4. I'm a dental hygienist. I've been in the dental field for over 30 years. So I think I'm a little experienced in this mask mandate. Masks are supposed to be changed in our field every hour. Every hour we change our mask because of the moisture that is built up. I haven't seen anybody in here change their mask within the hour, and I've been here for 4 hours. That is building up. In fact, our mouth contains 6 billion bacteria. In a warm environment with our masks on, it increases. I'm in a pediatric office, and the kids that come in with their mask, they take off, have got biohazard that I've never seen before. And they go back to school with those masks on. You are creating a problem with these kids requiring to wear masks. We wear them all day long. But the fact is that we change them out every hour, not only just to change them out, but to get some fresh air. These kids are not allowed to do that. Japan just lifted all the mandates. That surprises me because Japan is so strict. They just lifted all of their mandates, mask, and I don't know about the vaccine. But if they can do it, why are we not? The private schools that I see, the kids that come in from the private schools, there are no mandates. They have not had any COVID incidents that I am aware of that they've told me about. Why are they able to get by without masks? Why are everybody outside of Anchorage able to get by without masks, without this COVID increase with them? It just seems like it's Anchorage only. I'm offended by Mr. Schultz's comment that everybody here is not vaccinated. I'm offended by that. He doesn't know my history or medical history. He doesn't know what I've been doing or what I do. COVID is aerosol. It is transmitted through the air. And we had some doctors these last 2 weeks say that that is an aerosol, that there is a problem in the hospitals. They came in here in uniform. I've never left my office in scrubs because of aerosols. But yet they've been here for the last 2 weeks in uniform. White coat to me tells me they see patients, and it sounds to me like they see COVID patients. What are they doing around us in their uniforms with COVID, being surrounded by COVID if it's an aerosol? And it does stay in the air for over an hour. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Allard has a question for you.
Thank you. I'd spoken to some other medical professionals, and I think a lot of people bypass how important our dental hygiene is in order to stay healthy, toothaches, cavities, whatever. Can you tell me a little bit more about the impact your dental hygiene has? You said...
Oh, gosh, yes.
Yes. Can you talk a little bit more how you feel it can impact, especially kids?
Last year, when everything was shut down, we were shut down for 6 weeks, and people were afraid to bring their kids in. In fact, to this day, I can't believe we got patients asking if I've been vaccinated, and I don't understand why they need to know that. I think some understand or want to know because they're only going to associate with people that have been vaccinated. But we wear masks. We wear shields. We're around aerosols. We're around people without masks all day long. The kids that we saw last year, the parents were afraid to bring them in. So some of them we haven't seen in over a year, they have multiple cavities. They have multiple cavities because they're wearing masks all day at school. When they were at home, they weren't wearing masks at home, but their parents were so afraid of going outside, they made them wear masks. Masks have that warm environment, but it also causes a bacteria to increase, which causes the plaque to attach to the teeth more, which causes cavities, releasing acid into the mouth. So we've seen a huge increase in cavities.
Thank you. But, you brought up a point. You wear a mask for some sort of protection, and then you take it off every hour and put on a new one. Can you tell me a little bit more why you guys wear a mask at your office?
Why we wear masks is to prevent our spray of our saliva into them. If we didn't wear a mask and we were talking, our saliva could go into them. We also wear it so that their saliva doesn't splash up into us, especially when we're doing polishings. The other thing we do wear that nothing has been brought about is because this is an aerosol, it does get in our eyes. Nobody has brought that up. We have to wear safety glasses that go completely around our eyes. Do you want us to not only wear masks, but to wear safety glasses around our eyes to prevent this? So we wear both to protect us from them and them from us. So.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Thank you for your testimony.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Constant?
Thank you.
Mr. Vice Chair?
I would make a motion to continue this meeting as we end at midnight to tomorrow at 6 o'clock. So continue to 9:30 at 6 p.m. to 10 p.m.
Is there a second?
Second. And I'd like to make just a comment about that.
Is it a debatable motion?
It's not debate, just an additional comment.
I don't know. I don't think it's a problem.
Okay.
If it's not appropriate, I'll do it after.
It's okay. Go ahead, Mr. Perez.
Okay. I just want to make a point that we do need to make we need to figure out what we're doing with the line. So if you could just make sure to make a point of how we're gonna handle that tomorrow. So, thank you.
There are 4 minutes left, so we need to go ahead and dispense with this motion so that we can continue the meeting to tomorrow. And we don't have a list. So
Madam, with all due respect,
we're
I
going
have
to,
twin 5-year-olds at
folks,
home.
hold on,
and I've
please.
been in line for 14 hours.
We need to dispense with this motion. Is there any opposition to continuing the meeting to tomorrow at 6 p.m.?
Ms. LaFrance, I didn't hear Mr. Constant's second half of what he said. Did he say to a time certain ending?
10 p.m.
Okay, thank you.
6 p.m., September 30th. Okay, so I don't see any opposition, so the plan is that we will continue until tomorrow. And we have time, I believe, for one more person to speak. So if you want to come forward.
My name is Carol Dunphy. I'm 47 years old, and I do have a master's degree. My question for you guys is, am I not old enough yet to make my own medical decisions? It is a silly question, of course. I am old enough. I have as much or more education as many in this room and less than others. I am an avid reader. I do my own research. I make informed decisions based on peer-reviewed study. Many highly educated doctors have spoken in this room promoting the wearing of masks. I respect their expertise and their experience. However, other medical researchers have published studies that show that masks are only effective when they are N95 masks, which are fit tightly to the face of the individual wearer. In addition, we can look at the actual differences between California, which instituted masking statewide, and Florida, which did not. There is no significant difference between the COVID outcomes in these two states. To check this out for yourself, look up the March 13th, 2021 article from KTLA.com. The takeaway here is that there is disagreement on scientific evidence of masking mandates. On an issue with so much disagreement and contradictory findings, I am astounded that the Assembly would propose an ordinance that creates a one-size-fits-all approach to viral transmission. You have heard testimonies, even here tonight, from those who, even their children, have no problems wearing masks. I am not here to argue with their experiences. However, my family has not had the same experience. We have experienced elevated heart rates, difficulty breathing, skin breakouts, feelings of claustrophobia. One member almost passed out after wearing a mask for an hour and required a trip to the emergency room. Another family member has had so many surgeries on his head that has resulted in nerve damage, which makes wearing even what we would think the most basic mask incredibly painful. Your ordinance claims to have exemptions for those with prohibiting medical issues. However, during the last mask mandate, we experienced harsh behavior from strangers and store employees who felt they knew more about our medical conditions than we do. We should not have to fear being reported by fellow citizens for doing what is painful or harmful to our health. We should not have to explain our medical history for admittance to a store. This is medical discrimination. It is a violation of our most basic constitutional rights. Please treat us like the responsible adults that we are. Despite what you think, we do take COVID seriously, and we do not want anyone else to get sick. We know how to physically distance in public. We know how to avoid contact with the vulnerable. We know to stay home when we might be sick. We know both the risks and advantages of wearing masks, and we know how to make these decisions for ourselves. You do not have the constitutional authority to order any kind of medical device or treatment for American citizens.
Thank you for your testimony. I believe we have about 30 seconds left. And Ms. Kennedy?
Actually, Madam Chair, my question was in regard to the conversation about how we do the lineup for next meeting, not so much for the current speaker, but thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony.
So can I comment on that?
The meeting's over.
Actually, it is midnight, and so our recording cuts out at that time.
Okay, well, I would like to mention that there is a gentleman who's taken it upon himself to get the names of people who are in line, and I was just hoping that we could honor that list tomorrow morning when we're starting off with speakers, because those people, rather than having to get at the back of a line again, would like to be first in line tomorrow. I'm assuming that that's the goal, So just a suggestion, Madam Chair. Thank you. And thank you to the
Ms.
gentleman
Kennedy, and we'll
who's
continue
collecting the names.
We'll continue